In half an hour, the polls close. Half an hour left to decide whether the United Kingdom should remain in or leave the European Union. Sky News will be tracking the course of this referendum vote throughout the night and the reaction when the result becomes clear. In or out, it's decision time.
Here in London, I'll be tracking the in and out campaigners as they wait to see who's won.
Here in Sunderland, they're hoping to repeat their general election record and be first to declare a result.
In Glasgow, less than 2 years since their last referendum, the people of Scotland are voting once again.
In Clacton, on the Essex coast, the vote to decide whether we should stay in or leave the EU.
And in Manchester, at the UK's central count, the preparations are underway for announcing the referendum result in the morning. Well, good evening from Manchester. It's going to be here in the neo-Gothic splendour of the city's town hall, in its Great Hall, that sometime around breakfast time tomorrow, the UK will find out whether it is voted to remain or leave the European Union. Well, over today, some 46.5 million people have been eligible to vote over England, Wales, Northern Ireland, Scotland and the British Overseas Territories of Gibraltar. And in half an hour, the polls will close and the counting will begin. Well, let's look at how the day has been panning out. It all started around 7 a.m. when the first polls opened here in the UK. People in Gibraltar, though, which is 1 hour ahead, were the first to cast their votes. In London, David Cameron and his wife Samantha voted in Westminster earlier. They're expected to spend the night in Downing Street, awaiting the result. And Labour's leader Jeremy Corbyn cast his vote in North London. While the Vote Leave figurehead Michael Gove placed his vote in West London with his wife and journalist Sarah Vine. The UKIP leader Nigel Farage voted near his home in North Kent. And Scotland's First Minister and in-campaigner Nicola Sturgeon cast her ballot in Glasgow. The Labour MP and out-campaigner Gisela Stewart took her family to vote in central London, as she'd already cast her ballot in a postal vote. But the torrential rains overnight caused trouble for some polling stations, although the Electoral Commission is keen to stress that everybody who wanted to vote, they believe, should still be able to vote in those areas. Well, here in Manchester, in the Great Hall, they're fulfilling 3 functions tonight. We're going to get the final result. That stage over there is where we are going to get the final announcement. We don't know what time. Breakfast time is their best guesstimate. Whatever time breakfast is, though, it slightly depends on how it all goes over the evening. We're also going to get one of the regional counts, the North West region. There are 11 regions in the UK. The North West's an important one. We're going to be getting that result sometime throughout the course of the evening announced here. And just down the road at the GMEX at the Manchester Convention Centre, we're going to be getting the results for the Manchester City Count, and we're expecting that around 5 a.m. Well, of course, the results are being watched very, very closely by you at home, but also perhaps no more closely than by the Leave and Remain camps themselves. And at their party headquarters this evening, tracking developments for us is our very own Kay Burley. Kay.
Very good evening to you, Jen. It's been a long, long road, but the campaign teams can do no more. I'll be the party girl tonight, flitting between the Stronger In campaign and the Leave EU group gatherings. Time for the campaigners who've worked non-stop since the starting gun was fired to relax with a glass and watch the votes come in. From the Highlands of Scotland to Gibraltar and Great Yarmouth to Belcoo. Do you know where that is? Near Enniskillen in Northern Ireland. There's a lot of counting to be done tonight. I'm starting off here with the Stronger In group and then heading across the Thames.
Well, I'm here at the headquarters of Leave EU, where they're planning to hold a party win or lose. In the past, the Millbank Tower, where I'm standing on the 29th floor, overlooking Parliament and the River Thames. In the past, this building has seen celebrations of political victories by Tony Blair, David Cameron and Boris Johnson. Leave EU is a group made up mainly of UKIP supporters, but also some Conservatives and 1 or 2 Labour MPs. Nigel Farage will be here later on, and also 1 or 2 of the MPs who back this campaign. They've got bands, all sorts of entertainment lined up. Win or lose, here at Millbank Tower, they intend to have a party.
John, OK, here at the Stronger In Shindig, we're expecting people like Ed Miliband, Chuka Umunna, Pat McFadden, remember him? From the Conservatives, Damien Green, and of course, the organiser, Will Straw. We've already seen him. He's headed off for something to eat, he said, and he'll be back around about 10 o'clock or thereabouts. As I said, in the wee small hours, they're going to start finding out whether all of that work was worth it. Here, we'll have a clearer idea in the wee small hours which way the UK's voted. One party will be a full-on celebration. The other is going to be more likely awake. We're really not sure which way it's going to go just yet. As I said, we're starting here with Stronger In, then we're heading across the Thames to the party where John Craig is. As I said, I'm the lucky girl, I'm the party girl tonight. Stay tuned throughout the rest of the evening here on Sky. Adam.
Yeah, well, not so much partying here as yet, Kay, but as ever, Westminster is the hub of the British political scene, and we will be seeing guests throughout the night here as well. And also, as ever, on Sky News on voting days, you'll be able to see the very latest on the state of this referendum whenever you need it. We're going to do it here in the bottom part of the screen. First, you can keep an eye on the vote tally and how many counts have come in. There are 382 already on the right-hand corner of your screen. Then the latest results from each area will appear here below me on our referendum video printer. Every single result tonight, and key results will be flashed across the top of that to give you what you need to know. Now, voting is still underway, some 23-odd minutes left if you want to cast your vote. And if you are at the polling station in time, the rules are that you'll be allowed to vote if you're in the queue. So if you haven't done it, you've still got time. Meanwhile, waiting for those polls to close is our political editor, Faisal Islam. He's in Downing Street and... can't talk about the result yet, Faisal. Voting's still going on, but by any measure, this is a very historic night.
A truly historic night, Adam. 23 minutes till polls close. As you say, very important to stress, if you can get in that queue before 10 o'clock, you will get to vote. So we are restricted in talking about really anything about the vote until those polls close. But it is a moment of history. It will have implications beyond our relationship with Europe, implications for politics. Indeed, number 10, number 11 will be watching this very carefully, and we'll be watching the comings and goings here tomorrow, whatever the result, for the Conservative Party, but not just for the Conservative Party. For 3 or 4 of the major parties of British politics, there could be implications on whether it's Remain or Leave and the margin of victory too. So a truly historic night in terms of our relationship with Europe, but also within British politics too.
Faisal, I'll look forward to talking to you just after 10 o'clock when you'll give us the latest on what you're hearing from the various camps. And also with us throughout the night, analysing those results at the big screen is my colleague Ed Conway. And he'll have more on what to expect from this extraordinary turnout. Incidentally, one fact we do have, the potential electorate is record number. 46,499,537 people were eligible to vote today. Ed.
Thanks, Adam. Let's just give you a sense of how this is going to evolve over the course of the evening and indeed the morning. Every voter in the UK is part of one of 382 voting areas which are spread across the country. You can see them there on our map. And as the results come in, they're going to be announced for each of these areas first. But remember this, not all voting areas are created equal. Some have got bigger populations and so more voters. And the biggest of all is Northern Ireland. That is counted as one big voting area. More than 1.25 million voters here alone. Let's go across to Birmingham and Leeds. They're the second and third in the ranks of the size, Birmingham there and Leeds. To give you an idea of the scale, those biggest 3 places have about the same number of voters as 49 of the smallest voting areas in England. So very substantial indeed, those 3 places. Also in Scotland, let's have a look at Scotland. You've got 32 voting areas across Scotland. In Wales, you have 22 there in Wales, and London, it's split into 33 voting areas. They look small on the map, don't they? But actually, they've got big populations, and in total, we have 5.4 million registered voters in the capital. But there are plenty of smaller areas too. Don't forget, Gibraltar also gets a vote. There's Gibraltar on our map there. And the size of the counting area is going to dictate how quickly we can expect their results coming through tonight. So the first place to declare is likely to be somewhere with a small population. So the City of London is a good bet for that, or the Isles of Scilly. Actually, the latter has told us it could deliver a result as early as 11 p.m, so very soon indeed. The first larger places to declare are likely to be urban. You've got dependable Sunderland. Remember, that's always first when it comes to general elections, or Wandsworth in South London, both expected around midnight. The largest places are going to be a bit later on. So Birmingham, we're talking about that. That was 4 a.m. is expected, and Leeds expected at 5 a.m. The results there. All being well, we'll know the final result by about breakfast time.
And, of course, we're going to bring you the most detailed analysis tonight as the results come in Sky News Centre. We have our elections analyst, Professor Michael Thresher of Plymouth University. Michael, this is, as we say, a historic event. I think the third nationwide referendum we've had. We can't talk about much. What about turnout targets from previous referendums?
Well, Adam, there's been a great deal of speculation about how interested people would be with this referendum. And of course, we fully expect it to be rather higher than the AV referendum that we had about the voting system.
Michael, we'll just pause for a moment. We're seeing Boris Johnson and his wife Marina voting live. Marina Wheeler, who's a QC. Boris Johnson spent most of the day at his daughter's graduation ceremony in Scotland, so that might explain why he's getting to the polling station late. Anyway, we'll leave that there. We'll go back to turnouts.
There's two more on the turnout, isn't it, Adam? And so there's a great deal of speculation about the turnout, and we certainly have a feeling that it's of general election proportions, and indeed in some places it may even be higher than that. Which side high turnout favours, we really don't know at this particular time. There's a great deal of speculation about the relationship between turnout and who that helps, but as yet we're still waiting on that.
I mean, I was looking at the figures. The general election, I think the turnout's 66%, and the last European referendum in this country, the turnout 64%. So we'll see whether either of those benchmarks are beaten.
Yes, and don't forget, of course, in the Scottish referendum, we had a record high turnout there of well over 80%. And so there are various benchmarks that we can measure. But the important thing is about turnout is that areas tend to vote in relation to one another. So high turnout areas and low turnout areas tend to move together for different kinds of elections.
Michael, thank you very much. Now we're going to be tracking more than 30 counts across this referendum night, and when the results are ready to declare, we will go there live and see which way they go and what that tells about the direction of the country with them.
Well, welcome to Sunderland, the Wearside city that prides itself on being first to declare on election night. In May last year, Bridget Phillipson was elected the MP for Houghton and Sunderland South at 10:48 p.m, just 48 minutes after the polls closed. The sixth general election in a row that this count had come first. And now they are readying here to receive the first ballot boxes, everyone in place, and they are predicting that they could be declaring a result just after midnight tonight. But there are other runners in the race to come first. Darlington, 30 miles south of here, is predicted to declare at around 1:30. Westminster in London could be one of the first places to declare in the capital. That's also predicted around 1:30. Or could Gibraltar trump everyone? They've got a head start because voting there is already over. So it's all about speed here. How do they go about getting that result so quickly? Well, they've got teams of people, teams of runners. One of them with me now, Aidan Fletcher. Let's walk through Sunderland Tennis Centre as we talk, Aidan. So tell me, what's your job? You're one of 70 runners.
Yeah, so we'll get all of the boxes and the bags and we'll run with them as fast as we can and pass them along.
So you collect them from the car park, run them down the stairs, in here.
Yeah, and then we'll pass them along, and then these will go straight to all of the counters so they can count as quickly as possible so Sunderland can be the first.
So I think there's something like 200 counters here already, and then you get a real sense of pride about being first here. Well, we'll let you get on to it. Good luck, get in position, and we'll see you shortly. Let's go and talk to Sue Stanhope, who's the Chief Counting Officer for the City of Stanhope. Hello to you, Sue. Thank you very much for being with us. So not long until the polls close. What's the procedure then?
Well, when the polls close, we'll have the postal vote boxes that we can start verifying.
So bang on 10 o'clock.
So bang on 10 o'clock.
Counting.
We'll have opened them before, but we won't be doing anything with them. So there'll be votes on the tables ready to start at 10 o'clock. And then we'll start to see the first of the polling station boxes come in. So we'll expect the first one probably only about 3 or 4 minutes past 10 o'clock.
And the aim with Sunderland is to keep the tradition going, being first. That's a tradition that was established back in 1992. How do you go about doing it?
Well, our priority is about having an efficient and safe and accurate count, first and foremost. And by being efficient, then hopefully we're also first. So that will be a bonus, but it's really, really important that we make sure that it's accurate and efficient, and first would be great.
General election last year, you declared at 10:48. Are we expecting it? We're not expecting it that early tonight, are we?
No, we're not. It's a slightly different process, so no, it won't be. It'll be slightly later than that.
Yeah, and tell us how the process differs to a general election here tonight as you're counting for the EU referendum.
So we'll be counting for the whole of the city, and it'll just be one count. When we're doing a general election, we have 3 constituencies, so there's only a third of the number of votes that we're counting in a constituency for that. So this is for the whole of the city, and clearly we're just part then of the North East, and we'll also be sharing that result with people.
OK, Sue Stanhope, thank you very much indeed. So not long to go until the polling stations close, and then the race will be on to declare here in Sunderland.
Sarah, I'm sure you're going to be amongst the quickest tonight, and you can see the countdown here, 12 minutes left to vote. You are watching Decision Time on Sky News. Coming up, the view from Gibraltar.
Well, we're an hour ahead here, and the polls have already closed as this British territory, best known for its apes, has its say in the referendum. You're watching Decision Time, in or out, live on Sky News. Welcome to Gibraltar, otherwise known as The Rock. Well, this 2.6 square mile outpost at the tip of Spain is the only British overseas territory whose inhabitants have been able to have a say in today's EU referendum. 24,000 people here have been eligible to vote, and their votes will technically be counted as part of the South West England region. As well as the 30,000 people who actually live here, another 10,000 cross the border from Spain to come and work here every single day. Because of the time difference, the polls opened an hour earlier here and have already closed. We expect this count to be among the first to declare around 1:30 local time. That's 12:30 UK time. Well, one place they'll be watching the results tonight more closely than almost anywhere else is in Brussels. Sky's diplomatic editor Dominic Waghorn is there. Evening to you, Dominic. They'll be watching tonight, but we don't expect any reaction until the morning.
I think that's right, Sam. You're watching and waiting. All the officials at the various branches and institutions of European government, the Commission, the Council, the Parliament, waiting for the outcome of this historic vote. We're in the European Parliament. Here behind me is the crossroads, right at the heart of the Parliament, and that underneath that European Union flag. We've got various photographs of polling stations in the UK being flashed up there, I think reflecting how this is a vote that is being watched very much at the centre of European institutions here. A few cameras here so far, not that many, but I think people will be gathering through the night and obviously in the morning waiting for official reaction from here. We've got a few meetings already scheduled. They'd already have been scheduled, but the key one will be when Donald Tusk, the European Council President, meets with Martin Schulz, the European Parliament President, and Jean-Claude Juncker, the Commission President, at 10:30 in the morning. Whatever the outcome of the vote, they will be meeting to consider their response to it. Otherwise, not much to report apart from the extraordinary weather they're having here. So an extraordinary thunderstorm, monsoon weather. So a pretty weird atmosphere, both politically and meteorologically here in Brussels.
Well, a late rush certainly at some polling stations, perhaps the weather playing a part there too. Those pictures coming to us from South London, people are being told that they can vote if they're in that queue before 10 o'clock. Tonight's vote, of course, arranged across 3 levels around the country. There are local counts for individual council areas. There is the National Count Centre, where my colleague Jane Secker is in Manchester. But between that, there are 12 regional count venues, and here in Birmingham is one of those. Here, they're not just counting the results for Birmingham itself, and with 700,000 potential voters, it is, as we heard earlier, the second biggest single count after Northern Ireland. They're also collating the results for the whole of the West Midlands. Well, Sky's Mike McCarthy is in another English region tonight, Yorkshire and the Humber, and the regional count in Leeds. Mike.
Yes, welcome to Leeds and the first direct arena in the city centre, where 490 counters are preparing for what is likely to be a very long night. A long night because Leeds is one of the later local areas which will make its declaration out of all 21 local declarations that are being covered and fed into this particular spot tonight. Now, this, as you say, is the regional hub for Yorkshire and Humber. So when they've got all of those 21 results ending with Leeds, then they'll make the overall declaration, which will be fed in turn to Manchester and the national vote. Now, one of the things that's going to slightly delay proceedings here this evening is at 11:30, Leeds and many of the other 21 local counts in the Yorkshire and Humber region will be observing a minute's silence in memory of the late MP Jo Cox, who was killed in her constituency last week, very close to Leeds in the town of Birstall. So that'll happen at 11:30.
Good evening from the Emirates Arena in Glasgow. Just a short hop, skip and a jump away from the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome. And you've got to say, at times it does feel like the electoral cycle here in Scotland has been going almost as fast as the great man himself. This will, of course, be the 4th major political event to have happened in Scotland over the last 18 months. We had, of course, the Scottish independence referendum, then the general election, followed by elections to the Scottish Parliament, and now a vote on continued membership of the European Union. We heard a little bit earlier from the Electoral Commission. Roughly 4 million votes could be cast here in Scotland. In fact, exactly, it's 3,986,898, 450,000 which potentially could be getting counted behind me here in Glasgow. We'll be monitoring all 32 of those unitary authorities that will be returning results tonight, paying particular attention, of course, to those bigger metropolitan areas, Edinburgh, for example, Aberdeen, Aberdeenshire, Dundee, Fife, where the numbers really are stacking up. In terms of what we're expecting here in Glasgow tonight, well, we'll be getting an idea of turnout, we believe, at around 1 in the morning. And despite predictions before that we could be here as late as 5 in the morning for a result, we're hearing that potentially that could be coming in at around 3. The whole of Scotland not being collated here, but elsewhere in Falkirk, we'll bring you all the results as we get them.
Well, I'm in the district of Tendring in the county of Essex. We're at the count in Clacton. Population here around 55,000 people. It's known as a seaside resort, and that figure, 55,000, feeding into that more than 111,000 people who are eligible to vote in this district. We're in the eastern region, which ranges from Basildon to Waveney, quite a large area, about 47 counts there are in this region here tonight. And once the votes are collated, they will be sent along to the regional count, which is in Chelmsford. Now, we are being told that because of the weather, the bad weather that has been occurring today, that the actual boxes coming in will be late. So the prediction of a 4 a.m. count and declaration probably won't happen, and that time will be pushed forward.
Welcome to Belfast and the vast Titanic Exhibition Centre, part of the site where the historic HMS Titanic was designed and built. Normally this is the site for travel exhibitions and car shows, but tonight it's where the counting officer will announce the official result for the Northern Ireland voting area. It's the biggest counting area in the UK, with 1.25 million people eligible to vote. And although it's classified as a single counting area, there are actually 8 different venues around around the province where counting is taking place. And here they're going to adjudicate and verify and collate them. And they're also doing a bit of counting of their own. They're actually totting up the votes from the Belfast area too. And they've got a little bit of musical accompaniment because there's a live concert going on just over the road, which is providing them with a bit of entertainment while they work. We're expecting counting to get underway as soon as the polls close at 10. First provisional results should come in about midnight or so, but we're not going to get that official result for the whole Northern Ireland region till about 4 or 5 in the morning. Worth staying up for, though.
Anna, thank you very much indeed. Well, record numbers of people eligible to vote today. We don't know how many of them have voted. That included citizens of the UK, of Ireland and of the Commonwealth who had been resident here, not European citizens, however. So across the country, across the UK and across Europe in Gibraltar, thousands of election officials are waiting to count the ballots. The close of polls is now just moments away. In or out, it is too late to change your mind now. The polls have closed in the UK's historic referendum on EU membership. By breakfast tomorrow, we should know whether Britain is staying in or leaving the European Union. Tonight on Decision Time, the most important political decision the UK will make for decades. We'll be bringing you results and analysis from counts across the country, live and uninterrupted. Sky News has cameras from the Orkney Islands north of Scotland to Gibraltar on the southern tip of Europe. And immediately, breaking news. Let's get the assessment of our political editor, Faisal Islam, who is in Downing Street tonight. Of course, Faisal, not a vote has been counted yet, but got some surprising indications of how people think things are going to go.
Yeah, take this with a pinch of salt, but we have had, we've spoken to Nigel Farage, the leader of UKIP, heavily connected not with the official Leave campaign, but the other Leave campaign, Leave.eu. He's given us this statement as the polls close. It's been an extraordinary referendum campaign. This is Nigel Farage. Turnout looks to be exceptionally high and looks like Remain will edge it. UKIP and I are going nowhere, and the party will only continue to grow stronger in the future. So that's I mean, it's not quite a concession. As I said, I don't just put a pinch of salt on that. I put a giant vat of salt on that. My understanding is that Leave.eu have commissioned a 10,000 person poll, and that is informing Nigel Farage's view that Remain will edge it. OK, so let's park that for a minute. Other private polls have been issued too, and we'll be hearing our own hopefully quite soon. What we do know from all sides is they're expecting turnout to be huge, potentially bigger than a general election. People are talking about 70%. There were long queues outside areas, polling stations, in areas where both the Remain vote is strong and the Leave vote is strong too. One cabinet minister telling me that in Labour areas in his ward, obviously a Conservative MP, turnout is extraordinary in those working class Labour areas. That's not necessarily good for the Labour choice of Remain. It might be in those working class areas that that's the Labour vote coming out for Leave. But a high turnout, we think, could benefit Remain. And right now, the cautiously optimistic voices are on the Remain side of the equation. The more pessimistic voices are on the Leave side of the equation. But the bigger picture is all of this, the detail really matters. So we're making no predictions, no projections, but Nigel Farage sounding rather pessimistic. OK, Faisal, we shall see, because the important thing to remember is that tonight
unlike at a general election, there is no broadcaster's exit poll, and that's because our experts in polling say that the model used by Sky News, the BBC and ITV at general elections can't be applied to a one-off event like this referendum because there's simply no pattern on how people have voted. However, the online pollster YouGov has been busy throughout today questioning nearly 5,000 people on how they voted. And these, I believe, are people who they had previously questioned as to their voting intention. YouGov's Joe Twyman is with me now. So, Joe, tell us about it and what the result is.
Hi, Adam. Well, as you say, today YouGov went back to the people that we'd previously spoken to yesterday to see if there had been a change.
And just remind ourselves, the last poll you had was Remain 51%. And Leave 49%.
Yes, and so we're interested to see if there had been a change on the day. There has been a small change, and based on that, we now expect that the United Kingdom will remain part of the European Union. Now, it's 52% Remain, 48% Leave. So it's still close, and it's still too early to know definitely. But based on the figures that we're seeing, based on the trends that have occurred, and based on historical precedent, we think the Remain are in the strongest position.
I mean, it has to be said, if it were to be 52-48, I mean, if you'd taken an average of the polls throughout the campaign, that would be pretty close to it, wouldn't it?
Well, it shows that there's been a lot of movement along the way, and the campaign has seen a lot of movements in line with what we saw actually in Scotland. This move towards the new option and then a move back towards the status quo.
Now, we were hearing there from UKIP, we don't know who conducted their opinion poll for them, Nigel Farage saying he thinks it could be a turnout of general election proportions or more. Remember, that was 66%. You got any idea on turnout?
Not yet. We're still crunching the crunching numbers, and turnout is always difficult to predict, but it does appear to be high.
Joe Twyman, thank you very much indeed. So that's what the pollsters and indeed UKIP are saying. But where are the places which could point the path to tonight's result once the votes are actually counted? My colleague Ed Conway is at the big screen.
Thanks, Adam. Sky News has identified a number of places that could be key to the outcome of tonight's vote. And we've picked some of them because our Sky Data research suggests they're particularly Eurosceptic, like Great Yarmouth in Norfolk. Great Yarmouth is, on our scale, the most Eurosceptic area in the country. We're expecting people there to vote overwhelmingly in favour of leaving the EU, so we'll keep an eye on that. It's the same story for many other southern coastal towns, including Tendring in Essex. That's also home to UKIP's only MP, Douglas Carswell, and also Thanet and Dover as well, if we move down towards the south coast there, Thanet and Dover. But all of these have relatively small populations, and in a referendum, every vote counts. So, somewhere like Sunderland, which has twice as many residents as Tendring, and where UKIP has been increasing its votes significantly, for instance, in last year's local elections, this could prove pivotal to the result. But the largest populations of all live in the areas at the other end of our Euroscepticism scale. London's boroughs are all expected to vote in favour of remaining in the EU. We're going to be live in many of them, including in Wandsworth. That's expected to be one of the earliest to declare. Let's move up to Scotland. Scotland is so in favour of staying that its government has threatened to leave the UK, potentially in the case of a Brexit, another referendum, potentially, if this is a leave vote. So turnout is going to be important in areas like Aberdeen, Fife and in Edinburgh. We'll be keeping an eye on those turnout numbers. Faisal says they could well be very high indeed. Also, keep an eye on the university towns like Oxford, Cambridge and York as well. Our research suggesting young people and those with degrees are most sympathetic to Remain, but the big question is, will they actually vote?
And with us to make sense of it all is Sky's election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher, is going to be here all night. Now, Michael, never mind the opinion polls, you'll be working from the real results of votes in ballot boxes when they come in to try, and we're seeing those ballot boxes there being carried in Sunderland, to try and work out which way this night is going before we get that final declaration from Jenny Watson in Manchester tomorrow morning. How are you going to do that?
Well, basically, we begin with a projection, and it's more or less what Joe Twyman was saying there. It's a small advantage for one side over the other. but it's very, very close. But when actual results come in, our model takes those data and uses them to put forward a forecast of where we are at a given point in time. And of course, as Ed was making quite clear there, what is important to us is it's large population areas that have more significance in terms of affecting the model than very small areas, because at the end of the day, this is a national vote, and every vote matters in terms of the final outcome. So throughout the night, we'll be doing forecasts in terms of where we are at a particular point in time. And of course, as we get through the night, through 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, hopefully that forecast begins to stabilise, suggesting a very good indication of where we are. But with YouGov saying 52-48, it looks like being an extremely tense, exciting and long night.
At the same time, let's go straight to Manchester, where the head of the Electoral Commission is speaking now.
Or on TV.
Jenny Watson.
Broadcasters have been given access to a live feed of data from the referendum result collation system that we are using, so you will be able to get information in real time throughout the night. I will be announcing the final result of the referendum here in Manchester once all 382 local totals have been certified and declared, and we expect that will happen early tomorrow morning. The first stage of the count process, which is underway now, is called verification. It involves counting the number of ballot papers in each ballot box and checking that the totals match the number expected according to the records kept in polling stations and by those checking postal votes. This is an essential part of the count. It checks that all of the polling station and postal ballot papers are properly accounted for and makes sure that there are no ballot papers missing. The verified ballot paper totals are the figures with which the final count totals will reconcile at the end of the counting process. These verified totals also enable us to make the most accurate assessment of the overall turnout at the referendum. Although the official turnout figures will only be available once the votes on all ballot papers have been counted, including any spoiled ballot papers, the next announcement that I intend to make from the stage here will be to confirm our estimate of turnout at the referendum. Once the ballot papers have been verified, they can then be counted. Should there be a need for recounts, these will take place at a local level only. There is no facility for a national or regional recount. And of course, campaigners are entitled to be present to observe the process. Finally, I want to say thank you and pay tribute to the many thousands of staff who have worked in the polling stations across the country today, including those affected by bad weather, and to all those staff who still have a very long night of counting ahead of them. I especially want to thank the regional counting officers, electoral registration officers and electoral administrators, as well as staff from the Electoral Office in Northern Ireland, the clerk to the Gibraltar Parliament and Royal Mail, who have delivered this referendum, which takes place just shortly after major elections were held across the UK. They have worked tirelessly for many months, including processing many millions of electoral registration applications, to ensure that almost 46.5 million people had the chance to vote. This referendum, like all the electoral events which underpin our democracy in the UK, could not have taken place without them, and we all owe them our thanks. Thank you very much.
Well, that was Jenny Watson, the chair of the Electoral Commission. She's in charge of the whole shebang tonight. Now, in fact, you are going to see results at the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. They will be declared from 382 counting areas, so we'll be way ahead of the official announcement in Manchester of the final result, unless it gets very, very close indeed. And as we've been hearing, the YouGov poll says it's 52-48 to remain. And on that news, we understand that the pound has gone up. It's now at its highest level, $1.50 to the pound. That is the highest level since December, since the start of this year. So the market's apparently reacting to the fact that they believe that the UK is going to remain in the European Union, although, of course, no votes have been counted. 52-48 would be within the margin of error, but that appears to be the assumption of the markets at the moment, and we're just seeing those ballot papers rushing in Sunderland there, where Sarah Hewson is. Also, that quite extraordinary statement from Nigel Farage saying that he believes that Remain have edged it at this early stage.
OK, Adam, thanks very much indeed. Already livening up here at the Remain party. That YouGov poll is making it buzzing here. I'm going to talk to Lord Ashdown in just a second, but let's see if we can just grab these two gentlemen who you'll recognise. Will Straw is there, of course. Chuka Umunna as well. How are you feeling about it?
Well, it's exciting. It's exciting, and it's a glorious day of democracy in the UK.
You feeling confident?
Hey, look, I said this was going to be a very close result. I still believe it will be so. If I was forced to call it...
Go on then.
I'm reasonably confident that hopefully Remain gets the result, but it could easily go the other way. And look, we haven't got any results. We've got turnout figures, which you've just been broadcasting, but it's too early to call. But it's a good day for democracy. The people decide, and that was always the basis of our campaign, and we sought to present the stronger in team. We sought to present the facts that supported our case. And of course, your viewers have to weigh that against the facts presented by the other side so they can come to a decision as to what is best for Britain. And we have made a patriotic case as to why we think staying in the European Union is the best thing for your family, you, the individual, your community.
He fought a good campaign for you.
Chuka's been amazing.
No, I meant him. For you, he should be praising you. Should he have won?
Well, we don't know if we've won yet, but what I think Chuka's absolutely right about is that around the country, we've just seen this huge turnout today, and we'll wait and see. But those figures from Gibraltar of 85%, I mean, that's way up on a general election. And my sense today, I've been in London all day. People have been wearing our stickers, out on the streets wearing our T-shirts. There's been almost a sort of carnival atmosphere in a way. I don't want to overplay it, but there's definitely a sense when you go around that people have voted, they've taken part in the democratic process, and they feel proud to say how they voted. And, you know, Chuka and I are both on the Labour side.
Yeah.
On an election day, you'd really struggle to get a random punter to wear a Labour sticker, but today people have been taking our I'm in stickers, and that's really, really positive.
You know, usually what people say, you go, have you voted? That's what I've been saying in general. Have you voted? And often people say, no, it's none of your business. But today, people let Remain. Now, that's in Lambeth, which is the centre of the universe, by the way. And it could be different in other parts of the country. But people haven't been shy in coming forward, and that's a good thing.
Well, you've got a smile on your faces anyway. We'll chat to you again later, chaps. For now, thanks very much indeed. Lord Ashdown out having a glass of wine on the balcony. Hi. How are you feeling about it?
Hang on a second, Kay. You want me to make a prediction after last year?
I'm
going to eat my hat again. Is that what you want me to do?
Away you go. Make your prediction.
Here's my prediction. Nobody has a clue. At this stage, it's very, 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 very close. I mean, 4% the poll showed tonight, but that's frankly margin of error stuff. We haven't seen how the postal votes break. Pound's gone up to its highest level, so the city's betting on it, on Remain. But honestly, the truth is, really bluntly, nobody knows.
Nigel Farage has given it to Remain.
Nigel Farage is probably hedging his bets a bit. He doesn't know either. The truth is that you would just have to be patient. And if you think I'm making another prediction before the votes are counted, I'm certainly not. But if I was, here's what I'd say. I don't know, and neither is anybody else.
52-48. I mean, if it does
come on.
fall
You and I are both.
It's not much of a victory, is it? And it means the country's divided.
A victory is a victory. I mean, the Prime Minister, if he gets 1%, I think he has a mandate and he should press ahead enthusiastically. But we'll deal with that later. This is hypothesis. I understand you guys need to fill airtime, and I'm quite happy to help you do it. But the bottom line truth is, nobody knows.
When do you think we will know?
Well, they say 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and they're pretty good at that. But, if it's really tight, if it really is tight, who knows? It may go on, as indeed the 75 election did, and they're really counting right up until goodness knows what time. And then there's... listen, let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope when the British government when the British people make their sovereign decision in the ballot box, every side says, we accept it, move on. That's what's really important. And I think we're going to have to wait till we see what that is.
Great to talk to you, Lord Ashdown. Thank
Nice
you very
to see
much
you.
indeed. Enjoy the view.
I will.
Thanks a lot. So this is the Remain party. They when we saw that 85% turnout, 84% turnout at Gibraltar, there was a huge sigh of relief here. The feeling is that they have just edged it. Early days yet, though. Adam, back to you.
Thank you, Kay. Well, with me now are two prominent figures on either side of this particular referendum battle. Chris Grayling is the leader of the House of Commons, a cabinet minister, and a leading member of Vote Leave. Alan Johnson has led Labour in For Britain, the campaign to remain in the European Union. Welcome to you both.
Hi, Adam.
Well, early stages, first of all. The rival Leave camp have already thrown in the towel, apparently, if we can believe Nigel Farage. Are you throwing in the towel at this early stage?
It's much too early. We have no idea what the result's going to be. It's quite clear that the turnout's been quite high, but if I look at my own constituency, the turnout's high in areas that normally have a low turnout. So what do you make of that? I think we're only going to know the full picture as the night goes on, and frankly, anyone right now who is certain what the result is going to be only has to think back to last year and think perhaps I'll wait and see what actually happens when the votes are counted.
It's the first time in 6 weeks I've agreed with Chris. He's absolutely right. I mean, let's wait for a post-match analysis until it's post-match. And it was always going to be tight. I think the turnout in my constituency, which is what we go by, looks like it's higher than usual. The postal votes certainly were, but they're the people who, by virtue of the fact they bothered to apply for a postal vote, are usually good people at turning out. So who knows? I don't think you judge Gibraltar as that. I mean, Gibraltar was always going to be a high turnout. Yes. I mean,
well, we weren't.
That's no surprise.
Gibraltar, we're just delighted that they're taking part in this election.
Yeah, absolutely. 85% is good.
No, but seriously, let's talk about this turnout matter, because this has been consistent news from Labour MPs across the country that working class voters, white working class voters, are turning out. Now, the rule of thumb has been that that's probably bad news for the European Union or continued membership.
I don't think so. I think it's very healthy that people turn out. Young people in particular, they were the demographic that usually doesn't turn out. And given it's so important for their future, leave aside the fact they're more likely to vote Remain, I'm very pleased that they're turning out in numbers. I was talking to a prominent colleague of Chris's last night on this screen. He said he was doing a rain dance because he was hoping for rain because he felt that a low turnout would be good for them. I don't know.
I'll tell you, we don't have any more rain here, we'll be washed away. I'm going to come back to you in a moment, Chris Grayling, but let's go back to Faisal Islam, who has some news about developments within the Tory party. Faisal.
Yes, this much-anticipated so-called Save Dave letter has been delivered to Downing Street a few moments ago by organised by Robert Sims MP, former Foreign Office Minister, delivered to Gavin Williamson, the personal private secretary to the Prime Minister, thanking David Cameron. This is from Vote Leave supporting MPs, thanking the Prime Minister for giving the British people a choice of their destiny. Quote, "We believe whatever the British people decide, you have both a mandate and a duty to continue leading the nation implementing our policies." 84 Vote Leave Tory MPs have signed this letter. So that does mean, if you're a glass half empty type of guy, that 60 haven't. But the 84 do include big names: Priti Patel, Boris Johnson, Liam Fox is on there, Nadeem Zahawi, Andrea Leadsom, Zach Goldsmith. I'm just reading out the names. I've tweeted the names out. But yes, so that is an important development after what's been a bruising battle within the Conservative Party. 84 of the MPs that supported the Vote Leave campaign have written a letter of support to David Cameron, the Prime Minister, who's in Downing Street behind me. You'll be happy about that.
OK, Faisal, thank you very much indeed. I can tell you one of the signatories is Chris Grayling, who's with me now. So what's this letter all about? Is this win or lose?
I think this is win or lose. We are very clear. It is 15 months since David Cameron won the Conservative Party's first majority since 1992. We have put in place a broad-ranging programme for government, and part of that programme for government included giving the country a choice of a referendum on the European Union. Now, that referendum's now over. We've given people that option. We'll find out later in the night what their choice is. It would be an absolute nonsense if David Cameron felt, having given the country that choice, if they take the decision, he couldn't carry on the job. We are completely behind him staying. We want him to stay. And that letter is a statement of commitment to his leadership.
I mean, it has to say, it does make one wonder why you, not so much you, but your colleagues have given him such a kicking, including him of being deceitful, misrepresented, voting, of not showing leadership. I mean, it's a bit late to pledge loyalty to him now when you've been saying he's rubbish all along.
Well, I think that this has been a lively campaign. There's been some lively debate. I'm sure that when we get the result in, there'll be a few bruises around that need to be salved over the next few weeks. But there is much more that unites us as Conservatives than divides us. And with respect to Alan Johnson, when you look at the current leadership of the Labour Party, I cannot conceive of a situation where it could be good for this country to let Jeremy Corbyn anywhere near government. And so the Conservative Party now needs to unite and make sure we keep them well and truly in opposition.
Well, I saw Alan Johnson on a platform yesterday with Jeremy Corbyn, but I mean, what do you make of this letter?
I think the vitriol has been astounding, and I don't think the Prime Minister expected it. I mean, Wilson did the same thing back in '75, of course, but there wasn't that level of vitriol. And I find two things surprising. First of all, not so much Chris, but some of his colleagues who are in the Cabinet. This kind of collective irresponsibility is one thing, like allowing the Cabinet to go their separate ways. But then to criticise the Prime Minister, for instance, on the immigration figures, when there is collective responsibility among Cabinet ministers and amongst work and pensions junior ministers like Priti Patel, they're responsible for those figures. And yet, you know, they, as you say, the most extraordinarily violent language against their own Prime Minister. I think the thing that has bothered me is that the fact that a recommendation to remain from the Cabinet, from the government, that hasn't quite come through because of this vitriol. So Cameron's found it very difficult for him to project this as the government's recommendation.
I mean, Chris Grayling, you personally, by and large, didn't join in these attacks on the Prime Minister and the Chancellor, which suggests you might have been a bit uncomfortable with them.
I've just been my normal self during the campaign. You'd expect that. I've been going out and arguing the case for Britain outside the European Union, and we'll discover later in the night whether the country agrees with me or not.
OK, well, let's think through it. Suppose, first of all, that you win the day tonight, that Leave wins this referendum. I mean, you say you're loyal to the Prime Minister, but I mean, how can he possibly stay on when he's campaigned around the country and lost on an issue like this?
OK, so I think there are three important reasons why he needs to stay. The first is I actually think he's been a very good Prime Minister, and I want that to continue. The second point is that if we voted to leave tonight, we will need a period of political stability to start to see our way through to that process of leaving. The last thing we need to do tomorrow morning, after leaving, is to kickstart a Conservative leadership contest. And the other point is that he has got...
what you need to do, but the country might think they've just defeated David Cameron.
Yeah, but I want us to leave the European Union. And therefore, to me, the priority is the best possible process for doing that. And that's what I hope and believe we will start if we win tonight.
Alan Johnson, if Leave does win tonight...
Prime Minister goes. Pretty quickly. I was expecting him to go at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, if that was the case. I don't think it will be the case. I think the problem is they've kind of... Some of the vitriol... We are excusing Chris from this, but some of the stuff...
You think it's fair to excuse him?
I think so. I've not heard anything I would accuse. I mean, you know, tomorrow I get back to opposing the Prime Minister. Chris has been doing it very effectively for the last 6 weeks. But you know, it's almost as if they can't win the match, they're going to plough up the pitch. So trust in the Treasury figures. Trust in institutions like the IFS. The things that politicians depend on, a certain amount of trust from the public. This hyping up this conspiracy, everything is a conspiracy against us, including institutions that we need to trust in the future, and people like Chris in government will need to trust in the future. That's been very damaging, I think.
I have a sneaky suspicion it may be tougher for Alan to go back tomorrow to lining up behind Jeremy Corbyn as his party leader than it will be for all of us to go back and line up behind the Prime Minister.
Well,
no problem at all. I've been backing him all the way through.
We shall see. Alan Johnson and Chris Grayling, thank you very much indeed. As you can see, counting is now underway in Sunderland. They really are going for this record very clearly. Now, we can see now an image of that letter, which has been tweeted by Robert Sims with the signatories there. Well over 100 signatories, over 80 of them people, Conservative MPs who have been supporting Brexit, asking for the Prime Minister to stay. Meanwhile, at the unofficial Leave campaign, we can go now to my colleague John Craig. This is the UKIP-dominated wing of the Leave campaign.
Indeed, most of the people here are UKIP supporters. They have been a little stunned, I have to tell you, Adam, by those remarks attributed to Nigel Farage that we've been quoting, where he appears to come pretty close to conceding, where he talks about it looks like Remain will edge it. Now, some UKIP sources here are claiming that their own polling shows a different result from the YouGov analysis that we've been reporting, because they're suggesting it's Leave 52%, Remain 48%, so there's discrepancy there. Having said that, there is a pretty lively party mood here. The band has just been playing More Than a One-Night Stand, but if YouGov are correct, of course, Mr Farage and co haven't done quite enough to make the British public fall in love with them. But there's bubbly aplenty here, and most of the people who are just sort of round the corner from where I'm standing want a party, win or lose. We haven't seen Mr Farage here yet. We're told he's going to come here around about 11 o'clock and address his supporters. Will he be maintaining his claim that perhaps the Remain appear to have just edged it? Was it perhaps a little bit of mind games by the UKIP leader? Because I have to say, they're not particularly downcast here, Adam. The mood is pretty buoyant, the bubbly's flowing, despite the fact that our YouGov poll suggests perhaps, and Mr Farage has suggested to Sky News, that perhaps Remain have, in his words, edged it.
Be clear about this. As we've been saying repeatedly, there is no exit poll, nothing like anything with the authority of that exit poll. But YouGov, they did a polling day poll of people who voted previously. They showed a slight swing to Remain of 52-48. Now, you're telling us that there's a private poll that UKIP have conducted that shows the opposite, that shows Leave 52 and Remain 48. Is that right?
We haven't seen it yet, Adam, but that's what we were hearing at around about 10 o'clock from some UKIP sources. Now, others here are a bit sceptical about those figures, so let's wait until we see them. It's apparently some polling that Aaron Banks, the the moneybags bankroller of UKIP and this campaign, has funded apparently. It is suggesting that Leave may have edged it rather than Remain, as Mr Farage has suggested. As soon as we get some real evidence of that polling, some numbers, we obviously will bring them to you. But that's what we're hearing. Some sources here are claiming that their polling, which of course they're claiming is 10,000, has got a slight majority for Leave and not Remain.
I've got to tell you, John, thank you very much indeed. Ladbrokes betting is still underway. They are now quoting Remain at a record high of 86%. That is 1-10 on against Leave at 6-1. That is 14%. So the bookies appear to have made up their mind. Perhaps that's why Nigel Farage is saying it looks like Remain will edge it. Let's go to Brussels now, and our diplomatic editor Dominic Waghorn is watching. Are the Europeans nervous about this, Dominic, or are they just fed up with the British?
Oh no, I think they are watching it very closely, and there's certainly a certain amount of nerves wrangling here. One Swedish European Union minister I spoke to earlier in the week said she was worried. There was a sense of alarm, she said, and I think that's probably the mood amongst many EU officials, both here in Brussels and across the continent. Let's get the mood of one MEP, Richard Czarnecki, who's a Polish MEP from the Law and Justice Party, and also you are one of the vice presidents of the European Parliament, the building of which we're in, right in the heart of it here. What is your sense of what's going on? We've got, it seems, the bookies, the pollsters, and possibly even the head of the UK Independence Party suggesting that Remain has won by a very narrow margin. Is that what's your reaction to that, first of all? Lifting your mood?
Well, frankly speaking, I'm extremely happy that United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland will remain in European Union, because I can imagine, truly speaking, the European Union without UK, but I cannot imagine the powerful European Union without United Kingdom. And I think it's in our European but also British interests is Remain of London, and I'm sure that Also, it's a very good lesson for EU elites. Because, frankly speaking, the growth of Euroscepticism in our continent is the effect, I think, of some mistakes from our EU side.
So you would say, even if Remain wins this by a narrow margin, which is what it may be looking like at the moment, there still will be need for some pretty fundamental changes afterwards?
Well, obviously, I understand that now the Prime Minister Cameron has a really difficult situation, but I hope that tomorrow morning, after wake up, UK will stay in UK. But now we should think about the future, and I think UK must be integral part of European Union. Frankly speaking, 16% of GDP of EU is British, UK, and 13% of EU population is UK. I cannot imagine.
Well, here in Gibraltar, the polls closed 90 minutes ago and the counting is just about to get underway behind me. The Rock is unique as the only British overseas territory in which all 24,000 adults have been able to vote, and it's something that people here feel really strongly about. Well, we've just heard that turnout was 83.64%, and it's expected the vast majority will have voted to stay in the EU. And the reason they feel so strongly about it is because even though it's remained under British rule for 300 years, the issue of ownership really remains a live and contentious one, because just 4 days ago, activists unfurled a huge flag on the Rock declaring that Gibraltar was Spanish. And last weekend, Spain's acting foreign minister warned it will be perfectly possible for Spain to close its border with Gibraltar should Britain vote to leave. Well, Gibraltarians rejected proposals for Spanish sovereignty in 2 referendums in 1967 and again as recently as 2002. Well, I'm joined now by Fabian Picardo, the Chief Minister of Gibraltar. Very good evening to you. And as we've been hearing this evening, the polls put Remain very slightly ahead of Leave, and it sounds like Nigel Farage has just about conceded. We've also heard that sterling is at its highest against the dollar since December. So you're feeling relieved tonight?
Not at all. I've seen too many exit polls come and go, give one direction, and then the result in the morning to be quite another. I think tonight is going to be quite a roller coaster of a night, and I wouldn't be confident in declaring this one way or the other than in Gibraltar, where I'm sure the vote will massively be to remain in the European Union.
Why is it so important for Gibraltarians to stay in the EU?
Well, because every Gibraltarian has skin in the game in terms of free movement. You know that our frontier is one that was opened by the European Union treaties. Spain wanted to accede to the EU in 1986, and to do so, she had to open our frontier fully in 1985. Mrs. Thatcher said, you're not coming in until there's freedom of movement for the Gibraltarians into the European continent. So every single Gibraltarian who wants to travel into Spain, or if we want to sell services into Europe, our gateway is the frontier with Spain. That's why it matters so much to all of us.
Yeah, 10,000 people travel into Gibraltar every day from across the border, don't they? We have heard sabre rattling throughout this campaign from the Spanish government. Is it just that, though? Is it empty threats? Would they really close the border?
Well, we've seen them do it in 1969. That was under a dictatorship of General Franco. Some of the rhetoric that comes out of Madrid today is exactly the same as the sorts of things we used to read about in the 60s and 70s. So we're too alive to the things that they're saying. We read the Spanish press in Gibraltar at the same time as we read the British press in Gibraltar every single day. These are the idle threats, perhaps, but they're idle threats being made by the person who is in charge of Spanish diplomacy. These are not the activists who came here from Spain to unfurl the flag. This is the highest person responsible for Spanish diplomacy. So we must be on our guard in that respect, and we must vote in this referendum with an eye to those threats becoming potentially a reality.
You mentioned those activists who unfurled the flag on the Rock just a few days ago. Part of their message was this is a tax haven here, and what you're doing doesn't fit in with the rest of Spain. Is there a sense, do you think, from the Spanish people that actually what happens here doesn't fit in with the rest of the country, and actually it's wrong?
Well, it would be be just on the extreme right of the Spanish spectrum. Gibraltar is far from being a tax haven. We have a rate of tax that is approved by the OECD. We share information with most of the world. We're going to exchange registers of beneficial ownership with all the members of the European Union, bar one, who haven't yet signed up. I think it's Poland or Austria. And we're going to exchange that information also with about another 40 or 50 other states in the world. So it's only Spain that calls us a tax haven. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom himself says that we are not, and so does the OECD, the IMF and the World Bank. I'd rather look at what those objective observers say than some bunch of crackpots in Spain.
OK, Fabian Picardo, thank you very much for being with us here on Sky News. Well, we are expecting a result pretty shortly. They're hoping the count, because it's only less than 24,000, will take just a couple of hours. So around 1:30 Gibraltar time, hopefully around 12:30 UK time. We'll, of course, bring it to you live.
Well, here in Belfast, the first ballot boxes have now arrived, but it's going to be some hours before we get the result for the whole of Northern Ireland. And it's going to be watched incredibly closely, because although this is a region, it's the smallest region in the UK, just 3% of the population here, in fact, it's going to be watched so closely. It's going to matter, some say, more than any other area, because it's the only part of the UK that has a land border with another EU country. Let me bring in our Ireland correspondent, David Blevins, who's here with me. And that land border has played a key part in this campaign, hasn't it?
Yes, if the early predictions are wrong and the UK has actually voted to leave, then by breakfast time, Northern Ireland could be where the UK ends and the EU begins. And there's been so much focus on that border and so much division over it, because the Leave campaign say nothing has to change there, that there is this informal agreement between Northern Ireland and the Republic that predates their membership of the European Union. The Remain campaign say you can't have it both ways. You can't say you're leaving the EU to take control of the borders but ignore this one. It would be an enormous task to strengthen that border. It's 310 miles long. There are multiple crossing points. It would be very difficult indeed. But the Irish government has been exploring the possibility of automated customs posts, for example. That's how seriously they're taking the possibility.
And there's not the issue of just of migration, but there's the issue of trade as well, isn't there? A huge amount of trade goes over that border.
Enormous. 1/3 of the imports into the Republic of Ireland come from the United Kingdom. Bilateral trade across that Irish border is £1 billion a week. One just tiny statistic that people will be surprised perhaps by is the fact that the London to Dublin air route is the second busiest in the world. The Republic of Ireland is exporting more from the United Kingdom than it does from India, China and Brazil combined. So there are enormous implications, Anna, and that's why the Irish Prime Minister, Taoiseach Enda Kenny, the Foreign Minister, Charlie Flanagan, they've been flying backwards and forwards to the UK to appeal to Irish people living in the UK to get out and vote. I suppose we'll find out in the early hours of the morning if they've done that.
Well, that's right, and we've seen a huge number of people campaigning here as well, haven't we? We've seen former Prime Ministers, Tony Blair and John Major, coming here warning that a Brexit might be problematic for peace and stability. I mean, how concerned are people about those issues, issues of security?
Well, indeed, the smallest part of the UK, and yet we've seen all the big hitters, the Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the two immediate past Prime Ministers, Tony Blair and Sir John Major, people who've played an important part in the peace process, and that's because they recognise that if the UK has voted to leave the EU, Sinn Féin will call for a referendum on removing the Irish border, on Northern Ireland effectively leaving the UK, quicker than the SNP will call for another referendum on Scottish independence. So it could be very destabilising for the peace process if that happens to be the result. But there's very little doubt about what the result will be in Northern Ireland on the basis of the predictions in the polls and how people have voted in the past. It's fairly clear that all of the nationalists, or the majority of nationalists, will have voted to remain, while the unionist community is divided. I'm predicting somewhere in the region of 55-45 for Northern Ireland, with the Remain camp just narrowly in front.
And to what extent could that be influenced by the subsidies as well that Northern Ireland receives? Some would say that they're a net beneficiary. The Leave camp might argue that it's perhaps break even, but they have benefited, haven't they, from money from the EU?
It's a very rural part of the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland. In 1 year alone, 38,000 farmers here received £380 million in subsidies from the EU. The Ulster Farmers Union didn't take a position on this because they realised that their members are very divided in the way forward. Theresa Villiers, the Northern Ireland Secretary, of course, who's been a very prominent figure in the Leave campaign, has been alleging and claiming that the British government would be able to replace those subsidies, but I think most people realise that's not realistic. The other thing I think worth mentioning, of course, is EU peace funding. Since the Good Friday Agreement, the EU has copper-fastened peace here to the tune of, wait for it, £1.3 billion. So there is an awful lot at stake for Northern Ireland if indeed the UK has voted to leave the European Union.
So it's going to be a fascinating result. David, thanks very much indeed. As I say, those first ballot boxes being counted here for the Belfast region. We should get the results for the whole of Northern Ireland declared here. They're talking about 4 or 5 in the morning, so fingers crossed we'll at least get it by then.
Well, here in Wales, 2.2 million people are eligible to vote, and we're expecting those results here in Wales to come through at around 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. I should point out that Wales actually benefits a huge amount from being a member of the European Union. In fact, on a per capita basis, they gain far more than any other part of the United Kingdom, and they receive more than £245 million than they pay out every single year. There are countries from all over the world that come here to Wales to set up manufacturing in order to take advantage of that European market. There are over 200, for example, from the United States, 50 from Japan. And when we're talking about agriculture, 90% of Welsh sheep meat and beef is sold to the European Union. The Welsh Assembly itself, a Labour majority, also broadly in favour of Europe. Having said all of that, we saw at the Welsh Assembly elections last month that there is a lot of apathy from traditional Labour voters in particular. They're disengaged from politics and they're very concerned about immigration. Now, UKIP got more seats in the Welsh Assembly, well, their first ever seats at the Welsh Assembly just last month. That in itself telling quite a big story. And of course, Tata Steel, we know that that's a big deal here for voters in Wales. There is a perception that Europe didn't do enough to stop the flooding of cheap steel from China into the market. So that could be decisive in the vote as well. Here in Cardiff, as you can see behind me, voting underway. Those postal votes already in the building. We're awaiting the others shortly. The first vote expected to be declared in Denbighshire. That's in the far north of Wales at around 1:30, 2 o'clock this morning. There are 22 different counts going on, like this one here in Cardiff, around the country. But we should get the regional result for the whole of Wales declared in Flintshire about 4:30, 5 o'clock.
Well, here in Sunderland, all of the ballot boxes have arrived in Sunderland Tennis Centre. The verification and counting process is well underway. It is a remarkable operation here. Sunderland prides itself on being first to declare a result. It's a record it's held since 1992, 6 general elections in a row, and it's hoping to do the same again tonight. And to do that, they've had a team of 70 runners collecting the boxes as they're dropped off by presiding officers from all of the different polling stations in the car park here, delivered, passed down the stairs in a chain fashion into the main sports hall here at Sunderland Tennis Centre, where some 200 counters are waiting for those boxes to arrive to start verifying that the number of votes in those ballot boxes corresponds with what they're expecting, and then counting those votes. We are expecting to have a result here at around 12:30, just after midnight, we understand. So it could be the first place to declare its result. Now, Sunderland is Labour heartland, so you might expect a strong vote for Leave, but it is a particularly Eurosceptic area, and UKIP is on the rise here. So the predictions are that the Leave vote will be higher here, but just down the road in Newcastle, we're expecting it to be the other way. Car manufacturing is big business here. Nissan is a major employer. 7,000 people employed by the car plant at Nissan, another 32,000 people employed in the area in the supply chain. Nissan's boss has come out to say that we should be remaining in the EU. And of the 500,000 cars manufactured here in Sunderland, 70% of them are exported to the EU. There's also the question of EU funding, because the North East receives more in funding from the European Union than any other region in England. But For the Leave vote, the issues are the same as they are nationwide. They are immigration, the strain on the NHS, strains on housing and on schools, and also the issue of sovereignty, of course. So it is expected here in Sunderland that we are going to be seeing a higher percentage for Leave, but just how high that margin is will give us a clearer picture of what it might look like nationwide. So expecting that result to be declared here sometime after midnight.
Sarah, thank you for that. And of course, a lot of focus tonight on what appears to be a very large turnout by traditional Labour voters. Not clear whether they are people who are motivated by anger with the government or whether they've come back for other reasons. Certainly some in the in-camp are saying that Labour voters and others have turned up for Remain because of economic worries. They've gone with the status quo, and also because they've been repelled, it is claimed, by the tactics of the Out campaign, particularly that focus on immigration. And of course, this election result comes, this election comes a week after the murder of the Labour MP Jo Cox. Now, a number of opinion polls tonight, and we've now got another one to add to the mix. This is conducted by the pollsters Ipsos Mori, opinion taken over the last 2 days, today and yesterday, and Ipsos Mori have come up with a figure of 54% for Remain and 46% for Leave. That, of course, compares with the YouGov poll conducted today of known voters, which came up with 52% for Remain and 48% for Leave. And then we also have Leave UK's own poll. They say they questioned 10,000 people, and they came out on the reverse, which is 52% for Leaving, 48% for Remaining. So far, the movements in the market appear to be that they think that the Remain camp have won. However, it's very important to stress, as you can see here in our counter, as yet no results from any of the 382 constituencies. So we are at this stage still in the hands of speculation and rumour. Well, let's go to John Craig, who is at the Leave UK party. John.
Adam, I'm joined by the co-chair of Labour Leave, that's Kate Hoey MP. Now, we've just had a poll, Ipsos Mori suggesting that it's 54 to 46 for Remain. Nigel Farage has said that it looks as though Remain will edge it. And yet, Leave EU's private polling says Leave are ahead by 52 to 48. Who's right? Who do you believe?
John, I'm not interested in any of these polls.
I'm
interested in...
Who's going to win?
Oh, that's a really silly question from someone with your experience. Now we have to wait until we get all the votes in. I'm pretty confident that we will be very, very close to winning, and we could still win. But, you know, it's been a fantastic campaign. I mean, you think that not just about a year ago, no one ever thought that anyone would get near to leaving the EU. And, you know, to come from a time when I and other people on the Labour side and right throughout the country were considered almost, you know, out on a limb and in a very, very small minority, to be in a situation where we're not sure, even at this stage, that we won't win is just, I think, brilliant, and shows that whatever happens, the country is very, very divided on this, and this issue will not go away.
You said this issue will not go away. Mr Farage has said he's not going to go away. What are Labour MPs like yourself? You are in a minority in the Labour Party. What are you going to do if it is a close win for Remain?
Well, I think what's going to happen is it'll be very interesting to see how the Labour vote of our supporters in the country goes. And I think we will find that Labour supporters will not have been listening to the Labour leadership on this, and that right across the country you will find thousands and thousands of Labour supporters abandoning the Labour view on this, because we've known for a long time, being out there, that Labour supporters, the Labour Party view on this is out of step with Labour supporters and ex-Labour supporters who, I'm afraid, we probably will find will not come back to us after the way that we have Labour leadership has fought this campaign of staying in.
And what do you think about Mr Corbyn's performance in all this? Because, of course, he's seen as a bit of a secret or not-so-secret Eurosceptic.
Well, it's been quite interesting not to be actually on the same side as Jeremy on anything to do with the EU, because, of course, for 27 years that I've been in Parliament, we've always been in the same lobby. I've always said that he is the leader now. He had to make decisions based on wanting to keep the party together. But also, you know, most of the things he said about the EU, I agree with. He said it's dysfunctional, it's got corruption, it's neoliberal. The crucial difference is Jeremy thinks it can still be reformed. I don't think it can be reformed, and I think this vote tonight, whatever happens, will show that the EU will not be able to be reformed.
What did you think about the Breaking Point poster unveiled by Nigel Farage? You're an MP for a multi-ethnic constituency.
I've already talked about that poster. I think there's a lot of things on both sides.
Tell us what you said about it.
John, if you would let me answer the question.
What
you
did
keep
you say?
butting in. I said that I did not like that poster. I thought it would not be understood by people. But I think more importantly, what we have got across this time is that it is not racist to talk about immigration. And Labour supporters up and down the country in deprived communities are fed up being told they're stupid, they're ignorant, they're racist, when all they're actually saying is that their communities have changed, that there is a huge, huge pressure on hospitals, on schools, and we have to get back control of our borders. It's not against immigration, but unfortunately people want to always portray anyone who speaks out as being some kind of racist, and that has not helped for the media to kind of almost carry on with that idea.
It was Michael Gove who said it made him shudder, if you remember.
Yeah.
Anyway, Kate Hoey, thank you very much. Got to go back to Adam, I think.
Yes, indeed, John. Well, we're getting some early reaction on social media from the leaders of the campaigns. Boris Johnson has tweeted for the first time since the polls closed, saying, "The polls have now closed. Democracy has been served. We await the verdict of the people. Thanks to everyone involved and everyone who voted." David Cameron on Facebook has been thanking people who voted for Britain to stay in the European Union, saying, "Thank you everyone who voted to keep Britain stronger, safer and better off in Europe," and to the thousands of Remain campaigners around the UK, seeing David Cameron and his wife Samantha who voted earlier today.
Well, Birmingham is a classic example of why size matters tonight. It's worth keeping in the back of your mind throughout this evening that this is not like a parliamentary vote where the constituencies are roughly the same size, say 57,000 or so in Wales or 72,000 for England. Birmingham is 10 times that number. This is based on local authorities. So the potential electorate for Birmingham is 707,000. It is, of course, also the second city in the UK after London, but it does not share London's cosmopolitan positivity towards the European Union. In fact, in terms of regions, the West Midlands joins the North West in being the regions that are most Eurosceptic in the whole of the UK. Back at me, as you can see, the boxes are still arriving, the counters are ready, the verification is taking place. The result here, about 4 a.m. The result nationally, we're expecting, if it is close, will be around breakfast time. But also around breakfast time, passengers will be arriving in France. They have departed this evening from Portsmouth, and with them, lucky thing, is Tom Cheshire. Tom.
Hi, yes, we're on the deck of the Normandy. We're just about to push off. We're going to spend the entire night getting reaction to the EU referendum results, going back and forth. Some people already happy. You can hear this concertina player behind me. He's very pro-Remain. He's happy at those two polls. And the reason we're here, we're on a Brittany ferry. They actually started in 1971, the year where we joined the EEC. And I'm joined now by their CEO, Christophe Mathieu. Christophe, what's the, for you, these two polls, they maybe indicate we're going to Remain. Is that good news for you?
Sure, we much prefer as a company the Remain scenario, and okay, we have to be cautious, and at the end of the day we would also respect if it was a Brexit, because we are a business, we don't do politics, but for sure it would be what we would prefer as a company, no question.
And does it make a difference for you how much there's a margin of difference in those polls? So if it's a thumping win for Remain or a thumping win for Leave, does that affect what you do?
No, it won't affect what we do. It doesn't matter. What would affect what we do is if it's a Brexit or a Remain for sure. The margin is more for the politician to draw a conclusion on that.
Well, thank you very much. We won't just be talking to the CEO, we'll be speaking to lots of people here on this ferry tonight. It's been quite an interesting campaign, but whatever way you voted, we're all in the same boat, quite literally in this case.
I'm in Clacton-on-Sea still. The counting is underway. Well, not the actual counting. What happens first is the verification process, and that is simply to tally the numbers of ballot papers that they're expecting with the actual number of ballot papers that are in the building. Once that is complete, that is then relayed to the regional counting centre, which is at Chelmsford. Once they're satisfied that everything has gone according to plan, then they give the go-ahead for the actual count to start. So we're in Clacton, the home, as we know, of UKIP's only MP, Douglas Carswell. We thought he might be here this evening. Possibly will be at the Chelmsford count, but he won't be gracing us with his presence this evening. And as we know, seaside town of Clacton-on-Sea, quite a sleepy area. It's got a very large elderly population. Lots of people come here to retire. There are more people who are retired here over the age of 65 than are working. Some areas of deprivation in this area of Clacton-on-Sea, but it ranges from that type of area to those that are very affluent. So quite a range of people in this area. We know that for the general election in 2015, the turnout for the vote was around 66%. Not so high for the European parliamentary elections, which were in 2014. That was as low as 36. The expectation is that tonight many more people will turn out. And we have to say that Tendring is number 3 in our chart of the most Eurosceptic areas in the country. Number 1 is Great Yarmouth, and we hope to hear from them a little later on. We do have a camera there. But Clacton, in Tendring, number 3 in our charts of areas that are most Eurosceptic. So we expect to give you an idea of the rundown of the voter turnout just once that verification process is complete. Once that's complete, we'll be able to give you an idea of who's turned out to vote tonight.
Well, thanks very much indeed, Gillian. Well, the polls have closed just under an hour ago, and the important thing to say is, as yet, not a single vote has been counted. The votes are being verified, as we're seeing, at counting stations across the country. Overall, there are 382 of them in the UK. We expect the main flow of results to come round about 2-3 in the morning, but we are expecting early results in the next hour. Now, so far, the optimism is with the Remain camp. 2 opinion polls, one from YouGov, one from Ipsos Mori, have said that they believe Britain has voted narrowly, the highest margin, 54% to 46%, that's in Ipsos Mori, to stay within the European Union. And since that news came out, the pound has risen 1% to $1.50. We're also hearing from Chukwuemeka in the Remain camp that he is cautiously optimistic. On the other hand, Nigel Farage has told Sky reporters that he believes that the Remain campaign have edged it. It is 11 o'clock. You're watching Decision Time, in or out, here on Sky News. The polls have been closed for an hour in the historic EU referendum. Counting of millions of votes is underway across the United Kingdom. As yet, there are no results. But YouGov carried out an on-the-day poll, and this is what it found. 52% support Remain, 48% back Leave. Well, the leader of the UK Independence Party, Nigel Farage MEP, has said that it looks like Remain will edge it. He told us it's been an extraordinary referendum campaign. Turnout looks to be exceptionally high, and it looks like Remain will edge it. UKIP and I are going nowhere. The party will only continue to grow stronger in the future. Those words of Nigel Farage. And in the last hour, I spoke to the leader of the House of Commons and out-campaigner Chris Grayling, and also to the leader for Labour in for Britain, Alan Johnson MP, and got their reactions to the initial YouGov poll news.
It's quite clear that the turnout's been quite high, But if I look at my own constituency, the turnout's high in areas that normally have a low turnout. So what do you make of that? I think we're only going to know the full picture as the night goes on, and frankly, anyone right now who is certain what the result is going to be only has to think back to last year.
Let's wait for a post-match analysis until it's post-match. And it was always going to be tight. I think the turnout in my constituency, which is what we go by, looks like it's higher than usual. The postal votes certainly were, but they're the people who, by virtue of the fact they bothered to apply for a postal vote, are usually good people at turning out. So who knows?
The Chief Minister of Gibraltar, Fabian Picardo, has said he is sure the vote in Gibraltar will be massively in favour of Remain.
I think tonight is going to be quite a roller coaster of a night, and I wouldn't be confident in declaring this one way or the other than in Gibraltar, where I'm sure the vote will massively be to remain in the European Union. Every Gibraltarian has skin in the game in terms of free movement. You know that our frontier is one that was opened by the European Union treaty. Spain wanted to accede to the EU in 1986, and to do so, she had to open our frontier fully in 1985. Mrs. Thatcher said, "You're not coming in until there's freedom of movement for the Gibraltarians into the European continent." So every single Gibraltarian who wants to travel into Spain, or if you want to sell services into Europe, our gateway is the frontier with Spain. That's why it matters so much to all of us.
In another development since polls closed this evening, 84 of the Conservative MPs who backed Leave are amongst those who signed a letter saying that David Cameron should remain as Prime Minister regardless of tonight's result. The list includes Boris Johnson and Michael Gove and every Cabinet Minister who supported Leave. Well, let's go to Sky's political editor Faisal Islam, who is in Downing Street. I don't know about the maths, Faisal Islam, but roughly half the Conservative Party, about 150, backed Leave, so they haven't all signed this letter, which presumably leads enough to try and have a challenge, if they want, to the Prime Minister's leadership of their party.
Yes, I think the Prime Minister will be very happy with having 84 of the Leave MPs backing him so quickly after the polls closed, but an awful lot depends on what the actual real numbers of counted votes will be. I've got some more detail, some more colour, if you like, to try and fill in what's happening around these polls. As you've been repeating, they're not exit polls. We've, with YouGov, have done a poll, an on-the-day poll of 3,000. We've heard about a private poll for UKIP of 10,000. There's no doubt that the optimism right now is on the side of people on the Remain side and in their Remain campaign. The pessimism, as you heard from Nigel Farage, is not quite concession, but suggestion that they haven't quite got there, is on the Leave side. Someone's actually tweeted something about bumping into Boris Johnson on the tube and him suggesting that he'd lost it. I don't know, you know, we'll check that out. But what those polling numbers show is, if you like, the big currents in the result. They don't tell us what the result is definitively going to be. What matters is not that air war, the broader stuff, but the ground war. Who's managed to get their vote out? What has caused this higher than expected turnout that we think we're going to get around about a general election, perhaps even higher? Now, it could be that it's Leave that have got this extra turnout, turning out Labour voters in Conservative areas that don't bother to vote because there's no point voting in a safe Conservative area. That's a possibility. If that's the case, then perhaps Leave should be more optimistic than some of these polls suggest. On the other hand, I've heard from in-campaign sources that they saw two swings. Just in the last few days, they saw something that we might kind of expected, which is a status quo reversion amid economic concerns from a broad mass of voters. That was positive for Remain, as we've seen in many previous referenda. But perhaps more interestingly, amongst core Labour Remain voters, there's also been a spike in turnout, say some in Stronger In, as a result of some concern and anger at the tactics of the Leave campaign. That was channelled at Labour voters, and they have turned out like it would be a general election. So that could mean, in fact, the winning margin for Remain.
Islam, thank you very much indeed. The news there from Downing Street from our political editor. Well, joining me here in Westminster is the Northern Ireland Secretary and a supporter of Leave, Theresa Villiers MP. Welcome to you indeed. You got any idea which way this is going?
Well, I have to say my instinct is that Remain have won. I mean, that's obviously partly based on the polls, but we obviously can't tell at this stage. You know, you know, it's everything to play for.
If Remain has one, why do you think that might be?
I think, well, there'll certainly be analysis of that. I mean, I suppose I would put it down to Project Fear succeeding. But I think it's quite difficult to speculate about a result that we haven't had yet.
You are also a signatory of this letter about David Cameron, I understand. What are you hoping to achieve by that?
I think it's crucial that whatever the result, David Cameron stays on as Prime Minister. He's got a strong mandate to do that because he won a general election everyone said he wouldn't. We also, need political stability. Again, Remain or leave, we need that political stability. And the Prime Minister is simply the best man for the job.
If it's gone his way, should he keep people such as yourself in the Cabinet, do you think?
Obviously, I'm slightly partisan on that question. I think it would, I would love to stay on in the Cabinet, and I think it's important that whoever is in the Cabinet, there's a balance of people who've supported the different sides of this campaign.
It's a very hard thing to be said. I mean, Project Fear, for example, I mean, it implied that on this important issue, you frankly didn't have confidence in David Cameron, so should he keep you in his team?
He generously allowed his Cabinet to pursue their own side of the debate based on personal conviction. David Cameron knows that I felt strongly about this issue for many years.
You actually would have resigned, as I understand it, to campaign for leave if that had been the option before you.
Yes. Well, thankfully, I never had to contemplate that or discuss that because the Prime Minister allowed his Cabinet to take a personal position on this issue. I mean, the first ever conversation I had with David Cameron was about why it was so important for the UK Conservative MEPs to leave the European People's Party, which is a federalist organisation. So for many years I've been concerned about the direction of the European project, and I continue to believe that if we vote leave, then this country has a very bright future outside the European Union. We're a great country. We can stand on our own 2 feet.
Well, again, I mean, conversely, why would you want to keep David Cameron if the country does vote to leave?
Because he has a mandate and he's the best man to lead the country. The last thing we would need is political instability at a time like this.
But if you think, as Boris Johnson said, that he's demented, presumably you wouldn't want a demented Conservative leader and Prime Minister?
Well, I don't think he's demented. Obviously, I wouldn't want a demented Prime Minister, but I don't believe the Prime Minister is demented.
And just finally, on Northern Ireland, we've been reporting from Northern Ireland tonight. They're one of the areas that is likely to declare early. It looks as if opinion in Northern Ireland is heavily in favour of remaining. You are strongly in favour of leaving. Does that make you the right person to be the Northern Ireland Secretary, do you think?
I believe I am still the right person to be the Northern Ireland Secretary. If Northern Ireland votes Remain, I think that doesn't affect my ability to do my job effectively as Secretary of State. After all, I've helped deliver 2 crucial cross-party agreements which have kept the political settlement stable and actually deliver more stable politics in Northern Ireland than we've seen for several years.
Because a lot of people didn't want a border and border controls to come between North and South in Northern Ireland, which would have been one of the consequences of leaving.
But in my view, it wouldn't have been. After all, we've had a common travel area between the UK and the Republic of Ireland for very nearly 100 years. It survived a civil war, a world war and 30 years of the Troubles. It would survive a Brexit vote.
Teresa Villas, thank you.
Welcome back to the Remain party. Lots of Conservative MPs arriving now. We did see a little bit earlier on Chuka Umunna, didn't we? I was hoping to speak to Nicky Morgan. She's just wandered off. We'll head in that direction and hopefully pick her up along the way. Beth Rigby with me. It's lively here, Beth.
It's really lively, and all the cabinet ministers now coming down. Liz Truss, the Environment Secretary's here. Nicky Morgan, the Education Secretary. Some of Number 10 chief aides have just wandered in. Apparently, Kay, they had a dinner at Number 10 with the PM, his closest team that have been helping him on this campaign. And now the PM is in Number 10 watching these results, and they're pretty confident, I think, now.
Okay, I saw Eddie Izzard. My producer said Eddie Izzard is here. You won't be able to miss him. He's got a dress on. So we'll chat to him as well a bit later. And I can see Liz Truss. Come this way. I'm so sorry, madam. Do beg your pardon. Come this way. Hi, Liz. You're live on Sky.
Hi, Kay.
Hi. How are you feeling about events?
Hopeful, I think. We've had a positive day out campaigning. Good response. So I'm hopeful about the results.
Are you confident?
But it's too early to say, I think, exactly what the results will be. So
quietly confident?
positive, I would say.
What do you think, if you have one, what do you think it was that tipped it in your favour?
I think the key issue in the debate has been the economy, the impact on people's jobs, the impact on trade, and that's what I've been hearing and I've been out and about today.
OK, when do you think you will know one way or the other?
We've got a few results coming through the night. I think at 12:30 there'll be some big results. We might know a bit more then, but we really do have to wait until all the results are in, until we know how it's looking.
And given that apparently it's a record turnout, that could take some time.
Yeah, the polling stations were incredibly busy today. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that people have participated, they've taken part in the decision. You know, this government gave people a referendum as a result of our manifesto commitment. We've followed through on it, and people really have had the opportunity to have their say.
OK, if I was to press you, Ms Truss, would you say that you're quietly confident?
I'd say optimistic.
That was a smile on your face.
Optimistic is the word I'd use at the moment.
Okay.
But we genuinely don't know. We haven't had the full results through.
OK, good to talk to you. Thanks
Thank
very
you.
much indeed. We were hearing there from Beth that apparently they were doing some private polling and they are quietly optimistic. Beth is still with us. Who else is around, Beth? Who else can we grab? I can see Nicky Morgan's already been snaffled by somebody else. We'll catch her in a second. And
well, that's Graham, who's the Prime Minister's press secretary. So he's been with the PM. Shall I ask him?
Yeah, go and ask him, and she'll come back to us in just a second. Apparently they had a private supper a little bit earlier on at Downing Street. He's shy, doesn't want to talk to us. OK, but they are quietly confident.
They're quietly confident. Again, they're saying it's very, very close. But we think that, or Number 10 and Labour have said to me that they think that turnout's high. They think it's about 70% perhaps. That's higher than the general election when it was 66%, lower than the Scottish referendum when it was 85%. But higher turnout's good for Remain. We know that, Kay, because higher turnout suggests that reluctant Remainers have actually been motivated to turn out to vote.
Am I right in saying, you'll know it better than me, is that Mr Lammy speaking to Mr Green there?
No, that's Trevor Phillips, I think.
Yeah, and who?
I think that's
and chatting to
Damien Green.
Let's go and chat to Damien Green, and it is Trevor Phillips. You're right.
European Conservative.
Okay, live on Sky. Sorry to interrupt. Hi.
Okay,
hi.
How are you?
I mistook you for Mr Lammy a short time ago. I do
know
beg your
people
pardon.
do.
Does that happen?
It happens all the time,
Okay.
even though I'm twice his age.
Yeah, David should be more annoyed than you should be about that.
There's an atmosphere of success here this evening. Is that fair to say?
Well, we're optimistic, but the truth is it's very early. Nobody knows what's happened. We haven't seen a single result yet, so it would be foolishly premature to start claiming victory.
Well, we know it's going to be close, and that's probably the most important lesson we're going to take out of all of this. I think we're hoping that the country has made what I regard as the right choice for the future, but we'll see.
Oh, on Facebook, we did Facebook Live a little bit earlier on, and there was a question that one of our contributors asked, which was, are some political careers finished tonight?
I don't necessarily think so, on the grounds that just generally it's quite difficult to sort of kill politicians' careers.
Well, there was a lot of blue-on-blue action, wasn't there? There was a lot of bloodshed on the carpet.
Well, and that's because this is not just a hugely important subject. It's a hugely emotive subject. It's not surprising. People argued their case on both sides very strongly. But it's important to step back. I mean, speaking just as a Conservative now, that we were only elected a year ago. We've got 4 years of this Parliament to go. There's a huge domestic agenda, and I know that many of my colleagues on both sides of the European argument are desperate to get onto the domestic agenda on which the government was elected. So I think from next week we can start doing that, and that, as is the way, the political world will move on.
Almost out of time. Are you quietly confident? Can we say that? People are pressing us to ask you whether you think you've won.
I really don't know, and I'm not going to pronounce on that. I would just say on this point, by the way, look, there have been some unpleasant things said by various people on both sides, but if one thing should come out of this is this country is ready for some robust and informed debate. And if the political class can learn anything, let's have the arguments out there. That's what we should learn from this.
Okay, good to talk to both of you. Thanks very much indeed. We'll catch up with you again later. For now, thanks very much. I think Nicky Morgan's going to have to go to the back of the class because we've lost her for now. Everybody wants to chat to her just at the moment. We'll try and find her, and we'll be back to you very shortly. But for now, back to you.
Here in Gibraltar, we're expecting a result imminently. It's come really quickly. It's no surprise, though, because 24,000 people were eligible to vote here. 83.6% exercised their right to do so. You can just see behind me the tables have been cleared away while the counting took place. It's been actually less than an hour, I think, of that counting. We're going to hear from the Chief Minister of Gibraltar shortly, Fabian Picardo, who I interviewed an hour or so ago. And I put it to him that the polls do look like we are going to stay. And he said, look, I don't trust them. I've seen too many polls get it wrong. But the people here of Gibraltar desperately want to stay. They want to remain in the EU. And the reason is the issue of sovereignty. Britain's had control of Gibraltar for over 300 years, but it's still contested by Spain. Only a few days ago, Spain's acting foreign minister said, look, if you vote to go, if Britain votes to leave the EU, then you know what? We could choose to close the border with Gibraltar. Who knows what we'll decide to do? And it has been an issue in the past. Just a few years ago, there was an issue over some fishing rights, and that's what Spain did. They made it really difficult for people trying to cross that border. And it's a border in which 10,000 people use every day to cross here into Gibraltar to come to work. And even though only 30,000 people live here, as I say, it's become very successful economically in its own right. Part of the reason of that is for tax issues. It's become a centre for gambling, offshore gambling that people use, and other industry, finance industries. So we're expecting that vote imminently. Stay with us. We'll bring it to you.
Thanks very much, Samantha. Well, I'm in Manchester Town Hall. Why is Manchester Town Hall important? Well, this is because where we're going to get the official final result when it is announced. The time we do not yet know. Jenny Watson, the Chief Counting Officer, will announce the result. Whether the UK has voted in or out to stay in or out of the EU will be announced here. It's a fantastic town hall. It's Victorian, it's neo-Gothic. It's a beautiful building to be in. No counting actually happening here yet. Well, the counting is happening in all the different areas. This is also the area we're going to get the regional results as well. The regional results for the Northwest. It's an important region, 11 regions across the UK. The Northwest is the biggest after London and the southeast. There are 1 million more people who are going to be voting in this region than in Scotland. 5.2 million people are going to be voting in the northwest, and it's an important region as well because of the differences and what it spans. It stretches from the Lake District in the north down to Manchester and Liverpool. It takes in a lot of rural areas, a lot of urban areas. There are university towns. There are areas of social deprivation, and there are also some affluent areas around Cheshire as well. So it's an area which really does have a great many different elements which will play into the results. Now, Salford and Stockport are two of the early declarations we're expecting around 1:30, and we think those will give a real indication of how the national picture may go. We've also, just down the road from us here in Manchester, the biggest city here, over 300,000 people have voted in that area. That is the electorate who are eligible to vote there. The counting is well underway there. We'll bring you that result. That is expected around 5 a.m, that result here. Interestingly, inside Manchester Town Hall, where I am now, the Victorian splendour, the walls are lined with paintings by Ford Madox Brown, charting the history of Manchester over the ages. A couple of them quite relevant to us. What we're just looking at here, the expulsion of the Danes from Manchester. We know that migration has been, of course, a key issue throughout this campaign. And the panel next to it, also very interesting. That looks at the establishment of the Flemish weavers in Manchester. Again, touching on elements of migration, but also touching on workers' rights, which have also been another key issue during this referendum campaign. So we, of course, have many hours to go until the results. The Electoral Commission say that you will hear it here first. They do say that they want to wait until all the results are in before they announce them here in Manchester. They say that'll be breakfast time. Whether it's an early breakfast or whether it's brunch is a different matter. But they also say that if at some point during the evening it becomes apparent, if it becomes impossible for one side to acknowledge that they have won or lost, if, for example, one of the sides gets over 50%, then they would have to get the agreement of both the in and out camps. But if they were able to do that, they may be able to announce it a little earlier than they would officially announce it before all the counting is completed. But they say that that really will be something they would do in extremis. They really want to wait until every single result is in before it's announced here in Manchester Town Hall.
Well, of course, in Scotland, over the past few years, we've seen so many of the accepted political truths turned on their heads. And it was in this very hall just over a year ago that Glasgow, once a Labour stronghold, converted entirely in the general election to Westminster to SNP. One truth that does remain is the fact that, that Scotland is essentially pretty pro-European. When you look at the polls and you strip out the undecideds, you know, the polls vary, but between 3/5 and as high as 3/4 of Scots are expected to vote to remain. So of the 32 counts that we're going to have back tonight, the question is not whether or not they will be voting in or out, but by what margin they will be choosing to stay within the European Union. That's not to say that, of course, the SNP, the party which is, of course, the biggest cheerleader for remaining in the Union, Nicola Sturgeon casting a vote just a few miles away from where I'm currently standing a little bit earlier this morning, that the SNP itself doesn't have its own problems with the European Union. You know, despite them changing their tack back in 1975, they actually campaigned against the EEC. In 1988, they took on the slogan "Independence in Europe." At the same time, they have problems with, for example, the common fisheries policy. They certainly don't like the euro. They don't want any closer fiscal integration. They've even got problems, you know, share them with plenty of people on the Leave side when it comes to, you know, supranational government intervention. They want to introduce a minimum pricing for alcohol here. That's not going to happen because of a decision of the European Court of Justice. Roughly 4 million votes could be cast here in Scotland. Let's speak to our Scotland correspondent James Matthews, who's down the M8 in Edinburgh, what could be the second largest count. James, give us a flavour of your experience of this campaign, whether or not it's been particularly vigorous. It doesn't appear that this particular referendum has set the heather alight in the same way that the last one did.
No, I think you're right, Neil. In fact, it's interesting. Everybody I speak to, from politicians down, you know, people who deal with counts, the infrastructure and everything else, the general view, almost universally held, is that it's a campaign that rather has passed Scotland by. And that, I think, is for a number of reasons. Referendum fatigue, principal among them, of course. 2 years ago, the independence referendum. And since then, of course, we've had two. And only recently, we've had the Scottish parliamentary election. So a bit of fatigue. I think the fact that it's been a UK campaign and therefore, naturally, I suppose, fairly London-centric. So, yeah, it's not quite set the heather alight. But clearly, Scots do have a stake, and I think if you look at the turnout, which is somewhere around 80%, indications would suggest 70–80%, then clearly Scots have voted in large numbers. Here in Edinburgh, the postal vote turnout figure is, I'm told, 82% thereabouts. I spoke to one Remain observer, one of these guys hovering on the side of the count, watching how the votes are shaking down. He reckons that they have it 3-1 on the postal vote, which, you know, doesn't necessarily mean that that's the way the whole vote will turn out, of course, but, you know, they are clearly taking encouragement from that. It's all very interesting north of the border, Neil, of course, because in about 12 hours' time, we'll have our cameras in front of Nicola Sturgeon asking the question, what now are the implications for a second independence referendum, whichever way this vote goes. And the SNP people I speak to, independence campaigners, it's interesting. They say, yes, of course, if there is a Brexit against Scottish wishes, then that may hasten an independence referendum. Others, though, say, look, if it's Remain, that gives Nicola Sturgeon, more time, less pressure. She can do things according to her own timetable, not necessarily be bounced into holding or trying to hold an independence referendum because of the Brexit result, should that happen.
Well, I'm here in the devolved nation of Wales. 2.2 million people on the electoral register expected to vote. We're expecting those results throughout the course of the night. You can see behind me for this count here in Cardiff, of course, the Welsh capital. Those postal votes have already arrived here, and throughout the night we're expecting those ballot boxes to be rifled through. Results around 4:30, 5 o'clock, and those national results, the regional results, being declared in Flintshire, and 4:30, 5 o'clock. Let's just talk about the picture here in Wales, though, broadly speaking. This is a country that they expected to get a Remain vote for. It has been tighter in the polls than perhaps they would have expected. This is a country that benefits a huge amount from being a member of the European Union. In fact, on a per capita basis, they gain more than any other part of the United Kingdom. £245 million more is paid in by the European Union than is paid out. There are companies from all over the world that come here to Wales to set up their manufacturing base to trade with the European market. We're talking about 200 from the States, 50 from Japan, companies like Toyota, and then of course there are all the smaller businesses that support those and feed into them. A lot of jobs therefore dependent on that European market. We've also, of course, got a large sort of agricultural market here in Wales. 90% of sheep meat, beef sold to the European Union. But having said all of that, this is a Labour heartland, and the Labour majority here in the Welsh Assembly, although in favour of Europe, have been struggling to get that message through to their voters. They have been apathetic, disengaged from politics. That was borne out in the Welsh Assembly results just a few weeks ago in May, and in fact immigration, a key issue here. Tata Steel could also be decisive, so we wait to get those results 5 o'clock this morning from here in Wales.
We've just come out on the balcony here at the Remain party just to have a little breather. It's certainly livening up in there. According to the latest opinion polls that we're looking at, they say that it is edging it for Remain, as Adam was saying. We're just looking at Betfair, one of the bookies, and they're saying there's a 90% chance that it is Remain. That is what is buzzing around this party. But it will be pausing in around about 2 or 3 minutes' time as those inside take a moment to reflect on the murder of Jo Cox MP, who was killed in her constituency, as you know, as she went about her business last Thursday afternoon, last Thursday lunchtime. So they are gathering now for the silence inside. We chose to come outside to be more respectful of that. Coming up afterwards, we are hoping to be speaking to not only Nicky Morgan, but also I think I've seen Chris Bryant as well, and he will take the opportunity to talk to us. Beth Rigby is here with me as well, and she has been chatting to the Prime Minister's team. Just pausing for the moment's silence in just a second or two. Prime Minister, quietly confident.
Quietly confident in number 10, quietly confident in Labour HQ, quietly confident, well, not so quietly confident at this party. Remain think that they've edged it, but Kay, it is still, you know, we haven't had any results yet, so I think we should just, you know, pause and not be too definitive about it, but certainly team Remain confident, and we've been in there tonight, both of us, and you can see the atmosphere. People are upbeat, ministers coming in, Nicky Morgan looking relaxed, she says she's confident. Liz Truss in there, the Environment Secretary, actually her seat is in Norfolk, where it's kind of quite a hard vote leave contingent in that part of the country, but she's confident. She thinks that things will go their way. One of the key things, Kay, has been that turnout's been high. So huge, not just high. Yeah, well, huge, exactly. So general election, it was 66%. They think it's coming in at about 70%. Again, it's really early to say, but that's
back in '97, wasn't it?
Exactly, and I mean, it's not as high as the Scottish referendum. That was enormous. That was 85%.
Okay, just looking at pictures actually as I talk to you, just heading down to the moment's silence, and we're seeing a huge image of Jo Cox in Leeds.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for the good start that we've made. Can I ask that you please stop verifying and stop what you're doing? Thank you. Our friends and colleagues in Kirklees are tonight paying tribute to the inspirational Jo Cox and her brave and courageous family. I would now ask that Leeds joins with Kirklees and the rest of Yorkshire and Humber in remembering Jo through a minute's silence. Thank you.
Moment's silence to remember Jo Cox, who was murdered on Thursday.
Very sad, Kay. Jo Cox, she had a couple of children, 3 and 5, MP for Batley and Spen. Her husband had a big memorial for her, big celebration as well in Trafalgar Square.
Nicky Morgan's just going to join us as well. Hello. Hello. We're just reflecting on the moment's silence.
Yes, I thought it was a really important thing to do. It's only a week since, obviously, Jo's brutal murder. Chuka was just talking about the last conversation he had with Jo and the article that she was writing. And, you know, she was a passionate supporter of the Remain campaign. So I think amidst all the noise and the chatter of tonight, it was absolutely right to have a minute to remember her.
How do you think it's going tonight?
Well, look, I mean, we haven't got any results yet. It's
Everybody
still...
keeps saying that.
Well, I know you've got hours.
They say that with a smile on their face.
Well, look, I know you've got hours for... But, look, we haven't got the results yet. I'm hopeful, I'm confident. I know on the basis of conversations I've had on my own constituency today and the last few days that actually people who were undecided were making their minds up to vote Remain, often citing actually their children and their grandchildren, thinking about the future, what was right for them. But obviously we've got a long way to go until we get those results.
If it is Remain, the Prime Minister will obviously stay in post. Can the party recover? There's been an awful lot of blood on the carpet.
Yes, the party absolutely can recover. Look, this is an issue that people feel very passionate about on either side of the debate. There are people who've been campaigning in one way or another for decades on this issue. So it's inevitable that in a hard-fought fight, people are going to make their case very passionately. They're not going to pull their punches. But yes, absolutely, because we have a very important domestic agenda that we were elected on just over a year ago as a majority Conservative government to deliver. So things in my area of education, health, jobs, taxes, apprenticeships, there's lots and lots that we absolutely, as a party, as a government, know that we need to deliver on for the British people who voted for us.
OK, well, you say that you've not got any results and yet we're about to get Gibraltar. Thanks very much indeed. Back to you.
Yes, this is what we're expecting to be the first declaration of the night. We're seeing the Gibraltarian First Minister there speaking to the counting officer. Of course, Gibraltar is a relatively small counting area. Let's go to Samantha Simmons, our woman on the ground. Samantha.
Yeah, Adam, 24,000 people eligible to vote here in Gibraltar, the only British overseas territory in which its population has been able to take part in the EU referendum. We know that the turnout's been 84%, so huge, and we aren't expecting any surprises here. The people of Gibraltar want to remain. They want to stay as part of the EU. They say it's vitally important to them and to their economy because they have a border with Spain, of course, right here on the rock. They're just at the very tip of mainland Spain. It's been a British overseas territory for 300 years now, but it's still one that Spain does contest. Just a few days ago, Spain's acting foreign minister actually said if Britain votes out, well, we might seize control of the border, we might stop people coming through. There have been all kinds of threats we've heard from the Spanish government over the past few days. We're expecting that to result. Let's listen in. Bit of a delayed pause there. Yeah, we had a bit of a delayed pause there, but the speeding here was, the counting here was really speedy. They only started counting, I think, about an hour ago, actually. And yeah, let's hear now.
Declaration of count totals. Referendum on the United Kingdom's membership of the European Union. As counting officer for the Gibraltar voting area at the referendum held on 23rd June 2016 under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the regional counting officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 20,172. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain a member of the European Union was 19,322.
Gibraltar votes Remain.
The number of votes cast in favour of leave the European Union was 823. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: no official mark, 0. Both answers voted for, 8. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 0. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 19. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 27. Signed by me, Paul Martinez, counting officer.
So
dated
Gibraltar
23rd of July.
has voted in, and let's cross now to the Leave EU party. Nigel Farage, leader of UKIP, has just arrived there. He's already said he believes his opponents have edged it, saying he's based that on private polls
ready, guys?
of friends in the city.
Not yet. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Good evening. I want to say a massive, massive thanks to every single voter today who had the guts to defy their party political leaders, to defy the establishment, to defy the elites and to defy the big boys. I can't imagine there's ever been a campaign in which ordinary folk have been subjected to so many threats. I have to say that it's been a long campaign. In my case, 25 years. And whatever happens tonight, whoever wins this battle, one thing I'm completely certain of is we are winning this war. Euroscepticism was considered to be fringy, fruitcakey, to quote the Prime Minister. Pretty odd. And now it looks like tonight, maybe just under half, maybe just over half the country is going to vote for us to leave the European Union. I promise you this, if the result is that we vote to leave, we must make sure the government carries out the will of the people. If the vote is we haven't quite made it, then we've got a lot to look forward to as continued EU members. Tomorrow, Mrs Mogherini, the Foreign Affairs Minister, will launch their big new global initiative, including defence. Next week, talks begin for Turkey to join the European Union. And in July or August, we look forward to the third Greek bailout. And what has dominated this campaign has been an issue that Westminster finds very difficult to talk about. An issue for which I have been demonised for much of the last 10 years, but an issue, and I shall never remember going to Bolton and a lady grabbing my hands with tears in her eyes and saying, why doesn't the Prime Minister come and see what he's done to our lives, how he's changed our community, what he's done to the prospects of our kids getting jobs or school places or houses? And that issue, if we do vote to remain, is one that is not going to go away. The Eurosceptic genie is out of the bottle, and it will now not be put back. But perhaps even more remarkably, the biggest change from this referendum is not what's happened in the United Kingdom, it's what's happened across the rest of the European Union. We now see in Denmark, in the Netherlands, and even in Italy, up to and around 50% of those populations want to leave the European Union. I hope and pray that my sense of this tonight is wrong. And my sense of this, and no, I'm not conceding, but my sense of this is that the government's registration scheme, getting 2 million voters on, the 48-hour extension, may be what tips the balance. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I made a fool of, believing that to be the case. But either way, whether I'm right or wrong, if we do stay part of this union, it is doomed. It is finished anyway. If we fail tonight, it will not be us that knocks out the first brick from the wall, but somebody else. We have fought an amazing campaign. Even a year ago, we were told the Remain campaign would be 20, 25, maybe even 30 points behind the establishment position. We're not. We're running them close. They've been scared. They've behaved pretty appallingly. But tonight, whatever the result, is not one for recriminations, but for a celebration that the landscape of British politics in the course of the last few weeks has changed, and it's changed forever. Win or lose this battle tonight, we will win this war. We will get our country back. We will get our independence back, and we will get our borders back. Thank you.
So Nigel Farage not conceding, saying he doesn't know which way it's going to go, although suggesting, as he told us earlier, that he thinks Remain may edge it, blaming the government's registration rules for that, but also claiming that we are winning the war as far as the European Union is concerned. He said it would fail. We can speak now to John Craig, who is at that Leave EU party. John, Mr Farage hedging his bets a bit now. I think John
I don't know if you can hear me, Adam. My microphone went astray in the scrum here. He's unconceded, hasn't he? Because at 10 o'clock he appeared to be saying, he told Sky News in fact, that he believed that the Remain campaign will edge it. Well, you heard him say here he's not conceding, but of course he's defending the campaign that he's fought. He said that if they lose the battle, they will win the war. So a pretty defiant Nigel Farage. I wonder if since 10 o'clock that some of his supporters have told him about that private poll that they've told us about, which has got Leave slightly ahead, 52 to 48. That's their own private polling, which contradicts some of the polls that you've been reporting, Adam. So Mr Farage has arrived here, and he'll no doubt spend the next a little bit of time now with his supporters. But he made a pretty defiant speech here, but he has not conceded defeat now. He's unconceded, if you like.
Well, thank you very much indeed, John Craig. We're shortly going to get our first result, we believe, from the northeast, Orkney and Newcastle counting. That is expected to be a vote for Remain. We've already seen a fairly comprehensive result from Gibraltar. Let's just have a look at that result in detail there. As you can see, 95.9%, 96% voting in and 4% voting out. Well, let's go to Brussels now, and the leader of Conservatives in the European Parliament and an in supporter, Ashley Fox, MEP, and also a Belgian MEP for the Ecolo Party, Philippe Lambert. Thank you both very much indeed for joining us. You,
Good evening,
Ms. Fox,
Good evening.
represent Gibraltar. What do you make of that massive 96% for Remain?
Well, I'm very pleased indeed. I'm not surprised, because the people of Gibraltar would be very badly affected by us leaving the EU. It would leave Spain able to close the border without any restraint. So I'm not surprised by that result. It's very pleasing.
Mr Lamberts, we don't know which way things are going to go at this stage. What do you make of Britain holding this referendum? Was it necessary in your view?
Well, I think that as politicians, we should never be afraid of asking our people what they think. So, in principle, I'm rather in favor of referenda. Now, when it comes to European matters, I'd rather ask the European peoples and not just one. Yet, I have respect for what has taken place today in the UK. And anyway, whichever way this falls, what I believe is that this is sending a signal to all European governments, not just the one in the United Kingdom, because whichever it goes, we know that a substantial, and maybe a majority, a substantial part of the British citizens, and they are not alone, because this is also true on the continent, are actually worried at the way, at the course that the European Union has been taking the last decades. So anyone who would say the in wins so we can carry on, and I've heard that before in these halls in Brussels, would be really committing suicide for the European project. Therefore, we need to heed the call, and we need to see what needs to be changed in the European Union, in the way we go about our business, but also in the policies that we are carrying out. And there, Ashley and I might differ, yet I do believe that not having the Brits at the table means a big loss. Because I do not want Europe to be just dominated by the Anglo-French, the German or French condominium, but which actually ends up being a German domination. You know, I want diversity in Europe, and I think that the Anglo-Saxons are bringing quite a lot to the table.
You heard Nigel Farage there saying that he believes he's going to win the war against the European Union, but also claiming that Europe was going to carry on developing an EU defence policy and also starting negotiations for Turkey to join the EU. Do you think there's any realistic prospect of Turkey becoming an EU member within the next 5 years, 10 years, say?
No chance.
None at all. None at all. And Nigel Farage is very good at promoting Nigel Farage.
Yeah.
But there is no prospect whatsoever of Turkey joining the EU.
Why is that? What's the point of starting negotiations? I mean, I thought Angela Merkel had done a deal with the Turkish president.
Well, quite simply, I think there are several member states that wouldn't want Turkey to join and would veto it. And I don't honestly think you'd get a majority of members of the European Parliament voting for it either.
I don't believe that Angela Merkel is really candid on this. Actually, she had to give something to Erdogan in order to get her deal. But I cannot believe that she's seriously considering the option. By the way, Angela Merkel, together with Nicolas Sarkozy, maybe 5 years ago, were the ones basically objecting to the very idea of the potential adhesion of Turkey to the European Union. So I would really be surprised if that materializes anytime soon. Anyway, Turkey is turning its back to the European Union. For a while, we had seen Turkey making progress in terms of rule of law, of independence of the media and all the rest of it. And now we've seen Erdogan basically turning his back on that and establishing an autocratic regime, if not more, in Turkey. This has nothing to do with European values.
Mr. Fox, if the Conservative Prime Minister has won what he wants, i.e. an endorsement for Britain to remain in the European Union, what do you think he should say when he next sees his European colleagues? Should he say, I apologise for being on the sidelines for so long, I now want to play a more central part in the EU?
No, of course he shouldn't apologise. We had every right to put in our manifesto that we would hold the referendum, and I'm pleased that we've done so. So I think the Prime Minister will continue to represent Britain in the European Council, and I don't think the attitude is going to change very much. We will always stick up for Britain's interests, just as every country does, and we'll fight our corner hard, and that is not going to change.
Ashley Fox and Philippe Lamberts, both members of the European Parliament, thank you for joining me.
Well, awaiting results in Orkney and in Newcastle, and certainly what the east of the country does will be absolutely fascinating when we move towards the final tally. Let me bring in now Conservative MP for Sutton Coldfield, Andrew Mitchell. You're a former Chief Whip. In fact, I think you were a junior whip, weren't you, in those early days of Maastricht in the 1990s?
I was.
And you say that family photos turned your hair white. Has this been that bad, do you think?
Well, family photos recorded that my hair turned white. It was the effect of the Maastricht debates, I think, that did it, rather than the family photos. But I mean, it has been a bruising experience for many Conservative members of Parliament. And referenda tend to do that, because referenda are polarising. Normally, we're always struggling in politics to try and get to the middle ground and reach a consensus. You win elections in Britain from the middle ground. Referenda do exactly the opposite. They polarise people. But equally, you know, Conservative members of Parliament aren't sort of blushing wallflowers. We're all quite robust, and we're capable of having a good argument and a fierce argument on the political issues without falling out as individuals. And I think although a lot of harsh things have been said and there's been quite a lot of sound and fury, I think when this is over there will be an overwhelming desire by the Conservative Parliamentary Party to honour the election victory last year and focus on the issues we were elected to deal with: social mobility, reforming the economy, making consumer capitalism work. Those will be the issues that people will be focusing on and not fighting yesterday's battle. So
were you one of those who signed this letter delivered to Downing Street saying that the Prime Minister has a mandate and indeed should continue in his role, whatever the result tonight?
Well, I haven't signed any letters, but clearly he does have a mandate, and clearly he should continue. There's a very strong government agenda which the public expect us to deliver. And once the referendum is over, the Prime Minister promised a referendum. The referendum has now taken place. The public will decide. And once the public has decided, we have to honour that decision and get on with the myriad of other things that the government has got to do.
Do you think that letter is sincere? Do you really think people like Boris Johnson would not rather replace the Prime Minister?
No, I'm absolutely certain that Boris wants good and godly government when this referendum is over. He knows that the political landscape is about more than just Europe. The public will decide, and after that's over, Boris, like everyone else in the party, will want to get behind the Prime Minister and ensure we deliver on that agenda.
Feeling confident tonight?
Well, it feels sort of in-ish, but I think it's very hard to say. A week ago, I thought that Brexit was going to win. I think it's going to be very close, but I think people have seen the way the markets have reacted to a possible Brexit result that wins. And I think people who've got savings or pensions and so on, they worry about the effect on themselves and on their children and their families. And I think in the last week or so, that point has really come home very hard.
Andrew Mitchell, supporting in yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, here in Clacton, the verification is continuing. We know that the sides for Leave and Remain, they have their agents here to verify what is actually going on and making sure that there are no mistakes made and that the rules are stuck to. And we're hearing from them. We've been speaking to Remain campaigner Ivan Henderson. He's the previous Labour MP for Clacton, the predecessor to Douglas Carswell. He lost his seat in 2005. Now a member of Essex County Council, and he says it's no big surprise that Leave are doing well in this area, but Remain will do better than Leave expect. There are many silent voices, he says, who will come out and vote Remain. For many years in this area, there's been a constant drip of anti-EU sentiment and opposition to immigration. He said that it's ironic, given that the ethnic population in Clacton and the Harwich area is only between just 2 and 3%. But Leave campaigners that we've spoke to, they have a different story to tell, as you would imagine. They're claiming that they're confident of a 75% Leave vote in some wards. And the councillor, the UKIP councillor, Kevin Watson, he's the councillor for the Jaywick area. He's claiming that in one ward of 4,000 voters, only 2 voted to Remain. That is a claim that he's made to us this evening. And he also says that despite the bad weather, they are expecting, or they expected a very, very high turnout. So 2 opposing claims at the count tonight. But certainly the Remain campaigner really saying what we thought, that it is no surprise. This is a highly Eurosceptic area. It's 3 in terms of our chart. Tendring is number 3. Great Yarmouth comes in at number 1. So no surprises here.
Well, in Sunderland, we've had the turnout figure announced. 64.9% people voted. 207,000 people were eligible to vote. 134,400 of them exercised that democratic right. And that's up on the turnout figure for the general election last year of 56.1%, and more than double the turnout for the European Parliament elections in 2014. We're waiting for a result here. They were hoping to be the first. There's a lot of competition between the northeast cities of Sunderland and Newcastle, and they're waiting anxiously to see if Newcastle might pit them to the post here. We can see a lot of the counters are sitting quietly, no more counting going on, so it may not be very long before they declare here in Sunderland. Sources are suggesting a strong result for Leave here in Sunderland, but just how strong remains to be seen and how that affects the national picture. If the gap is a small victory for Leave, well then that could imply a Remain vote for the country as a whole, according to the modelling done by Sky Data. If a large gap, say 10 points for example, that would be good news for Leave. So we are waiting for that result here in Sunderland. Hopefully it will be coming in the next half an hour.
Sarah, thank you very much indeed. So the first mainland results coming in, I have to say, on either side, that massive 95.9% in Gibraltar voting for Remain is going to be quite a target for any of the remaining 381 areas to beat. As we were hearing from the MP, Andrew Mitchell, the markets have reacted to the early suggestions that Remain is indeed going to prevail narrowly tonight, and our economics editor Ed Conway has more on that. Ed.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, throughout this referendum campaign, the strength of the pound has been seen as this kind of bellwether for how the UK is doing and just how kind of concerned people are about what's likely to happen in this referendum. The weaker the pound is, the more concern there is in broad terms. Lots of things affect movements of currencies. But over the course of this campaign, we've seen the pound go up and down in tune with what those polls have been telling us. And these immediate polls that we had just after the polls closed today, suggesting that there would be a potential lead for the Remain camp, have pushed up the pound. If you have a look at the far right, the top right here, that's the pound going to the strongest level against the dollar since December, about $1.50 to each pound. You can see, though, it's come down a bit in the last few minutes, so there has been a bit of a fall-off recently, and it's going to be a bumpy night for currencies. It's going to be a bumpy night for those traders, and many traders, both here in London and around the world, looking at currency markets, staying up to see how this evolves, because when those results come in, it is going to make a big difference to what people think about the prospects of the UK, about whether it's going to stay within the EU, what that's going to do to the economy, and they will be putting their money where their mouths are and investing or indeed selling the pound. So we're going to keep a close eye on what's going on with the currency. For the time being, though, that is the strongest it's been since December.
Ed, thank you very much indeed. And of course, important to say, we don't have enough results yet to be sure what the result is going to be this evening. We are getting some provisional information about turnout, people talking about record turnout. Michael, what are you hearing?
Well, we're projecting, just on the basis of provisional turnouts that we've received from a number of authorities now, a turnout of 70 to 71%, which, if that's the case, then that's excellent news, because that also tells us that the people that didn't turn out to vote in last year's general election have clearly been galvanised into turning out and voting in the EU referendum. Quite what the high turnout means in terms of the various Leave or Remain camps is open to question. You can make a case for either way, saying it's good or bad for Leave or Remain. So it is great news, isn't it, that so many people appear to have engaged with the referendum, and it sort of endorses, whatever the outcome is, it endorses it, that so many people became involved in this referendum.
As you say, you think turnout may be up around 70%. We saw Merthyr Tydfil there at 67%, not an area where one expects particularly large turnouts. So it does seem to be working class voters, Labour voters who haven't been seen so often at the ballot who are voting. Would that be right?
Well, I think it's impossible to say from the base of the overall data how individuals have behaved, but it certainly does suggest that because people knew that the referendum was...
Michael, let's go to Newcastle now. We're hearing the result. We'll get your analysis in a moment.
2015. And having been authorised to do so by the Regional Counting Officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 129,072. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 65,404. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 63,598.
So Remain wins in Newcastle upon Tyne. Michael, your reaction to that?
Well, we were expecting a close-run thing, and that is a close-run thing, Adam, that compared with Sunderland, which obviously will be very, very upset that they've been beaten by Newcastle there, we were expecting Newcastle just to sort of shade it in terms of the Remain camp. The rumours are that Sunderland is going to go the other way, and if both of those results are true, then that highlights the fact that nationally this is going to be close. It could go down to the wire.
Turnout there, we're seeing estimated turnout from Gibraltar and now together up at 69%. See that result in detail. 65,000 404 votes for remaining, 63,000 for 598. And just to say, strap at the bottom of your screen, we're still waiting for the result from Sunderland. We're going to get that in just a moment. So first blood, Gibraltar and now Newcastle going to the Remain campaign. But as Michael says, early results pretty much going with expectations. So not clear as yet which side is breaking from the pack. We can look in more detail now at that Newcastle result. As you see, the turnout there, 67.6%. And the margin of victory, which is really the very important thing tonight, because it's who gets the most votes as the two sides pile up around the country, was 1,800. And we can also see the Gibraltar result. So that is 95.9% there voting for Remain, 4% voting for Out. But of course, as you can see, far fewer votes cast in Gibraltar, much smaller than Newcastle. But nonetheless, that is the edge at this very early stage, with 2 in and 380 counting areas to go for Remain. You are watching Decision Time, In or Out, on Sky News. The polls have now been closed for just over 2 hours. So far, only early results in. Gibraltar has voted resoundingly to remain in, 95.9% of the population there voting to remain, 4.1% voting out.
The total number of ballot papers counted was 20,172.
And we can go now live to the Orkney Isles for the declaration there.
23rd June 2016, under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the regional council.
I'm sorry, we've lost sound connection to Orkney. This is the picture in Sunderland. We are expecting a declaration there as countings of millions of votes continues across the United Kingdom. Michael Thrasher, we've just had our first couple of results. Your thoughts so far?
Well, my thoughts so far, Adam, is that the polls that said it's going to be a close finish are not entirely wrong. The Newcastle result was more or less in line with our expectations that it was going to be close, that the Remain camp were not going to win Newcastle easily, and they 1,800 votes, wasn't it? So that combined with Gibraltar, that's a small 20,000 vote lead at this point for the Remain.
Say, Michael, we're just seeing the result coming in from Orkney. A little bit of problems with our signal, but the Orkney Islands have voted in. We'll bring you the details of those in just a moment.
We're expecting, Adam, across Scotland that most of the 30-odd counting areas will declare for Remain. The crucial question will be both the turnout, which we know is lower, it seems, than it was in the Scottish independence referendum.
Well, there it is, Orkney. We're just seeing the result there now. 7,189 votes for in, Remain, 4,193 votes for out. So again, a relatively small area in terms of population, and that's what matters there. Any thoughts on Orkney?
No, in line with our expectations that the Scottish Islands would vote to remain as part of the EU, as indeed the other Scottish authorities. But this is the regional differences are so important, Adam, as we made clear at the outset, that the expectation is that Scotland and London will be strongly Remain. The expectation is that the eastern region, East Midlands, West Midlands perhaps, and Yorkshire and Humberside will be quite strongly to leave. And the crucial question at the end of the day is the level of turnout in each region, and whether the various Remain and Leave campaigns have helped to deliver the vote in their strongest regions.
OK, just see a couple of turnouts there. South Tyneside, 68%, Stevenage, 73%. Professor Michael Thrash will be back to you soon. Let's go now, however, across London to Kay Burley, who has moved from the Remain party to the Leave party. Kay.
Absolutely. Come the other side of the Thames, north of the Thames. We're at the Leave party now. My Twitter buddy, Aaron Banks, is here in charge of Leave EU. Oh, absolutely. Well, it's all in banter, isn't it? So talk to us about how we're feeling.
Well, I'm feeling quite confident, strangely. I think the two polls that have come out, one was 52-48, the other one 48-52. Just seen the Newcastle result, which was very close, and that's a metropolitan Labour city. So I think it's still all to play for. I think Nigel just came up to me and said, oh, that's an interesting result.
Has he not already conceded?
Well, I think he's conceded, reconceded. You know, Nigel.
How much of a help or a hindrance has he been to your campaign?
He's why we're here. That's pure and simple. There's not been a hindrance at all.
OK, so when Vote Leave say, obviously, there's Leave.eu and Vote Leave, and there was some concern, you were quite upset at the time that you were chosen as the main party.
Well, I think the Vote Leave campaign is a Tory party campaign. It's their job to protect Tory party interests, and I suppose Leave.eu, though it wasn't originally set up that way, is more UKIP leaning.
OK, what about that poster?
Which poster?
Oh, you know which poster.
The immigration poster?
Yeah.
Look, I think any other day, being brutally frank, if the sad offence of Jo Cox hadn't have occurred, it would have passed without comment. I think Nigel was right to apologise for the timing of it, but right not to draw the actual contents of it, you know.
Okay.
I believe that. In fact, even the post at the bottom said the EU isn't working. And that's very clear it's not working. I think we're seeing seismic shifts all over Europe. We saw the Five-Star movement in Rome, you know, take the mayor of Rome. I think there's big stuff happening. It's not politics as usual.
What do you say to those who say Vote Leave, Boris's Vote Leaves, Nigel's Leave.eu? Because they've used quite a lot of the same slogans, haven't they?
Well, I think if you actually took away Boris and Nigel and actually read the speech, they're pretty much identical.
Never got them in the same room together, though.
Probably not going to happen now, is it?
Do you think you really will win? I mean, do you really think in your heart of hearts?
If I'm honest, I'm a fairly honest person. I always say what I think. I right now just don't. I know. You're very naughty on Twitter, Kay. But you know, I honestly, I still haven't got a clue. Come on, it's early time.
When do you think you'll know?
I think once we start to see some of the bigger results coming through from some of the areas that should be good for us, then we'll know.
And tell us a little bit more about your poll.
My health.
Poll. We can go on to your health if you like, but talk about your poll. Where you have you're down as 52-48 winning.
So it's 10,000 people, randomly selected across the country. It's very hard to do an exit poll, but we've done our best, and it's actually very close to the other poll that came out, isn't it? It's within the margin of error. So 52-48, 48-52. I think Nigel was way too early, but he's understandably nervous. It's 25 years of his life he's given to this, and whether you like him or don't like him, he's changed British politics in a way no one else has, really.
What's happening in there? Why are they behind closed doors?
Just got air conditioning there. We're making all the journalists sweat, no.
Can we go in?
It's not.
Can we go and have a chat with Nigel?
You better speak to the security. No, I don't think so.
Why not?
I think he's having a rest. You almost killed him out in the corridor.
Will we be able to chat to him later?
There's about 300 journalists. Give him a break.
Will we be able to chat to him?
Of course you will. He's got his merge shortly.
Is he going to come out again?
Yes, well, there's no other way out. So if you stay here long enough, you'll get
right?
it.
So
yes.
if we stay
if you
here,
stay
we're
here,
going to get a chat.
Come on, don't stalk him, Kay.
Okay.
Just like you stalked me on Twitter.
Aaron, it's great to talk to you. Thanks
pleasure.
very much indeed.
So
Thanks a lot. Back to you, Adam.
Thank you, Kay. We're just seeing pictures there from Manchester of Andy Burnham at the Manchester City Count. Mr. Burnham, of course, recently announced that he is running for mayor of Greater Manchester, which presumably has been giving up his shadow cabinet post. Well, joining me now to discuss the state of play, and I have to say it's still very early days indeed. We've only had 3 results in, are the Environment Minister and out supporter George Eustice MP and the Liberal Democrat peer and former leader of the party, Paddy Ashdown, who is backing in. George Eustace, do you know which way this is heading?
I think it's far too early. It does look like it's going to be close. I think what will really count is when we start getting the results coming through from some of those Midland seats, particularly the East Midlands and the West Country as well. And of course a lot hinges, I think, on what happens in London. It's a big population there. We know it's likely to be on the Remain side, and it's a question of how strongly on the Remain side.
I mean, indeed, Paddy Ashton, there were some people on the outside who were tweeting earlier on, don't let London and Scotland keep us in the European Union.
Yeah, well, that'll be the kind of comment we'll get afterwards, Adam. Am I going to make a prediction? Hang on, I've eaten my hat once, and I don't intend to do it again. So even if I could, even if I felt I knew one, I wouldn't, because I think George and I would disagree about most things, I think, but certainly about this, would be agree that this is it's too close to tell. It's too early to call yet. Two interesting facts, however. Nigel Farage, typical of the man. He calls a referendum and then won't accept its result, is now making it clear that he'll go on. He won't listen to the voices of the British people. I mean, I do beg everybody. This exercise has been very divisive. It's been very difficult. But the sovereign voice of the British people has spoken, even if they speak by one on one side, accept it and move on. Nigel tells us he can't. Well, given what we know about Nigel, that doesn't surprise me. Second is the 84 Tory MPs who say they want Mr Cameron to stay on. Well, of course they do. They want to make him his prisoner. That's exactly why they want him to stay on. I think he'd be very foolish in the case of an outvote to stay on.
All right, well, let's ask George Eustace about those 2 points. You weren't in the same team as Nigel Farage, although you were on the same side. Do you agree with him? To quote him, the war goes on, we will bring down the European Union?
No, look, I've always been clear that this was a once-in-a-generation opportunity to settle this, and I believe passionately that we'd be better off if we leave the European Union.
But if we don't?
But if we don't, I've always been clear I'd reconcile myself to that result, and we have to accept it and carry on with the business of government.
And would you try and make membership of the European Union work for Britain then?
Well, I think if the verdict of the people is that they want us to carry on and muddle through and try to make the thing work, then obviously that is what we will do, and that is what we must do. Because if people have cast a decision that is to stay in the European Union, we've got to respect that. And we've got to get back on with the business of government. We've got a manifesto to deliver, we've got other things to get on with, and everyone in the government at that point is going to pull together.
I mean, the problem with all this is that you know and I know that actually the British people cast a decision back in 1975 to be in the European Union. Successive governments were elected committed to the European Union, and yet it wasn't enough for some of your colleagues in the Conservative Party who forced David Cameron to hold this referendum. So,
well, look, I think in fairness, in the 45 years since we joined the European Union, it's changed enormously, and people thought at the time they were joining just a common market. It's changed. There's been a sort of mission creep, more and more powers accumulated, more and more legal authority going to the European courts. It was right, definitely, to have a referendum. That's why it was in our manifesto. Indeed, it used to be in the Liberal Democrat manifesto till they took it out and changed their minds on it. So it was the right thing to do to have this debate, and I still hope they will make the right decision, in my view, and take a decision.
I mean, the problem for a pro-European Britain like yourself is there's no indication it's going to be anything like the 2-to-1 vote for the European project that it was back in 1975.
The decision is the decision, and if the Prime Minister gets a mandate, no matter how large or small, I hope he'll go ahead and do what Britain should have been doing up until now, which is not spend so much time trying to find the exit, that it spends its time trying to build those relationships that can make the European work for us. And there are all sorts of things we can do. We can work with the Germans, if we build an alliance with them, to create much more liberal markets. And there is, we could work with the Danes to make it much more democratic. You know, Prime Minister will have, let's assume we vote Remain. I'm certainly not predicting it, but if that is indeed the outcome, the Prime Minister has two courses of action. One is to remain a prisoner of a divided Conservative Party, and the other is to celebrate the fact that we have lifted this heavy incubus from our shoulders. We can now go ahead and play a positive, constructive role in Europe, making the alliances to enable us to win in Europe, which we've never bothered to make until now.
Play a more positive role.
Look, in my view, if the Prime Minister is given the mandate, and I hope he will...
Counting officer for the Sunderland voting area at the referendum held on the 23rd of June 2016
in Scotland has voted in, meanwhile.
The European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the regional counting officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 134,400. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 51,930. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 82,000.
That's a big number.
And that was, I think, 82,000 voting out. So a substantial win there for the Leave campaign in Sunderland. Has to be said, it was anticipated that they would win, but what matters is the margin of victory as the votes.
The total number of
come up on both
votes
sides.
cast in favour of Leave was 82,394. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. No official mark.
So they were 82,000, so a margin of 30,000 votes for coming out. Let's get a quick reaction from Paddy Ashdown to that.
Bigger than expected for out. Let me just finish what I was going to say earlier on, because it's really important. The Prime Minister can choose to be a prisoner of the Conservative Party if he gets a mandate, or he can choose who dares wins and really go with it and push a European...
OK, well, let's go to Sarah Hewson. Paddy Ashdown here, Sarah, saying that that was a bigger than expected margin of victory for out.
Certainly was, and you can see the celebrations behind me from the Leave camp and that huge cheer that went up when those figures were announced. 51,930 votes for Remain, 82,394 votes for Remain, so 61% out vote here in Sunderland. It was expected to go that way. It is a Eurosceptic area, the 29th most Eurosceptic area in the UK, but that is a particularly strong showing for Leave, and I think that will be unsettling the Remain camp, particularly after that Newcastle result that we had just a few minutes ago that showed in, but only just, and was a smaller margin than had been expected. So huge celebrations by Leave supporters here in Sunderland with that result declared a significant victory for Leave.
And Sarah, as we saw while you were speaking, in the totalising of the votes so far, that result actually for the first time this evening has put out in the lead, currently 50.5% to 49.5%. Well, we'll be back with you in Sunderland for more reactions soon. But let's have a look at a result that also came in recently. This is our second result from Scotland, Clackmannanshire. And in Clackmannanshire, the results were as follows: 14,691 for in, 10,736 for out. That was a margin of 3,900 votes for the in campaign. But as you see from the strap at the bottom of your screen, with the results which we have in so far, just 5 out of 382 out narrowly in the lead.
I think one of the features of tonight is going to be the white blue-collar workers voting in larger numbers, so very solidly for out. Now, the question is, how does that play out in the long run? So I think that's just the first indication that that may be a feature coming through.
Well, we can look at the UK result now so far. You can see it on your screens. Currently, and this is with just 5 out of 382 results in, out is in the lead for the first time because it scored that big dividend in a big area of Sunderland, 50.5 to 49.5. Some economic reaction, which our economic editor, Ed Conway, can fill us in on.
Yeah, in short, Adam, the pound has absolutely gone through the floor. In fact, I've rarely ever seen as big a fall in sterling as we have just seen. Over the course of the last few minutes, the pound has fallen from about $1.50 down to $1.44. Just look at this sheer drop. This kind of thing almost never happens. I mean, you have to go back to eras like kind of Black Wednesday, when the pound obviously left the exchange rate mechanism, to see such instant falls. Even during the financial crisis, you didn't see falls of this kind of scale. And remember, just earlier on tonight, reacting to those early polls where we saw that there was many kind of pollsters expecting Remain to be in the lead. Now that we're seeing those results from Newcastle and from Sunderland, which look very positive for the Leave camp, the traders out there, mainly in New York, are selling the pound at a rate that I've rarely ever seen this before. This is going to be very volatile over the course of the coming minutes, so we'll keep an eye on this over the course of the next few minutes.
Well, welcome back to the count in Glasgow. We've had a number of results, two results in now. We've had the Orkney results, as expected, a vote for in. The result from Clackmannanshire, again, as expected, a result for in. Interesting, though, that we are beginning to get some indications that perhaps turnout in certain areas not quite as high as we might have expected. Let's speak now to Kezia Dugdale, of course, the Scottish Labour leader. What are you hearing at the moment? We're having a look round the count here in Glasgow, and the early indications appear to be that we are seeing a better turnout in those areas that we would expect to be voting to remain within the European Union, rather less of a turnout in those rather more Eurosceptic areas. Yeah, there's quite a strong sense that turnout is somewhere between the Scottish Parliament elections just 6 weeks ago and the referendum 18 months ago, perhaps closer to the Scottish Parliament result of around 65 to 70%. However, just walking around the tables here tonight, from the north to the south to the east to the west, it looks very much like a Remain vote for Glasgow. How has the campaign been fought up here? Because, quite frankly, a number of the arguments that we hear coming from Nicola Sturgeon about why we need to remain within the European Union, you know, it's a step into the unknown, jobs could be put at risk and the like. Well, those are the arguments that were used against Nicola Sturgeon during the independence referendum in 2014. What you have in Scotland, though, is 5 party leaders here who are all voting the same way today, that we're all making a positive case for why they felt that Scotland, as part of the United Kingdom, should remain within Europe. A big focus on jobs, a big focus on the economy, on workers' rights, for example. And with 5 party leaders speaking on those particular issues, you can see why there's a strong amount of support for the Remain vote. Kezia, I'm afraid we're going to... I just want to get one last thought here. What do you think is going to happen ultimately here? If we don't get quite the turnout, it could well be that the 4 million or so votes that could potentially be cast up here in Scotland really could prove pivotal, particularly if we see in the northeast of England, we see that vote becoming rather tight. Well, Scotland is, of course, part of the United Kingdom. We voted to be that way very strongly 18 months ago. So I think it's good to see Scotland influencing that UK-wide result. That's why we voted to remain part of the system, to influence it. So it's a bit early to make that prediction, but it could well happen tonight. Kezia Dugdale, thanks very much indeed. Yeah. OK, man of the moment, Nigel Farage with us. How's it going?
Well, Sunderland was fantastic. Newcastle was pretty amazing too. I was in Gateshead on Monday, actually. It's really interesting. I've spent most of the last month or so in the big Labour cities and towns of the Midlands of the north of England, and I think this is an element that people... we talk about Euroscepticism as if it's some sort of Tory division, as if the Labour Party now supports the European Union. Well, Jeremy Corbyn and his mates in Islington might support the European Union now, but out in the country, it's the Labour voters feeling really badly disaffected. So it's clearly very tight.
You were running away with it at one stage. What changed?
Well, there was a very major event, you know, a very major tragic event. That might have been part of it. But actually, to say we were running away with it's not right. A month ago, we were miles behind. And the reason we started to really build momentum, it was the day that Boris Johnson and the day that Michael Gove and then Frank Field and others started talking about an Australian-style point system. The day that was being talked about, not just by me and UKIP, but became part of a narrative of this country, that's what changed. That's what put us in contention. Without the immigration argument, we wouldn't have got anywhere near.
You're not saying that Jo Cox thing cost you the election?
No, I'm not saying that. But no, I'm not saying that. I mean, my view, right now, if you ask me what's going to happen, I think that Remain might just nick it. But there isn't much in it. And the government managed to register 2 million people, you know, and that may make the difference. Look, let's see. Either way, I tell you what's for certain, absolutely for certain, whoever wins this battle tonight, and just say we lost marginally, we're going to win this war. Because the biggest change of this election is not just that Euroscepticism is now a mainstream view in Britain, it's now a mainstream view in Denmark. and the Netherlands and Sweden and Italy. This referendum has transformed the politics of Europe. The genie is out of the bottle. It will never get put back.
What does Friday look like for you if you win and then if you lose?
Gosh, I mean, how long have you got? Look,
as long as you want.
Look, I don't know. I don't know what this result's going to be. I pray we win. And if we win, then Britain becomes an independent country again, and the European Union itself is finished. If we lose, all that would have happened is that process would have been delayed a bit.
OK, you wouldn't step down?
Well, it's not a question of accepting it. You know, I mean...
Because you did say you would step down if you won, didn't you? You said that your job would have been done. Didn't I hear you say that on the boat when you brought your flotilla down the Thames?
Well, you know, a lot of my job would have been done, but if we win, we have to make sure the British government carries out the wishes of the people. Don't forget, twice the Irish voted against the European Union and were forced to vote again. We have to make sure if we win, the British government actually does it.
Either way, you'll stay on then, is what you're saying?
Well, we're just warming up.
What about this pesky poster?
Well, what about it?
Do you think it cost you some votes?
Oh, everything I've ever said has cost us votes. When I said we should have an Australian-style point system, I was condemned for it. When I said we should leave the European Union 20 years ago, everything I've done, I've been condemned for. And let me just tell you this. What upsets the sensibilities of people here in SW1 amongst the political and media class is not how ordinary people in the country feel. Immigration is the biggest issue in this country. Make no mistake about it.
Do you regret the poster then?
I regret the death of Jo Cox.
If for nothing else, that it may have cost you votes.
I regret the death of Jo Cox and the timing of it. But do I regret the truth? Listen, you guys covered those pictures last year live on Sky News. Nobody called you racist for doing it, did they? It was the truth. It wasn't a mock-up. It wasn't a dodgy dossier. It was a reflection of the truth. And actually, the Schengen area is broken. The Euro area is broken. The European Union's broken. It's dying. It's dying. I hope tonight we're not the final brick from the wall.
I'm being told to wrap up. One final question. What do you say to those people who say, we've never seen you and Boris in the same room together? You seem to have an awful lot of the same catchphrases.
UKIP haven't just forced this referendum, haven't just changed the agenda of British politics, we've even changed the language.
Good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed for taking the time. We appreciate it. Thanks a lot. So, Mr Farage, if you want to... Thank you very much. So, Nigel Farage heading back into his room. John Craig is here. John, what do you make of that?
Defiant. He's changed, hasn't he, since 10 o'clock, when he sounded like he was conceding. He said he thought that Remain would edge it. Now, his private view, I can tell you, Kay, is that he still thinks Remain will edge it, but he hopes he's wrong. Yeah. Yes, his private view, unlike some politicians, his private view is the same as his public view. But he made a very defiant speech a little earlier on, in which he was saying some of the things he was saying to you in your interview, but one of the things he was complaining about was that 2-day extension of the registration. He said he hoped that it wasn't so close that that was a decisive factor. I think we always suspected that the outers would blame that if it was very, very close. And of course he has said all evening here, if it's close, I'm not going away, and this issue is not going away. And Kate Hoey said a very similar thing to me as well when I spoke to her. Just one final thing, very quickly. Just over there, when that stonking result from Sunderland came in, about 60-40 for Leave, the cheers that went up in here, enormous.
OK, thanks very much indeed, John. Let's just show you very quickly what the atmosphere is like here and have a quick look round the party before we head back. You'll know that we were at the Remain party a short time ago. Lots of champagne here as well. As John was saying, the mood was not particularly happy until that Sunderland vote came in, and that has very much changed the atmosphere here. So we will continue to monitor events for you on both sides of the Thames. We're with let's just ask these guys really quickly. Hi, how are you feeling about things now?
Positive, especially with the result now in Sunderland.
Down in the mouth beforehand, but Sunderland's buoyed everybody.
Yeah, I suppose that's right. I mean, everyone was hugging. It's what we want to see.
OK, lovely. Thanks very much. So, how are you feeling about the result?
Optimistic. After Sunderland, I think it's all to play for. Nothing's over till the end, is it? I mean, it all depends on one vote only. And we've only had 2 results, Sunderland and Newcastle.
And Gibraltar as well, of course.
Well, Gibraltar, yeah, but that's going to be a basket case, as far as... I can understand why they would vote to stay in, given their situation with Spain, but they're an unusual case. But I think it's great. I'm looking forward to
Thanks very much.
A possible good result.
Thanks very much indeed. So, Dave, just leave us with an image here of the party. It was pretty downhearted, but it's certainly been buoyed by what happens in Sunderland. A long way to go yet, though. Back to you, Neil.
Well, as we start to contemplate the fact that this race may well remain pretty close, we've seen a couple of results coming in Scotland. Yes, they have been for in, but frankly, all 32 unitary authorities that are returning votes this evening are expected to vote Remain. The question is, by what margin? And of course, whilst there is this popular perception that Scotland is rabidly pro-European, tonight will really be the test of that. And as we get indications that in certain areas the turnout might not be quite as high as some on the Remain side would like.
OK, we can go now live to the declaration in the City of London.
987, and the percentage turnout is 73.58%. These figures will now be displayed on the screen. So very shortly we will start to count the City of London votes in favour of each answer to the referendum question.
Right, this is just the turnout at 73% in the City of London, small area, obviously doing things fairly thoroughly. Let's just go back to Scotland briefly.
Yeah. Thanks, Adam. Well, let's bring in Joanna Cherry, who's, of course, the SNP MP for Edinburgh South West, a seat that she took from Labour's Alistair Darling back in that seismic night in May of 2015 when the SNP romped to victory. Ms Cherry, first of all, you're in Edinburgh this evening for us. What are the indications of turnout and, of course, result?
Well, we're hearing it's quite a good turnout, possibly in the region of 70 to 80%, not as high as the turnout in the referendum, but still, if it's as high as 70 or more, then that's quite a significant turnout. And I think if that were to be the case, it would reflect the fact that we've run a very positive campaign north of the border. As to the result in Edinburgh, indications are that it will be a Remain vote, but so we're cautiously optimistic of that, and it's what we would have expected from speaking to voters, certainly in my constituency, at my indication where the majority of people were going to vote to Remain.
Of course, it's not the result in Scotland that really is in much doubt. It's the result across the United Kingdom. And the stated position taken by the SNP is that if the United Kingdom votes to leave the European Union and Scotland, as expected, votes to remain, there are grounds for a second independence referendum. If that happens, when will that second referendum take place?
Well, the First Minister has been very clear that if there were to be a Brexit but Scotland voted to remain, then that would be a material and significant change of circumstances from the position at the time of the referendum in 2014. During the Scottish independence referendum, we were repeatedly told that the only way to guarantee Scotland's continued membership of the European Union was to vote no. Now, if the result tonight is that Scotland votes to remain in the European Union, but the rest of the UK takes us out of the European Union against our will, then clearly that promise would be broken and there would be grounds for a second referendum. But I'm not prepared to speculate about when that would be. We have made it very clear that we wanted a Remain vote across the United Kingdom. The First Minister has campaigned across the United Kingdom for a Remain vote. Alex Salmond, the former First Minister, has campaigned across the United Kingdom for a Remain vote. And people like myself have spoken at debates and rallies in London, as well as in Scotland, in support of a Remain vote. So the position of the Scottish National Party is that we would like the whole of the United Kingdom to remain in the European Union. And we realise that the vote is on a knife edge down south, but we hope that the outcome will be a Remain vote.
Joanna Cherry, thanks very much indeed.
Well, let's talk now to Sky's election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher of Plymouth University. And Michael, two key results in mainland England. First of all, this one in Sunderland. This is the only prize so far tonight for the Leave campaign, but it was the big one. Out 61%, and that's 82,000 votes. In 38%, 39%, and that was 51,000. And that, of course, was a margin of 30%, which cancelled out the four wins in much smaller population areas, including in Newcastle. Let's look at that now. Newcastle, 50.7%, very close indeed for in, and 49.3% for out. So, Michael, explain to us the significance. Big win for out in Sunderland, very close in Newcastle, of course, two neighbouring areas in the northeast.
Each of the camps, both Leave and Remain, have estimates. So they're working with estimates, as we all are, in terms of how each area should perform in terms of past voting and also in terms of its demographics. And the crucial point about those two results that you've just stated there, Sunderland and Newcastle, is that it was much higher than we expected for Leave, and in terms of Newcastle, it was much lower for Remain. And we saw with Ed's graphic there in terms of the nervousness of the money markets, and it will generate nervousness everywhere. So at this point, Leave are buoyant and the Remain camp are probably quite depressed and disillusioned with life. I tell you that this is going to go on all night. The result will fluctuate when different regions of the country come in with their scores. We don't actually know how they will vote. What we do know is that there is a very, very high turnout, higher than a general election. There is absolutely no doubt that some people have been brought into the referendum that wouldn't really engage in politics, general elections even. So it's covered parts of the country that it hasn't done before. So it's rather interesting what's happening. It is early days yet in terms of what the final outcome would be.
Michael, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's look at developments in the Conservative Party as we continue on this uncertain evening, not knowing which side is necessarily going to emerge the victor. Let's go to the Conservative MP, Robert Sims. He's in Poole now. He's been organising a letter, a so-called Save Dave letter, saying David Cameron should remain leader, whatever the outcome tonight. Mr Sims, what's the purpose of your letter?
Those of us who support Vote Leave...
302. The percentage turnout...
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there. Let's go to Grimsby.
We shall now proceed to the second stage and conclusion of the count. Thank you.
I'm sorry, that was just the verification of the turnout. Let's go back to Mr Sims. Mr Sims, I apologise for interrupting you. Could you tell me, please, what you're hoping to achieve with this letter?
That's OK. Those of us in Vote Leave who've been campaigning to leave the European Union have throughout the campaign been saying that we support David Cameron. It was felt by many of us that we ought to have a collective effort at the end of the campaign to restate that whatever the result tonight, whether it's a narrow Remain win or indeed a narrow Leave win, Cameron is the person best placed to continue governing the country. He got a mandate 12 months ago. It was in our manifesto to have a referendum. As a politician, he's carried out a manifesto pledge, and we believe he's the best person to deal with whatever the British people decide tonight.
Do you think the party can unite, given the very bitter personal attacks on his integrity that some of his close colleagues have made during this campaign?
I think actually the relationship between both Vote Leave and both Remain actually have been pretty good. There have been one or two hot-tempered exchanges, but that happens when you have a campaign running for several weeks. My expectation tonight is that whatever the result, the Conservative Party will unite behind David Cameron and we will continue to govern the country. We've got business next week, we've got the finance bill next week, and we will be trooping through the lobbies as one next week, and we will then have to deal with whatever the electorate give us as a result of tonight.
And what do you think is going to be the result tonight?
I think it could be very close. All the evidence that I was getting from colleagues and talking to both those colleagues who Remain and colleagues who Vote Leave is that it will be quite close tonight, and I don't think we're going to know till the very early hours of the morning. Conventional wisdom, the bookies are still saying Remain, but I'm not altogether sure that they're going to carry the day. Even looking here at various counts, I think it's looking very promising for those of us that want to exit the EU.
Sims, thank you very much indeed. Well, with me now is the prominent Out campaigner, another Conservative MP, John Redwood. You haven't signed this letter.
No, I wasn't asked to, but I can't see the point of it. I think we first of all need to know what the will of the people is, and then we need to hear from the Prime Minister and leader how he proposes to implement the public will.
So you think that there should be a question mark over whether David Cameron continues?
Well, I wouldn't have raised the question. I think that now is not the time for the question. We first of all need to know what the public will is. I think Leave may well win, which is obviously what I want. And then we would expect to hear from our leader about how he intends to go about doing that. And he will obviously need either way to build a new government which binds together the party, because there have been big divisions over this. And there's a lot of talent. I'm not talking about myself. There's a lot of talent on the Leave side, and he needs to harness that to knit the party together.
But if he's defeated on a question which he clearly regards as being vital for the prosperity of the nation, should he continue as the national leader?
Well, that's a matter for him. I mean, we don't yet know. So I say, let's find out what the result is. He will make his own decision, and only he can decide whether he feels really comfortable implementing the public will when we know what it is, and he will tell us. So I think we ask him first.
Now, you were with me when we were reporting that Sunderland result and then that immediate drop of the pound on international markets. What did you make of that?
Well, entirely expected, because we know that the last 4 days, for some unknown reason, the markets have all decided that Remain has definitely stitched this up and won it. And so they pushed the pound up to a high level, the highest level so far this year. I mean, it's fallen back so far to a level still quite a bit above the low at the end of February, before all this referendum debate got going. I would say to people, the pound goes up and down. It's gone up and down an awful lot all the time we've been in the EU. If we leave the EU, it will also go up and down. But there are limits to how far it can go down. If it goes down too far, people will buy it. If it goes down a bit, we become more competitive. It's not all bad news, but the markets will decide, and I don't think that should determine whether this is a good or bad idea.
I mean, doesn't that actually indicate that Project Fear was Project Fact, that international markets will lose confidence if they think that your side, the outside, is going to win?
No, it was Project Nonsense, because they also said that interest rates would go up, whereas we've had interest rates falling throughout the referendum period, even when people thought that Leave might well win. And they said there's going to be a recession, and clearly there won't be a recession because of Brexit. They had to put a lot of gloomy material into a very gloomy forecast. And there's no way that Germany is going to stop trading with the United Kingdom overnight if we voted for Leave. We've already heard recently from the representatives of German industry to their politicians saying we don't want any new barriers or tariffs in the way of trade because it's very important to Germany there shouldn't be so.
But we will be negotiating with 27 nations who might, some of those 27 might regard things a bit differently from Germany, the French, for example.
But we start from a position where we have a perfectly reasonable trading arrangement. They would have to recommend and put to us possible changes. And I just do not believe the French are going to say, please, can we have tariffs against our cheese and wine and our cars? Of course they're not going to say that. And the French are realistic enough to know that if they're not going to put barriers in the way of their exports to us, they can't start putting tariffs on us.
So your feelings, where are we going to be at breakfast time?
Well, I'm hoping that my side has won, because I want to live in an independent country where we've taken back control of our money and our borders and our laws, because I think we'd be a much happier nation, and I think we'd be better Europeans, because we've been a great drag on this whole project. And one of the extraordinary things in the campaign was all the people I debated with from Remain, very clever people. None of them said they liked the EU, none of them said they wanted more EU, none of them wanted more laws from the EU.
Into a corner.
Well, they didn't have to be Eurosceptic, but they were trying to be Eurosceptic because they knew that the public have had it up to here with EU laws, EU taxes, EU taking our money away. And instead of saying there's a purpose for this, we want a more united Europe, they were saying, oh, we got a special deal, you know, Britain won't be dragged into any of these things. And if by any chance Remain has won, then I and my colleagues will be there as the guardians of those promises, saying, OK, are you vetoing the Turkish accession to the EU as you promised? Are you going to get control back over that in the way you suggested? Are we going to have that treaty change, which you said is crucial?
See. Only 5 out of 382 results in so far, and out currently narrowly in the lead. John Redwood, thank you.
Well, here in Wales, suffice to say, there are jitters. All night we've been hearing from the out camp that they are quietly confident, but in the last sort of half an hour to 45 minutes, we've heard from the Remain camp that they are now worried about the results here in Wales. I must stress we haven't had any results in yet, but one person saying to me they fear Wales may have bitten the hand that feeds them. Let me explain what they mean by that. Wales actually gains more than it pays into the EU, 245 million a year ploughed into Wales. Per capita, it gains more than any other part of the UK. That's given specifically to deprived areas here in Wales. But whether that message has trickled down to those voters remains to be seen. Leanne Wood from Plaid Cymru, an ardent in-campaigner, has said it is far tighter here than she expected, and we will be speaking to her on Sky News later on this morning. The issues and the things that we think the voters may have ended up casting that vote on boil down to two things here in Wales. Crucially, number one, immigration. And we saw that at the Welsh Assembly elections just a few weeks ago, UKIP gaining their first seats in the Welsh Assembly. And the second issue, Tata Steel. And there is a perception from workers, from the unions as well, that has been peddled by them, that the European Union did not do enough to challenge the influx of cheap Chinese steel into the market, and we will just have to wait and see whether or not that translates into an outvote for Wales. Before Sunderland declared, it looked, from what the out camp was saying anyway, that Wales may be the only nation in the United Kingdom to vote out. I think it's far too early to make that call, but certainly, as I say, Wales should traditionally be a Remain nation. At the moment, everything's to play for, and I think we may see that going throughout the night as the results come in. The first results, 45 minutes, coming from the north of the country. Here in Cardiff, those results being counted frantically behind me. 4:30, 5 o'clock, we're expecting those results.
Well, thank you for that. Flow of results coming in slightly slower than had been anticipated let's go to Ed Conway to analyse what information we have from those early results.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And you may see, actually, if you're looking here, we were talking about the pound earlier and how sharply it had fallen. You can see, actually, on the top left-hand side of the screen, you can see a little representation of just how the pound is doing over the course of this kind of counting period. Note that that is basically since 10 o'clock, so it may not look like quite such a big fall.
Under the European Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the regional counting officer.
This is the Isles of Scilly declaration.
But I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 1,424. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 803. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 621. The number of ballots papers rejected was as follows. No official mark, none. Both answers voted for, none. Writing or mark which the voter could be identified, none. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, none. The total number of ballots therefore rejected was 0. Thank you very much.
So Orkney at one end of the British Isles and now Scilly at the other have both voted in, but of course relatively small numbers of votes involved there. We've also had the first result from Northern Ireland. Now, this is an uncertified result because they are counting everything centrally. That was in Foyle in Northern Ireland, and that was a heavy vote for in, which is one of the reasons why you see now in the counter on the bottom right-hand side of your screen that in have once again taken the lead thanks to that big margin. But let's go back now to Ed. Ed.
Thanks, Adam. Well, let's just talk through just how the kind of counting process is going to work and why turnout, those numbers you'll often see at the bottom of the screen, why that's going to be all important. Because, so the votes over the course of this morning are going to be counted up in 382. There are 382 of these voting areas spread across the country, and of course Gibraltar, we've heard the result from there. Now, these colours that you can see behind me, they represent Sky Data Research and YouGov in Northern Ireland on just how Eurosceptic or otherwise these areas are likely to be. And the oranges are more pro-EU, and the darker they are, the more pro-EU, and the blues are more Eurosceptic. So the darker the blue, the more Eurosceptic. And you see a pattern there. Scotland, very Europhile, and down in England, the heartlands of England, particularly Eurosceptic. But remember, just as we go through the course of these results, this is not like a general election. We've got over 46 million people eligible to vote, and every single one of those votes counts. So turnout is going to be absolutely crucial. Now, it's believed that turnout could be close to 70%, so that reduces our number of voters to just over 32 million total voters. And, of course, different regions might behave differently. This is the crucial thing here. So let's bring out Scotland. They've got nearly 4 million voters in Scotland. Think back to the Scottish referendum on independence. Turnout there, nearly 85%. So what if that was replicated here? Look at how the influence of Scotland gets bigger. That circle becomes bigger. Now look at London. Let's pull out London. It's split into 33 different areas. They look small there, don't they? But actually, you pull them out, and the total voting population there is 5.4 million. So turnout for the most recent London elections was 46%. If that was replicated here, let's take that London, make it into a kind of one circle. If that was replicated here, the influence of London gets smaller. So it really comes down to who is actually turning up to vote. Was it raining? Did you get there? Now, why does this matter? It matters because there are the same number of voters in those two small areas as 139 of the smallest voting areas throughout England. So you can see just why these areas matter. And Sky data suggests that these areas are more Eurosceptic.
Well, let's get the views now of Chuka Umunna, the Labour MP and supporter of Ian. And Ed Conway there was looking at it. I mean, the worry some people have that at the end of the night, whatever the result, we're going to have a very divided country. Richer, more metropolitan parts of the country, Scotland and London and maybe the South East, heavily backing the European Union, but the rest of the country feeling that it's losing out.
That's right. We are a divided country. That is the big conclusion you can draw from this EU referendum campaign. I think in general elections you have different party affiliations. It's more complex, but this has made it very stark. And why have we got these divisions? We've got these divisions because we are going through a tremendous amount of change. Technology is disrupting everything. It's disrupting people's jobs. Jobs you thought you could do for life before, you cannot do for life anymore. And we're facing more international competition than ever before from emerging market economies. We've not had this before. Now, some areas and some people and some groups are massively flourishing in this context, and others are not. Now, the question for us as a country, in my view, is in the context of all this change and insecurity, do you take the course of looking at who you blame for these problems and find solutions through blaming groups and blaming things, whether it's the EU or some other thing? Or do we actually work out how we come together to resolve these issues? Now, my view is, whatever happens, whether it's vote, remain or leave...
Let's go to Swindon, very important swing area, Swindon.
Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the regional counting officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 113,060. The number of votes cast in favour of remain a member of the European Union was 51,220.
Swindon has voted
The number
out.
of votes cast in favour of leave the European Union was 61,745. The number of ballot papers...
So Swindon votes out by a 10,000 margin. Swindon, very much regarded as Middle England, a swing area of the country. Let's get the reaction of Chuka Umunna to that.
Well, I think we're going to get lots of results like this. Some will surprise, some won't surprise, some will show more for leave, some... I mean, it's impossible at this stage to really draw conclusions. The only thing I would say about the result is I always said at the beginning of this campaign, right back in February, at the time of the renegotiation, that I thought it was going to be very, very close indeed, and it could go either way. Now, you know, my kind of hope is, and my hunch is, if you were to force me to call it, I'd say Remain just gets it, but it could easily go the other way.
Now, what about Swindon? Because, you know, in the M4 corridor, relatively prosperous, some people would say, and yet going on the other side of the divide you were describing.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But this plays different ways because there's different demographics. You've got class issues. If this plays a different way according to whether you have an immigrant background. It plays different ways according to your generation, whether you're older, whether you're younger, whether you're male or female. It's impossible to draw conclusions right now. But what I do know is that the EU and leaving the European Union has been presented by the Vote Leave campaign in this EU referendum period we've had as the solution to all our problems. You vote leave, we leave the European Union, we have no migration issues at all. That is a complete con. You know, we have more people coming to our country from outside the European Union than coming to our country from in the European Union, and they're coming under a scheme, a points-based system that Vote Leave said would solve all our problems.
But I mean, is it extraordinary if we've got half the country turning out, and let's remember they are going against the advice not just of the Conservative leadership, but the Labour leadership, the SNP leadership, the Liberal Democrat leadership.
Well, hang on just a minute. Remember, the Conservative Party has a neutral position in this referendum. Some government ministers, the majority of government ministers...
has a pro.
It has a pro position, but hang on, there are a whole bunch of government ministers, 7 members of the cabinet, who want us to leave. So, you know, I think that's an important distinction. Obviously, the Labour Party wholeheartedly wants us to stay in.
This is going to be a close-run thing. Yeah. With the nation divided, what does the Labour Party do?
I think we have to find a way of dealing with the immigration issue in a Labour way. And part of our problem, I think, going into the general election, and I think we didn't have a bad position, was that you came at it economically. Yeah. You know, the solution is not an accountant's answer. This goes beyond economics. It's also a cultural and identity thing, which is going to play out much more strongly in the context of globalisation when people feel the whole world is changing around them. And so that's the solution. I think part of that is how do we become a more integrated society? A lot of this debate's focused on numbers of immigrants coming here. What about what we do to make sure they're part of our communities when they're here? Here in London...
Some people say, if we're feeling under pressure, there's a lot of competition, just keep people out and then I'll have less pressure on me.
I don't think that's going to solve the problems that we have. I don't think, in the end, that we have a shortage of school places, a shortage of teachers, challenges in our NHS because we have all these immigrants here. We've had a Conservative government underfunding those things. And, you know, why have there been change in the industries that used to employ people in your communities? Is that all because of immigrants? I don't think it is. I think you're seeing technology mean that jobs have gone to China and India. Why have we not been implementing industrial strategies to build new industries in these areas? Okay. That's the positive way of finding solutions to these problems.
Shukran, thank you very much indeed. Well, while we were speaking, Broxbourne also voted out, and we've seen that seesaw, as you were saying, between the two sides. Briefly in, we're back in the lead. There's the Broxbourne result, 66% voting out, 2-1 voting out, 33% voting in. That's put out back in the lead. Let's get the thoughts of Sky's election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher. Broxbourne and Swindon there, Michael, both very much Middle England sort of places. What do you make of it?
But in terms of their demographics and their past voting behaviour, Adam, actually they're right on our estimates for where they should have been in terms of the percentage leave. So unlike the Newcastle-Sunderland scenario, which really kind of changed the game somewhat, these two are very much in line. And what they each tell us in the same way, which we all know, is that the outcome is going to be extremely close. And it's just going to be a matter of a few percentage points. So based on the handful of results that we've had so far, we are confirming that the outcome is going to be very, very close indeed between Remain and Leave. And although one might be edging ahead of the other, I suspect that when we start getting results in from different parts of the country, particularly London, for example, then we may see the balance shift. But certainly both Broxbourne and Swindon were right exactly where we expected them to be.
Michael, thank you very much indeed. Well, 8 results in, 382 in all, so many, many more to come in. Too close to call at this stage. You are watching Decision Time, in or out, on Sky News. It is 1 o'clock in the morning and the polls have been closed for 3 hours in the historic EU referendum. A handful of counting areas have declared. What we do know is that there's been a high turnout, higher, we think, than for last year's general election. The declarations are beginning to come in more quickly now, but the first of the night was from Gibraltar.
The total number of ballot papers counted was 20,172. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain a member of the European Union was 19,322.
The Rock voted solidly to remain in. 95.9% of the population there backing Remain, compared to 4.1% for Out. But Sunderland has delivered a resounding no vote.
The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 51,930. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 82,000.
61.3% of the electorate there voted to leave the EU, 38.7% voted to remain. And in the last half hour, the leader of UKIP, Nigel Farage, has said he thinks the Remain side may have narrowly won.
My view,
but
right
that
now,
Leave
if you
will win
ask
in the...
me what's going to happen, I think that Remain might just nick it. But there isn't much in it. And the government managed to register 2 million people, you know, and that may make the difference. Look, let's see. Either way, I tell you what's for certain, absolutely for certain, whoever wins this battle tonight, and just say we lost marginally, we're going to win this war.
In another development this evening, 84 of the Conservative MPs who backed Leave are amongst those who signed a letter saying that David Cameron should remain as Prime Minister and Conservative leader regardless of the result. The signatories include Boris Johnson and Michael Gove and every cabinet minister who supported Leave. The man who organised the letter, the Conservative MP Robert Sims, told me in the last hour that whichever way the result goes, Cameron deserves his MP's backing.
Those of us in Vote Leave who've been campaigning to leave the European Union have throughout the campaign been saying that we support David Cameron. It was felt by many of us that we ought to have a collective effort at the end of the campaign to restate that whatever the result tonight, whether it's a narrow Remain win or indeed a narrow Leave win, Cameron is the person best placed to continue governing the country. He got a mandate 12 months ago. It was in our manifesto to have a referendum. As a politician, he's carried out a manifesto pledge, and we believe he's the best person to deal with whatever the British people decide tonight.
Well, with me now, the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, John McDonnell MP. Thank you for being with us. What do you make of the results so far?
Well, exactly as predicted, I think. Pretty close, whichever way.
Yeah, you wouldn't be confident that the side that you and Jeremy Corbyn have been campaigning for, Remain, is necessarily going to win?
No, I think all the way through the campaign we thought it would be pretty close. I'm hoping Remain will win, but I think it will be 1 or 2 percentage points either way.
It does seem that the greatest volatility is amongst traditional Labour voters, if we look at that Sunderland result and elsewhere.
No, let's get it clear. A lot of Conservative voters have gone for Out.
Yeah, I mean, but we knew that anyway. That.
So there's a solid base on the Tory party for Out that have gone against their own Prime Minister. Within the Labour vote, I think it looks as though 2/3, 1/3 split. Might be less than that, we'll see.
But if we look at Sunderland, it looks like
sizable, yeah.
Sizable. I mean, considerably more than 1/3.
Yeah, there'll be different votes in different areas. I think it'll be quite idiosyncratic in different areas, and some of them you've just announced, which are close to what predictions were. So there will be some variations, definitely, and it will depend on turnout in some areas as well.
Do you think that the leadership, the way you've approached this campaign, can in any sense be blamed?
No, I don't think so. I think the way Jeremy's handled it has been extremely pragmatic. I think he's where the British public are, which is basically Eurosceptical to a certain extent, but believes Remain is the best thing. And I think you'll see that as the night goes on. I think if it is a narrow victory for Remain, I think that will demonstrate, actually, Jeremy is in tune with the country overall.
What do you make of this letter of Save Dave, as some people are calling it, whatever the result, and it's going to be a close result? Do you think, for example, if the Prime Minister does prevail tonight and that Leave is defeated, that he should remain as Prime Minister?
Well, that's a matter for the Tory party, but I was talking to quite a few Tory MPs before, over the last few weeks. Those are ones who are in favour of Brexit, who want to leave. I think their view was if they win, they'll leave David Cameron there to try and just hold the party together, but they'll make sure they seize key positions, particularly with regard to the negotiations of Brexit. And I think the strategy from the right of the Tory party is exactly the same. Leave David Cameron there, but make sure that now they're demonstrating, even if they don't win, they've still got sizable support within the Conservative Party, that he becomes a bit of a hostage to them.
Conversely, if Remain loses, can David Cameron stay on?
I think, well, it is a matter for the Tory party. He'll have to consider his position, but I think he's going to be trapped and captured, almost like a hostage to the right of his party, no matter what happens.
John McDonnell, thank you very much indeed.
Yes.
OK, back at the Remain party now, very subdued, as you can imagine, when that Swindon result came in. They were not expecting that. That was a bellwether seat. Ed Miliband is with me. Hello to you, Mr Miliband.
Hello.
Very different atmosphere to what there was earlier. Everybody was very confident earlier. A little bit more subdued now.
Well, I think it's going to be a long night. I don't think we know where this is going to end up. Let's see, because inevitably you're going to get variations across the country in these results. So let's see where we are at the end of the night.
Okay. It will be very, very close, though, either way.
It will, and look, I think whatever the result is, even if it's a Remain result, I think it's incredibly important that if it is a Remain result, it'll be a vote for staying in the EU, but not the status quo in the country. And I think it's really important that David Cameron learns lessons about that, about what people are saying. In my own constituency, I don't know the result yet, obviously. People are angry about the NHS, about the chances for their sons and daughters, about their wages. Now, they aren't, in my view, caused by us being in the European Union. Indeed, I think it'll be worse if we leave the European Union. But those underlying issues were a very, very important context for the results, some of the results we're seeing, certainly in Labour areas.
I think Kettering has just voted out, not going your way at the moment.
Well, look, as I say, there'll be lots of results to come in. There's lots of results coming from London and elsewhere, from Scotland. We'll see where we are at the end of the night. I've learned it's not wise to predict these things from long and bitter experience. We'll see where we are. But as I say, look, whatever happens, the country will need to come together. They'll need to be healing, even if it's a Remain victory.
Either way, it's a nation divided, isn't it? How do we start to reunite?
Well, look, it is a nation divided, and I think the Prime Minister will face a big responsibility, particularly if it's a Remain win, to show that he understands what people are saying on the Leave side of the argument, those people who voted for Leave. Labour faces that same responsibility. As far as Labour voters are concerned, there's two issues. There's obviously immigration, but beneath that, there's a whole set of issues about the nature of people's lives, the fact they feel that politics isn't listening to them, isn't making a difference to them, and those issues are going to need to be addressed.
Jeremy Corbyn didn't help, did he? He was a shy Remainer and he left it till the last minute to get involved. I
think it's easy to criticise leaders, as I know.
I'm not criticising, I'm asking for your response.
Well, I'm not going to, because I think that actually where he was, which is doubts about some parts of the EU project, but commitment to Remain, that's where a lot of people are. Look, a lot of people are reluctant Remainers. He was a reluctant Remainer. And, I actually think that made him a more persuasive advocate because he wasn't starry-eyed about Europe and what Europe could deliver.
But surely you have to put your shoulder to the wheel when you need to, don't you? And when the Labour Remain said, come on, Jeremy, where are you? He was nowhere to be seen for weeks and weeks.
Well, to be fair, he was going around the country. He was with me in Doncaster. He was crisscrossing.
He did come up to the northeast because he knew that Leave were going to dominate there.
Well, I don't know. But look, he was crisscrossing the country. I was with him in Doncaster a few weeks before today, him making a passionate speech for staying in. You saw the Labour family coming together in the last days of this campaign. So look, I think Labour did find its voice in this campaign. Inevitably, you had the Tory party civil war, and that got a lot of the attention. I think it was right to have a separate Labour campaign. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
Nigel Farage, what do we think of him?
Well, I don't like the way Nigel Farage ran his campaign. I didn't like his poster. I thought it was hateful. In the end, people will make their own judgments about that. But look, I think it goes well beyond personalities, this. And it kind of always does if it's a referendum about the future of the country. And this is a big referendum about the future of the country. So I think it's way beyond individual personalities. There are deep forces at work here driving some of the voting that we're seeing.
Okay, final thought, as I said, let's end where we started. The mood is very different now to what it was earlier.
I wasn't here earlier on, actually.
I know, maybe you should have been. They were very, very quietly confident earlier. How would you say, you know, on 1 to 10, scale of 1 to 10,
I'm not
where
going
are
to do
you?
the scales. Look, let's see. As I say, I'm not in the prediction business. We'll see where we are in the morning. You're clearly going to see a lot of regional variation. I'm not calling it at the moment. We'll see where we are in the even earlier hours.
I know you're in trouble because the kids will be wondering
I am
where
in trouble.
you are.
I'm in trouble.
You're still running in the morning.
I'm in trouble.
Okay, good
Cheers,
to talk to you.
cheers,
Thanks
cheers,
very
thanks.
much indeed. Let's bring in Beth quickly, should we? Beth, very different atmosphere to what it was earlier.
It is, Kay, but actually when you look at the actual projections in those seats we've seen in Sunderland and Newcastle upon Tyne, they're not off the charts. They are actually where they were meant to be. People here saying to me, Sunderland was 1 percentage point out to where so 1 percentage point better for Vote Leave than the projections that we've got from Sky News data from Michael Thrasher. But the point of it is that they were hoping the Remainers here were hoping to have a bigger gap between the two sides, and it is really, really close. Someone said to me over there when Sunderland came in, it's going to be a very long night. So what they want to see now in this room are big, solid wins, big majorities and Remain strongholds, because the seats we've had so far were expected to be stronger for Vote Leave. It really depends now, I think, Kay, a lot on what will London do, how big will the Remain majorities be in London, where we know that the Remain vote is by far the highest and strongest, and will the rain have put people off, Kay?
I saw Will Straw. He was poring over his numbers a short time ago.
Well, actually, he was going through these numbers, Kay, which I'll show you everyone. This is our Sky data, and it gives us.
I don't know how much we can. Can we show it? Yeah, we can.
It shows every seat, and what it tells us is where we predict vote, where we predict Remain and Leave. So I can look at this, and it can tell me who's doing better, so who's doing as they should be doing and who's failing. Okay. And so far nothing really worrying, but it is really close.
Okay, let's just bring in Will very quickly, and then we'll throw to Cardiff. Very, very quickly, Will, you're live on Sky. It's not going quite as planned.
I think it's always going to be close, and it's looking close now, but the results this evening have not been any different from, I think, the projections that lots of people are looking at. Been looking at the Rawlings and Thrasher projections that had those results, roughly speaking, in the margin of error.
We'll come back again. Chris Bryant, hello. So we'll maybe chat to Chris Bryant a little bit later on as well, but for now, back to you.
Well, you're joining me in Cardiff, the Welsh capital, this evening. Still no official results, but I have to say, unofficially here, there are a lot of nerves from both the in and the out camps. In fact, it was supposed to be a little bit more easy, I think it's fair to say, for the Remainers, and yet they are feeling anxious. Let's bring one campaigner in, the very prominent Leanne Wood from the Nationalist Party, Plaid Cymru. Leanne, this should have been a home run for Remain. Why is it such a worry?
Well, it's looking close, there's no doubt about that, and it's looking as though those areas which have suffered the most as a result of austerity are those areas which are voting in largest numbers to leave the European Union. And I can see that people are fed up, they don't want to continue with the status quo. And so it's a wake-up call for all of us as politicians to make sure that those people are listened to and that their agendas are delivered upon.
If that is right, is it a fail from yourself and your colleagues in Remain in getting your message through to those people, the most deprived members of the Welsh society, who actually receive more per capita than any other segment of the British Isles?
Well, that's the conundrum, really. Those areas that are in the greatest receipt, the receipt of the greatest money, are the ones that are looking as though they're voting in greatest numbers to leave. So obviously something isn't right, and I would put that down to the fact that people are more likely in those areas to have felt their wages being depressed, more likely to have lost public services and benefits, and they've really hit the wall, and they can take no more. And this is one opportunity to hit the establishment where it hurts.
Except it will hurt them more if we do face a Brexit here in Wales, because they'll be worse off, won't they?
Well, that could well be the risk. We'll have to wait and see how things pan out. We haven't had the result yet. We don't know how the final result is going to fall. But yes, of course, that is the risk. And if we do vote to leave the European Union, we could be looking for a rocky ride ahead, which is all the more reason for us to strengthen our national institution here in Wales. We need more powers now for our Assembly so that we can equip ourselves and protect people from the worst of what could be around the corner.
We'll talk about what it could mean for devolution in a moment. Let's just focus on Tata Steel. It's gained lots of headlines all over the UK. There's been concern from workers here that the European Union hasn't done enough to stave off the influx of cheap Chinese steel. What could the EU have done better to handle this?
Well, I'm not sure whether the blame towards the EU is fair on all fronts on this question. And it's interesting that Tata, Celsa, Ford, some of the big key players in the steel industry in Wales, including the trade unions, all came out for Remain. And so if it was such a terrible thing for them, why would they have done that? But there's no question that the steelworkers and the steel industry have been let down. They do need support, and we're all backing them here in Wales to make sure that we've got a future for that industry.
Whilst we're still waiting for results here in Wales, we can only speculate. But if we look across the Celtic nations and we cast our eye across to Northern Ireland, to Scotland, you might expect them to vote in favour of Remain. If Wales was the only Celtic nation to vote for a Brexit, what will it look like in 5 years' time?
That's impossible to say. We've spent a lot of time speculating in this campaign about what could happen in the event of a leave or a remain, but in truth, no one knows. We're just
devolution, what could it mean?
Well, we're only able to put educated guesses. For devolution, it has to mean a strengthening of our National Assembly. There's been so much dithering now on powers. Now is the opportunity for us to take those powers so that we can deliver for those people who are going to be speaking so loudly in this referendum tonight.
Leanne Wood from Plaid Cymru, the leader, thank you so much for your time this evening. We do await results here in Wales. As I say, at the moment, we're just working on speculation. Nobody knows which way it's going to go. And we'll bring you those results here on Sky News from Wales as soon as we get them.
Well, still early stages, but I think it's fair to say the Remain camp feeling a bit less optimistic than they were at the start of the night, and Leave a bit more optimistic. With me now, Joe Twyman of YouGov and Rupert Harrison, who used to work closely for the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Joe, as more results come in, what are you finding?
Well, it's definitely close, and that's what we thought from the beginning. I think it may very well come down to turnout. Turnout in specific areas like Scotland and London, which we expect to favour Remain. And if turnout there is not at the levels of other areas of the country, then that could make the result even closer than we expect.
Rupert Harrison, what do you make of it?
Yeah, I think it's on a knife edge. It's very, very close. It's, in line, I guess, with the YouGov polls going into it, that this is well within the margin of error. It seems very, very close.
But we are seeing these big turnouts in northern areas, less successful parts of the country economically, and they're going against the European Union.
Yeah, I think it's interesting we haven't seen yet any big London results. I think that'll be quite a key moment, particularly the turnout issue. As you say, London has tended to vote differently in general elections and other elections recently. And also Scotland, I think, will be very important, the turnout there.
I mean, you revised up your poll to 52-48 for Remain. I don't know whether you've been continuing it through the night. Is it still round there?
It's there or thereabouts, we think, but as stuff comes in, I mean, things could change. I think the point about London is interesting, but then we could see a situation where Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales and London all vote one way, and yet the rest of England all votes another. With it so close, that could make the difference.
Yeah, and Rupert Harrison, what about what's going on in the markets? That's where you work now. You work in the city now, and seems to be a lot of movement.
Yeah, it's extremely volatile. I mean, I don't think that should be a surprise to anyone. I mean, people have been warning economists, people in financial markets like myself, that a Leave vote is something that financial markets, that investors are extremely concerned about. And if anything happens tonight that makes that Leave vote look more likely, that's going to be reflected in sterling falling, and in the morning I think we're going to see a lot of volatility in stock markets as well.
There isn't a Save George Osborne campaign underway, is there? So he'll be a goner, won't he?
Well, I think it's a bit early in the night to start talking about things like that. I think the question is, the financial markets are responding to very, very close votes. That's a very serious issue for the country. And I think we've seen economists throughout this campaign, people in financial markets, investors like myself, saying this is a very serious issue. And I think this is being borne out in front of our eyes.
OK, just seeing pictures there of Connah's Quay. Now, Joe, you've been breaking down according to certain demographics.
That's right.
What have you found?
Well, we found that in many ways the nation is divided in lots of, when you look at lots of different groups. If you look at education, for instance, you can see that university-educated people, 71% of them favour Remain. Fewer educational qualifications, 45. You switch that around and you look at age. It's a very similar story. We have there the reverse on education. So a big dividing line of the nation there. And age. 18 to 24-year-olds, 75% of them favouring it, an enormous number. And contrast that with the out figures for 65 plus, and you can see that nearly over 6 out of 10, nearly 2/3 of the 65 pluses voting out. And so this massive division on age, on education, on regions, it shows that the country is in so many ways divided. And how any government, any political party addresses this is going to be an interesting question for the next few years.
Now, here's the judgment on the campaigns. Has the Remain campaign been positive or negative? Mostly positive, 19%, mostly negative, 55%. Let's have a look at what they said about the Leave campaign. Has the Leave campaign been positive or negative? And again, people saying mostly negative, although slightly more of them think it's positive. That's a problem for politicians, isn't it? They're not getting their message across.
I mean, it's been a very hard-fought campaign. I don't think it's surprising that most of the public think both of the campaigns have been negative.
But, I mean, the point has been made to me tonight by several leading Labour spokesmen saying the people in the Conservative Party around David Cameron and George Osborne campaigning for in still couldn't bring themselves to say anything nice about the European Union. And in that context, it's difficult to persuade people to vote for it, isn't it?
I mean, I'm not sure that's the case. I think you had a lot of people, including David Cameron, saying, what kind of country are we? We're an international, outward-looking country. We work with our neighbours. I think that doesn't mean it wasn't also correct to warn about negative economic consequences, because I think that is, you know, if we wake up tomorrow morning when it is a Brexit vote, we're going to be dealing with some very, very real consequences that people watching this are going to be affected by. It's not just financial markets, it's going to be businesses looking at what's going on, looking at the uncertainty they face, and that's going to affect people's real life. So I think it's legitimate for politicians in the campaign to point that out.
All right, well, some results coming in. South Tyneside votes out, West Dunbartonshire votes in Scotland, and Lagan Valley, which is a strong area for the Democratic Unionist Party, that has voted out, although we think Northern Ireland is going to be overall very much in favour of remaining in the EU. Well, let's go to Sky's senior political correspondent, Robert Nisbet, in Downing Street, who's been talking to senior politicians. What are they saying to you, Robert?
Well, we've been talking to a source in the Labour Party within the last few minutes who is suggesting that a large number of Labour voters, they believe, are out to kick a Conservative government that they believe is out of touch. This is how they're explaining this cleaving that we seem to be seeing of about 2/3 of Labour supporters towards Remain and about the other third to Leave. But there are obviously big conversations going on within the Labour Party as to whether the leader, Jeremy Corbyn, really targeted the right area while he was supporting Remain by focusing on freedom of movement, perhaps, as one of the main planks of his argument for people to support continued membership of the EU. So it won't just be the Conservative Party that will be taking a long, hard look at itself after this. I think the Labour Party will also be going through its own inquest as to whether the leadership did enough to back Remain. And to that end, we've been talking throughout the evening about this letter, this Save Dave letter, that now we understand 86 Conservative MPs have signed up to. Many of them have been backers of Vote Leave and are members of the Conservative Party who have said that they want David Cameron to carry on. They believe that he has a clear mandate, but you have to look at some of those MPs who are not on the list, and they include Ian Duncan Smith, who apparently said this evening that he wasn't even asked to sign it, but the former Environment Secretary, Owen Paterson, he didn't put his name to it either. Are there enough of those people that haven't signed the letter, if the result is for vote leave, to write those letters to the 1922 backbench committee that would trigger a leadership battle again? That is obviously something that we may be finding out within the next few hours, and of course will be affected by the end result.
Robert, thank you very much.
Here in Belfast, we're still expecting a result for the official result for the whole of Northern Ireland to be a couple of hours away. However, we have got a couple of provisional results. 2 out of the 18 constituencies have declared their results. One has gone to Leave, a fairly tight race in Lagan Valley, but a more comfortable win for Remain in Foyle. Well, let's discuss those results and what the evening ahead holds for us. I've got Nigel Dodds here with me, who's the Deputy Leader of the DUP and the party leader at Westminster as well. Welcome to you. What do you make of these results so far? The polls have always suggested that Northern Ireland would go the Remain way. So what are you thinking of the evening so far?
Well, I think we're on course for a closer result in Northern Ireland than many people expected. On the Leave side, the turnout in Unionist constituencies, which are voting overwhelmingly to Leave, is quite high. And interestingly, the turnout in nationalist areas, which tend to vote for Remain, is much, much lower. Here in Belfast, for instance, West Belfast, the seat people would know of Gerry Adams, 48% turnout. In East Belfast, the Unionist constituency, 66% turnout. So that's going to be a factor, I think, in the results. And certainly those of us on the Leave side are very content so far the way Northern Ireland is going. I still expect that overall Remain will win in Northern Ireland, but certainly not by the margin that people would have predicted.
And yet a convincing win in Foyle, 78%. That's a border constituency, and that land border that Northern Ireland has with another EU country, with the Republic of Ireland, has raised a lot of concerns for people, haven't they? Some people say, if we vote for Brexit, isn't there a risk there are going to be checkpoints along that border? Has that been a difficulty for you during the campaign?
It's been an issue that has been raised, but I think that we've been able to answer those concerns, and we don't want to see a hard border, as it's called, reinstated between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic. Our neighbours to the south and Northern Ireland, we want to get on and trade and do all of that. But there were dire predictions made when the UK didn't join the euro and the Irish Republic did. It broke decades of common parity between the two currencies, and nothing dire did happen in the end.
And yet, how can the Leave camp argue that part of the reason to vote for Brexit is to control borders, and yet have no control over this border? The Remain camp said that makes it a soft backdoor, potentially?
No, because the difference is that we've always had a common travel area between the Irish Republic and the rest of the United Kingdom, going back to 1923. Ireland is not
when neither country was in the EU.
When neither country was in the EU, and of course neither the EU nor the Irish Republic nor the UK, nobody would want to see something imposed upon the people of Northern Ireland, the Irish Republic, that neither peoples want. Remember, the Irish Republic isn't in the Schengen area, so the people coming into the south have to go through the same kind of checks as they would coming into the United Kingdom. So the really big important issue here in Northern Ireland are the big issues that have played out in the rest of the United Kingdom, which is control of our borders in terms of immigration, control of who makes the laws for the United Kingdom, and control of the amount of money that we send to Brussels every year. So that money could be better spent on the health service and better spent on services here at home.
It's interesting you talk about the amount of money that gets sent to Brussels. What about the money that comes back to Northern Ireland? Because Northern Ireland's done pretty well, hasn't it, in terms of subsidies for agriculture, research subsidies as well, the peace funds too, and a lot of people that have voted for Remain today have suggested that they may not get that money should they vote Leave. I mean, there's no real guarantee that they get that money, is there?
Well, and there's certainly no guarantee if we stay in the EU after tonight that sort of subsidy will continue to flow. Farming, agriculture is very important in Northern Ireland, and we know for a fact that that is going to decrease over the next 5 years in terms of subsidies to farmers coming out of the EU. There's no guarantee even if we stay in. But the reality is that the money that we get from Europe, even into Northern Ireland, and the Northern Ireland Executive and our MEPs have done a fantastic job in fighting for money for the region of Northern Ireland out of Europe. But the reality is this is our own money coming back again. And the reality is that we would be £10 billion a year better off as a United Kingdom. We could still pay out all those subsidies, maintain the farming subsidies, the peace money, the research, and have billions over to spend on the health service and public services in Northern Ireland and elsewhere. So it's a clear win-win for Northern Ireland and for the rest of the UK if we do leave the EU on those grounds.
If you're right, and Northern Ireland does vote for Remain tonight, but the rest of the country chooses Brexit, do you expect to hear Sinn Féin calling for a referendum on reunification of Ireland? I mean, and would they be right to do so if the will of the wider United Kingdom goes against the will of Northern Ireland? Is it not right to ask them that question?
Well, they wouldn't win any such referendum, and the conditions laid down for calling a vote on Northern Ireland's membership of the United Kingdom is very clear. There has to be clear evidence that people want to leave the United Kingdom. Even nationalists in Northern Ireland, many of them now want to stay within the United Kingdom. And the turnout here is very significant in Northern Ireland tonight for this EU referendum. If you're only getting 48% turnout in places like West Belfast, which is a Republican nationalist stronghold, it shows that the Republican nationalist community doesn't share the deep concerns that Sinn Féin are expressing. So I think they'd be on very weak ground if it came to the issue of calling for a referendum on Northern Ireland's membership of the UK. They would lose it overwhelmingly, and similarly in terms of Scotland, another referendum, in my view, on Scottish independence would result in an overwhelming vote for Scotland to stay in, because the basic issue is that the Scottish nationalists haven't answered the big questions about currency and where they would make up the black hole in the finances of the economy with the massive plunge in oil prices.
Okay, Nigel Dodds, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Let's just bring you a few updates from around about Scotland this evening. We've been hearing from Dundee, which has made its declaration, and roughly the vote there is 60% in favour of remaining in the European Union. The word from on the ground in Edinburgh, where our correspondent James Matthews was reporting from a little bit earlier, is even higher in favour of Remain. Now, all of that will certainly please those who have been looking at turnouts across Scotland and suggesting that they're perhaps not where they'd want to be. Yep, compare them to a general election, and you may well say that they compare favourably. Compare them to the last referendum that we had here in Scotland, and they certainly don't compare favourably at all. It was in the past few minutes, in fact, we had the turnout for here in Glasgow City. Now, they've split in terms of the count into the 7 parliamentary seats that are returned to Westminster from here. We'll only get one figure overall, and the turnout here, 56.2%. Now, of course, Glasgow, at the time of the independence referendum, did have a markedly lower turnout than the national average. The national average was 85%. The turnout here was at 75%. However, there will be those, given that this is now an SNP city, does remain the local council, the local authority does remain under Labour control for the time being. But, you know, of the 7 MPs returned from Glasgow City to Westminster, they are all now SNP. And frankly, that was a bit of a turn-up for the books when we got that particular result back in May 2015. You know, the SNP has been leading this campaign. They are nominally, avowedly pro-European. You dig down into the data just a little bit more when it comes to the SNP vote, and you will discover that, yeah, whilst they have independence in Europe as their slogan, one that they adopted back in 1988, in fact, perhaps as many as a third of SNP voters, and let's not forget at the general election that was 50% of those who voted in Scotland, a third of their voters perhaps have voted no, have voted out of the European Union. So it's a complicated picture here in Scotland, and yeah, we are still expecting that in all of those areas in which, you know, there is a count happening tonight, it will almost certainly come out as a vote to Remain, but the margins aren't there, the turnout isn't there, and given that elsewhere in the United Kingdom things are getting a little bit tight, that will not be pleasing those in the Remain camp.
Yes, indeed, Neil. That's a significant point there. Let's just have a look at the national picture so far, the UK-wide picture, the state of play. We can see it on our board there. There's the finishing line, and you can see yellow. That is in, is just short on 49.2%. Out is on 50.8%, so narrowly ahead. The latest result declared, the Western Isles, which voted in, but it voted out the last time there was a referendum 41 years ago in 1975. Well, let's get the views of the Work and Pensions Secretary and backer of IN, Stephen Crabb, MP. What do you make of it so far?
Well, it's really, really early days, Adam. We've only had a handful of results. They've gone largely to what we had expected, and we just know that it feels like it's going to go right down to the wire.
It does seem that in those areas, East Ayrshire, we're just seeing also voting in there, 49.3% to 51.7%. I mean, it does seem, 50.7% rather, it does seem that if anyone is outperforming expectations at the moment, it is the Leave camp, though.
Well, so I don't think that we've got quite enough data yet to draw conclusions like that. All I would say is I've spent most of today outside London, and I've came to London this evening not feeling quite as bullish as some of my London-based colleagues who've been reporting all day very, very strong, positive response to the Remain message. So I think there's something quite different going on in different parts of the country, but we don't have enough results yet to draw firm conclusions. But clearly this is going to be very, very tight.
And does that point to a difference, I mean, a more serious division between London and perhaps Scotland and the rest of the UK?
Well, I do think that's a feature of this referendum campaign. It's shining a spotlight on some of those divisions that there are within the United Kingdom, be they geographical, be they generational, older people tending to vote one way, younger people perhaps tending to vote another way, and also social class. And this is something that we can't shy away from talking about. I think what some of the results will show tonight is that in those areas which are strongly perhaps white working class, there'll be a strong vote for out, and that's something as a government that we need to respond to. I think there's a lot of what we are already doing as a government in terms of rebalancing the economy, reforming welfare, increasing the number of apprenticeships that speaks directly to that constituency. But clearly, I think one of the features of this referendum are some of those social divisions. And clearly, as a government, as a political class, all parties, we need to show that we're responding to that.
Just seeing the podium at Wandsworth there. Now moved on to North Norfolk, but Wandsworth, of course, the sort of London area where really your side, the inside, needs to really get quite a big margin if it's going to stand a chance of winning tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. The in camp need to do well all over the United Kingdom, but clearly there's an expectation that London will deliver a big vote for in. But what we don't want is just relying on London to get the in vote across the line. We want a strong vote for staying in right across the country.
And what happens to the government if the Prime Minister, having campaigned so hard for Remain, is defeated?
Well, the government carries on. We were elected just barely a year ago. The Prime Minister had his mandate with a majority to form a government and provide 5 years of stable government for this country and actually deliver it.
Can he do it when he's been defeated on an issue of national importance and senior ministers, senior cabinet ministers are, you know, have campaigned against him and questioned his integrity?
But what this referendum is about is actually delivering on one of our key manifesto promises. So we've kept our promise. We held the referendum. Yeah. David Cameron will still be Prime Minister and he will have a mandate to go on and lead the country. And if that is in the direction of taking Britain out of the European Union, he has a mandate to do that. There is no appetite on the backbenches or anywhere else in the party for a change of leader.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Stephen Crabb, MP, for joining us. Let's get the latest on these results from Sky's Ed Conway.
Thanks, Adam. Well, let me just give you an update on where we are. You might have seen this screen if you were just watching a moment ago. This essentially shows you the kind of winning line as calculated based on turnout at the moment that either side would need to get to if they wanted to win this referendum. 16.25 million votes. And what you can tell from this is we are still very, very early in the process. You've only got about 500,000, I say only, but, you know, still the numbers are stacking up on each side. But just look how tight the results are at the moment. I'll show you that in another way. You can see just how those results are stacking up. It is very narrow indeed. 49.8% for Remain and 50.2% for Leave. So it is quite kind of early in the day, but we can kind of get a sense of just what those results, you know, what those kind of percentages for each different local area are transmitting into in the national picture. Let me just show you two examples here. We've got Sunderland. We had that result through. A big win for the Leave camp. 61.3% voting out in Sunderland. 61.3%. Turnout there, 64.8%. But have a look at this. OK, so this is West Dunbartonshire in Scotland. A similar kind of percent for Remain, so 62% for Remain. But the key thing to note here is this is a lot smaller. So even though the percentage of people who are voting for Remain was similar to in Sunderland, you've got a margin of only 10,000 there, and you have a margin of 30,000 when it came to Sunderland. And in this, every single vote counts. All this is a race. It's a race towards that winning line I showed you a moment ago. And right now, it's being narrowly won by the Leave camp.
Well, with me now are Caroline Flint, a supporter of the In campaign, and Nathan Gill, who is a UKIP MEP and an Out supporter. Well, Mr Gill, Nigel Farage seemed to concede rather early on in the evening. Having to eat his words, do you think?
Wouldn't that be great if he had to eat those words? I'm not sure he did actually concede. I think he was just pointing out what the polling was saying. But the reality is, we've known all along it's going to be very, very close. The results tonight are showing it is extremely close, but we're doing very well in areas where you would expect us not to do quite as well. I mean, the Newcastle result, if you think about it, for such a Europhile area to only be 49.3% for us to get 49.3% there, that's phenomenal. That's a fantastic
result. Said, you know, as we're seeing on our screens now, we have only got, what, 15 out of 382 areas declaring. Nonetheless,
absolutely.
There's the nationwide picture now with those latest results coming in from East Ayrshire and the Western Isles. It's very, very close indeed. Where do you think it's heading, Caroline Flint?
I think it's really hard to call. I think it will be really close. Looking at some of the results that have come in and what we know of maybe a bit more about our bigger city areas, I suppose one of my concerns at the end of the night, whichever way the vote goes, and I'm supporting us to stay in, and I hope that is the outcome, is that we'll end up with quite a divided Britain between our big cities, our metropolitan areas, and the more provincial parts of Britain. That's in Labour areas, but also in Tory areas as well. And I think that's concerning, and there's going to have to be some healing done, I think, an understanding of that, whatever the result is after tonight.
Where do you think your particular area, your constituency, Doncaster, is heading?
I think it's going to be heading for Leave, probably. And I think we saw that in some other elections in previous years, thinking back to the 2009 European elections as well. And I think that is about understanding that, I suppose there's two views on this campaign. The Remain campaign, which I support, which is the EU is good for Britain and we're better off in. And then the Leave side, which is about actually really about immigration and how bad that is for everyone. And that has struck a chord. And I think in those parts of Britain, outside of our cities, I think for quite a long time now, that working class vote, particularly white working class folk in some of our poorer communities, have felt a bit left behind.
I mean, that's going to your Labour's party, isn't it? It's going to UKIP, isn't it?
Well, look, I nearly trebled my majority in the general election, so I never take any of my votes for granted. And in fact, what I found on the ground is Labour supporters, a number of whom have said, we're voting Leave, Caroline, but we'll be voting for you because we're Labour. Now, we have to think about this after tonight, and as I say, I hope Remain wins, but for the Labour Party, we've got to think about how we reconnect to those voters and offer them something that speaks to their concerns.
I mean, Nigel Farage also said tonight that whatever the result, he believes that UKIP will win the war. And does that involve basically replacing Labour in a lot of its heartlands?
Well, I think Labour's got a major problem. I'm from Wales, and of course, Wales for many years, for 100 years, has been red, and the valleys feel neglected. There's a disconnect when you consider the fact that 100% of the elected politicians in Wales, the Labour politicians, were for Remain. That did not represent the membership of the Labour Party in Wales, and it did not represent the people who vote for Labour in Wales.
The problem, Nathan, for the UKIP is that you're a one-trick pony.
That's not.
You're talking about immigration.
If it's a problem, why are we doing so well?
You're talking about immigration, but actually, what you don't do is actually try try to get to grips with some of those deep-seated problems that face those communities, post-industrial communities, but also more rural areas that feel left behind.
Well, how do you explain that we got 7 AMs in the Welsh Assembly?
Because I think when you have...
that wasn't about immigration, that was about a manifesto just for
I think when you have a referendum...
They got 24,
when you have a referendum, it's on, you know, it's yes, no on a question, and that's what we're facing. And whatever happens tonight, as I say, we've got to deal with it. But I think, you know, for myself, as a Labour politician, I've spoken for a long time about some of our Labour areas outside of our cities that actually we need to think about how we make sure that they feel. I wish some of the I wish some of the discussions we've had over the last 6 weeks about what Europe does for us and actually does for communities like Doncaster and elsewhere. We've been talking about that in a more positive way for a lot longer.
Do you think that's a mistake? Because it has to be said, you know, we know that Jeremy Corbyn said 7.5 out of 10 as far as Europe was concerned in his view. I mean, do you think that's one of the reasons why Leave are doing so well, is that people haven't been given a positive reason to back the European Union?
I think for a long time now, Adam, you know, I'm talking about decades, we haven't actually talked as a country when Europe is doing good things for us on prices, on jobs, on investment, and a whole number of other things. We haven't been as positive as we should be. I think it's been sometimes when things were going well, the UK government would take all the you know, claim for it, and when it was going badly, it was easy to blame the EU. So I think, you know, if we remain, and I hope we do, I hope that's an opportunity to think about how better we understand people's concerns in those areas of Britain that are voting to leave, but also understand that we've got to talk better about
OK, let's go to Basildon for a declaration. Stockton-on-Tees and Merthyr Tydfil also voting
Bala Mahendran, as counting officer for the Basildon voting area at the referendum held on the 23rd of June 2016 under the European Union Referendum Act of 2015, and having been authorized to do so by the regional counting officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 98,062. The total number of votes cast in favor of Remain was 30,748.
So Basildon votes out.
The total number of votes cast in favor of Leave was 67,251.
So by a margin of more than 2 to 1, Basildon votes out. Meanwhile, we're seeing a result from Scotland. Midlothian's voted in. Let's get the views of our election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher. Michael.
Well, that's a rather bigger result, and a better result, of course, for Leave in Basildon than perhaps we'd formerly anticipated. And it does sort of confirm a general pattern that's beginning to emerge. It is very, very early on. But it does suggest a general pattern of the vote moving in favour of Leave.
Michael, thank you very much indeed.
No results yet here in the West Midlands, which in itself is deemed to be a Eurosceptic area. Lots of high turnouts to report. Malvern Hills, for example, 80.6%. North Warwickshire, 75.7%. Telford and Wrekin, 72%. Tamworth, 74% turnout. Coventry, 65.5%. Sounds a bit lower, but their general election was only 59%. Cannock Chase, 71%. And Wyre Forest, 74%. That's nearly 10% higher than the general election. We've had lots, haven't we, about the demographics of this, the who votes and why it's important. It had been believed, of course, that a high turnout would support the Remain camp. Older people, more likely to vote anyway, more likely to support out. A higher turnout might suggest that younger people, more likely to support staying in the European Union, had come out. But perhaps what we're seeing now is that those who are normally disenfranchised are also coming out. We're talking about those white, working class, possibly Labour supporters who are coming out because they feel strongly about this. Whether it's the immigration issue, whether it's about job issues, perhaps these are the people that are coming out. We're also looking now at the possibility that England could vote to leave the European Union when the rest of the UK stays in. That's England, of course, minus London. Lots of results still to come in, of course. It's still very early days.
Well, it's a similar picture here in Manchester. Here in the town hall, we're still waiting for the whole country's declaration, which we don't know what time that's going to be. It could be any time around breakfast time, they're estimating it will be. But we are waiting also for northwest results from this region. And like the West Midlands and Anna, this is a really interesting area to watch in light of some of the results that we've had already, in light of the working class white areas like Newcastle, South Tyneside and Sunderland that we've had in the last hour or so. The northwest is one of the areas that Sky Data suggests is the most in favour of leaving. And although we haven't had any results in yet, we've had one turnout, which is Wigan. That's one of the three places that are expected to declare relatively early. That was 69%, so that's around 10% more here in Wigan than for the general election. So it does look like turnout in the northwest is going to be quite high. And the northwest is really important because it's a big area and it's very populous. After London and the southeast, it is the biggest area in all of the UK that's going to be voting of the 11 different regions. So there are a million more people in this area voting than, for example, in Scotland. So it is an incredibly important area. Those results, we're expecting the first ones within the next half an hour to an hour. Stockport and Salford are two of the first ones we're expecting. One expected to vote Leave, one expected to vote Remain. They may perhaps give us a flavour of how the night might be. We've had a few different politicians in here over the last couple of hours. We've got Paul Nuttall from UKIP, he's here. We're going to be talking to him in the next hour on Sky News. He says that it's still, as far as he's concerned, a little bit like a toss of the coin. We've also had Andy Burnham here from the Labour Party, and he's saying that it's far, far too early to call. He is not that pessimistic, but a lot of people are saying that this could prove to be a very bad night for the Labour Party, given that the northwest, a Labour heartland, and we've seen now the northeast, that it appears that Labour voters in the northeast so far are not listening to the Labour leadership.
Well, that Betfair prediction, 90% likelihood of Remain is what they were saying a little bit earlier on. Is that looking a little bit shaky now? Let's bring in Roland Rudd, who is the treasurer of the Stronger In campaign. Few wobbles?
It's obviously going to be much closer than a lot of people thought. I'm still quietly confident because I think we won the economic arguments very strongly and about what a Britain we want to be in terms of being a more inclusive, open Britain. But it's obviously going to be close, and we'll need London and other big cities to come in as strongly as some of Leave areas have come in.
What's very important, of course, with the referendum is that every vote counts. Very different to what we see in a general election.
That's absolutely true. So it's very difficult to call this type of result at this time. What we can say is it's going to be closer than people thought. But equally, as you rightly say, it's every single vote. So you do have to wait. And we're going to have to wait and see how Remain areas come in. Because what we've seen is, with Leave areas, they've got their vote out, for sure. But I think we'll get our vote out too. So it's by no means over.
There are bellwether seats where you think, if we lose that, then we're in a lot of trouble. Which ones?
Well, obviously, around 2:30, there are quite a lot coming up. And it's not any particular one, but they'll give an indication of whether we've managed to get our vote out as well as Leave has. I think we will.
You were thumped in Sunderland, though, weren't you?
Yeah, we were. But, you know, this is the extraordinary thing about a referendum. You can get thumped in certain areas and still win. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the game's over. So it doesn't, you know, it's obviously nice not to get thumped anywhere, but you can get thumped in certain areas and still win. We have to remember that.
Immigration seems to be the key issue, certainly up in the northeast. I was there yesterday, and to a man and woman, that is what they were concerned about. That is always going to be the sticking point for your group.
Yeah, and I think the thing with that, Kate, is that we have to be able to say, look, here are the benefits of immigration in terms of what they've done for the British economy. There wasn't any panacea about leaving the European Union because they were saying they wanted more immigrants from the rest of the world. But what we do need is clearly a fund which is directed at areas where there are more migrants to ensure that they don't suffer from any particular stress on social services. And that's what was missing. We've got to ensure that the benefits of the single market are more equally distributed across the country.
Or we could leave the European Union and then that's the problem solved.
Well, it's a problem solved in one narrow aspect, but then you crash the economy, and that won't help. So that's a very binary way of looking at it, and a way that is actually not going to help. Much better to stay in the European Union, ensure we safeguard the economy, and at the same time target those areas where there's been high migration, and make sure the social services don't actually suffer.
Good to talk to you. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Beth is still with us. Hi, Beth. Wander over. What are you making of what we've heard from Roma?
Nerve-wracking for this party here.
Putting a brave face on it, aren't they?
2015.
This is the declaration of the City of London, very small voting area in terms of numbers.
Notice that I have certified the following. Total number of ballot papers counted was 4405. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 3312. The number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 1087. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. 2 for both
3 to 1, the City of London votes in, but within the scale of things, relatively few voters there. Well, with me now is Tom Watson, the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, and of course very much a man of the Midlands. I just want to ask you about the Midlands first of all. We haven't had too many results from there. We know big population areas, Birmingham and elsewhere. How do you think it's going there?
I think, like the rest of the country, it'll be a mixed picture, and some of the results will be very tight. So, but of course, the Midlands is that kind of battleground where people who have concerns about an insecure labour market have expressed them in the past, in previous elections, by voting for parties like UKIP in some of the areas. So, we don't know yet, but I just think, like the rest of the country, this is going to be a knife-edge result.
I mean, 23 results in 359 still to come, 259 still to come. Are you picking out any patterns? I mean, the pattern I'm picking out is that Out seems to be slightly overperforming, suggesting that in a close result they may just nip it.
It's very hard to tell, I think, with this small number of results in, Adam. I think what you're seeing is areas that people thought would vote out are voting out in larger numbers, and that's probably counterbalanced by the same effect in the Remain areas. So I think it suggests that we're not going to know the result for some hours to come, but whatever the result, it will be very close. And of course, I think that's the lesson of this this referendum. It seems to me that the country seems more divided at the end of the process than it was at the start of the process, and that's a great challenge to the Prime Minister, because I think his single biggest task in the next month to come will be how do we sort of bring the nation back together again, whatever the result.
I mean, we knew that the Conservative Party was split down the middle. Perhaps we hadn't anticipated that there'd be so many people in the Labour Party, Labour supporters, willing to vote against their leadership's recommendations.
Well, I should just sort of give a bit of a rain check on that. I think it will still be the case that a larger proportion of Labour supporters will follow the recommendation that Jeremy Corbyn gave them, which was to vote Remain, and so did all our front bench. And actually, you know, I think the Tory party will still have very great difficulty handling the result. You know, it's quite... to look at their sort of benches where 40% of their MPs campaigned against David Cameron's position, where a very sizable number of cabinet members campaigned against him, it does seem to me that...
Let's go to Wales. This is the Swansea Declaration.
Y gyfanswm o bapurau pleidleisio a gyfrwyd oedd. The total number of ballot papers counted was 120,362. 120,362. Y gyfanswm nifer o bleidleisiau a fwriwyd o blaid aros oedd. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 58,307. 58,307.
So Swansea has voted narrowly for Out.
Bleidleisiau a fwriwyd o blaid gadael oedd. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 61,936.
So very narrowly, but Swansea has voted for Out. Another 1,000 or so votes go on to the out lead, which we're seeing this evening. With me, Labour Deputy Leader Tom Watson. What do you make of that?
I have no idea what that says. I'm sorry, I don't know what we were anticipating from Swansea, but it just goes to show that this is very, very close.
But these are Labour heartlands, aren't they? Blaenau Gwent's just voted out.
Well, look, the Labour heartlands are very, there's still a sizable number of people who don't vote Labour in Labour heartland seats, but it seems very clear to me that, there are sort of traditional Labour voters who are saying, look, we're not accepting the settlement we've got, and we hear that, and we've got to deal with that.
I mean, Out's now got a lead of 100,000. I mean, I know there are a lot more results to come, but it's not looking very comfortable.
Well, it was always going to be a knife edge vote for me, and the trick, how do we learn the lessons of this, whatever the outcome? For me, when I was on the doorstep, I think you tried to put an argument to say, look, the country is more prosperous because we're in the European Union, but if you're not sharing in that prosperity, that doesn't mean anything to you.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Southend-on-Sea also voting out. You are watching Decision Time in or out on Sky News. Counting is now underway in the historic EU referendum. Polls closed 4 hours ago, and the declarations we have so far show it is an incredibly close race. We know that turnout has been very high, higher indeed, we think, than last year's general election. And here is how things stand currently. So, with 31 out of 382 seats, counting areas declared, out is on 53.2%. That is over 1 million votes. In is on 46.8%. That is 943. So we're seeing turnout averaging just under 70%. But what we have seen is out perhaps winning in its strongholds by a larger margin than in is winning in its strongholds, although it's fair to say that we haven't heard from London to any great extent as yet.
Well, here in Manchester Town Hall, this is where the national result will be declared. Only 10% of those results in so far. So it's going to be quite a while before we do get the final declaration on the stage behind me. We're also going to be collating the votes for the whole Northwest region here as well. And that will be an interesting result because the Northwest mirrors some of the other areas that we have seen declaring already, namely the Northeast. A lot of white working class areas in the Northwest. Will they go the same way that many areas in the Northeast have gone in the last half hour, which is largely voting out? Well, I'm joined here in Manchester Town Hall by Paul Nuttall, Deputy UKIP leader and of course MEP as well. Did you think it was going to go this way so far? It's looking very positive for you at the moment.
Well, what we're finding is that the Leave voters coming out. We've seen this in the North East up to now. We've also seen it in bellwether seats like Swindon, for example, and Swansea's just voted. But let's put this in perspective. For one side to win, roughly going to need around 16 million votes. The Leave campaign have just gone through the million, so there's a long way to go yet.
UKIP cancelled its party, though, didn't they? Why did you do that?
Did we?
Apparently so. There was meant to be.
I wasn't invited. No, I'm up here anyway. That must have been in London.
If the nation does vote Remain at the end of the day, where does that leave UKIP?
Oh, well, look, personally, I'm not confident that they're going to vote to Remain. I think hopefully we'll vote to Leave. But, win or lose this referendum, UKIP is in a very, very good position. If we win the referendum, then UKIP should get the plaudits, because if it wasn't for the hard work of our members, then we wouldn't have got this referendum in the first place. And let's not forget, Cameron never wanted to give this. He was forced into doing so by UKIP. If we lose, and it is only going to be very tight, the SNP have done quite well out of losing a tight referendum. Anger is a very powerful emotion in politics, and people, I think, will come to UKIP in their droves.
What has been the key issue, do you think, out on the doorsteps? Is it immigration?
It depends on what area you're campaigning. In some areas it's immigration, in other areas it's fallen down on the economy and sovereignty. So it really does depend. But you know what is clear is that people in communities in the northeast of England, and I suspect here in the northwest, want to take back control of their lives, want to take back control of their borders, want to take back control of their laws and their money.
Do you have any regrets about the campaign and how it's gone? I'm thinking of that Leave poster last week that a lot of people were critical of.
Not really. You know, it's been highly intense. You know, and I will say that both sides have pushed the barriers, but that was always to be expected. So no, I don't think so. I think the turnout is massive. People have engaged in this issue, and look, compare it, for example, to the turnout in European elections, which are roughly around 35%. The turnout here could be 75 to 80%. People now are taking notice in the issue of the European Union.
One thing that we have seen over the last couple of hours is the pound plummeting against the dollar. This was something that a lot of Vote Remain people had said. If we do vote to leave, it could potentially create an economic catastrophe. Do you think that is going to happen?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. That's Project Fear on turbo. We've heard it from the Chancellor all the way through.
Look, if
the pound plummets, it will only be for a short period of time. It will recover, and then we will move on, and Britain will be able to sign its own trade deals again, right across the world. I believe our economy will boom as a result of Britain leaving the European Union, and there will be more jobs.
Paul Nuttall, good to talk to you. Thanks very much. Well, we are expecting results throughout the evening here from the northwest. We're going to get the declaration. No definite time. Have we been told what that's going to be? Breakfast, they're telling us. Now, whether that's going to be an early breakfast or whether that's going to be brunch, I can't tell you, but it's going to be a long night, I think.
Well, here at the Emirates Arena in Glasgow, we do believe we are just a few minutes away from getting the result. A result which, you know, the confident prediction is that there will be a sizable chunk voting for Remain. However, let's return to that which we learned just a few minutes ago, that turnout here, 56.2%. We can compare that, of course, to a general election. It compares relatively favourably. Compare it to the percentage turnout in the independence referendum, when I think the city was rather more engaged, perhaps, with the debate. Back then, it was 75% compared to a national average of 85. You get an idea. A picture that we're seeing across the country is that perhaps we're not getting the numbers turning out that those within the Remain camp, looking at the fact that there are 32 unitary authorities returning numbers this evening, all of them expected to return a Remain vote, that the Remain camp are not getting the numbers that they want. I mean, let's be fair, there is a complicated picture when it comes to Scotland's relationship with the European Union. I mean, certainly the conventional wisdom is that Scotland is pro-EU, and when you look at the polls, strip out the undecideds, you do tend to find between 3/5 and perhaps as high as 3/4 of Scots say that they want to remain within the European Union. However, you know, the SNP, a minority government in Holyrood at the moment, but you know, polling 50% at the general election last year. I mean, here in Glasgow, 7 MPs returned of 7 in Glasgow City. Look, the SNP themselves have, you know, what some might charitably say is a rather nuanced relationship with the EU. They are, by their own description, an avowedly pro-European Union party. They certainly see Scotland as an independent nation remaining as part of the EU for trade reasons and others. But even the SNP itself has a critical relationship with the EU. They are critical of the common fisheries policy, for example. They do not like the euro. They certainly don't want closer fiscal ties. They have the same problem that many on the Leave campaign had, the problem that many on the Leave campaign have with, you know, some kind of supranational government based in Brussels dictating to them what they can do. Look, for example, at the Scottish Government's plans to try and introduce minimum alcohol pricing, you know, that was stymied by the European Court of Justice. And again, I mean, the SNP have problems even with the European Convention on Human Rights, particularly because of the relationship between, you know, prisoners and voting. You know, what is interesting about the debate that takes place here in Scotland is just how many of the arguments that were used in opposition to independence for Scotland have been trotted out by, amongst others, Nicola Sturgeon, to vote for a Remain, to remain within the European Union. For example, it's a step into the unknown at this time of economic uncertainty. Do we want to take risks? Jobs could be put at risk. Surely we want to be part of a greater whole at a time when, you know, the world economy certainly isn't in any great shape. So, as I say, we're expecting that vote in Glasgow in the next few minutes. You know, but across the board, we perhaps haven't seen the turnout for Remain that many would have hoped.
OK, well, let's look now with around 30 results in at the picture. This is the UK picture, and as you can see, out is currently on 53%, in is on 47%. But it is a different picture, as Neil was saying, around the country. This is the position in Scotland at the moment. Scotland voting heavily for in, 63% to 37%. Wales, let's have a look at that. Wales is favouring out, 55% to 45%. And England is going the same way as Wales, nearly 60% for out and 40% for in, although it has to be said we haven't heard from Manchester, London, Birmingham or many areas in the south as yet. But that clearly shows England going in one direction and Scotland going in another. Let's go to our senior political correspondent, Robert Nisbet, who is in Downing Street and who's been testing private political opinion tonight. What are you hearing, Robert?
Well, Adam, we're hearing more from the Labour Party. A source has just told me that they are blaming the SNP for the low turnout in Scotland. This is a Labour source saying the SNP, the dominant party which ran huge campaigns for the independence referendum, has run a lacklustre campaign with minimal ground activity. Nicola Sturgeon had more to say about criticising the Remain camp than making the positive case for Europe. So we're only a few hours in and already these parties seem to be turning on themselves. The Labour Party also are saying that from their own polling, they're seeing spikes of what they call divergence, that areas where they expected to see a strong support for Leave, they're seeing a much stronger support for Leave, and the same for Remain as well, which shows just how great these divisions within the country that we've been talking about this morning have been. Of course, it isn't just the Labour Party, it's the Conservative Party as well that will be looking at the inquest after this happens, regardless of the result. And we've been talking about this so-called Save Dave letter, which 86 Tory MPs, many of whom were Vote Leave supporters, have signed, saying that they believe David Cameron should stay on as leader, that he has a mandate to do it. Some names on there, very prominent Vote Leave campaigners, including Boris Johnson and Michael Gove, but some notable absences from there, including Ian Duncan Smith and Owen Paterson, the former cabinet minister. So obviously a lot of discussion that's going to be going on there as to whether both of these leaders have done enough to fight the Remain campaign, as these numbers seem to be getting worse for them. But of course, as you've been pointing out, Adam, that the early part of the night was always going to favour Leave, and the Remain camp will be hoping that they will make up some of those numbers as the morning goes on.
Robert, thank you very much.
So provisional results are starting to drip through here in Belfast. The Northern Ireland official result is due in a couple of hours, but it's made up of a number of different constituencies, 18 constituencies. 7 of those results are in. So let's talk to our Ireland correspondents about what we've learned so far. So amongst these 7 provisional results, what have we learned so far, David?
7 results in, as you say, Anna. 4 voting to Remain and 3 constituencies voting to Leave. It's fairly predictable in that what we're seeing is that nationalist and more moderately unionist constituencies are voting to remain within the European Union, but in the more hardline unionist constituencies where democratic unionist members hold seats in Parliament, they have voted to leave. So it's largely predictable at this stage, and we've still quite a way to go.
And yet the turnout appears to be quite low in some of the pro-Remain areas.
Yes, earlier we saw a tweet from the former leader of the SNP, Alex Salmond, suggesting that the results from Scotland and Northern Ireland may tip the balance if England and Wales even decided to vote Leave. On the basis of these figures, I think that's looking more doubtful, because in places where there is a Remain result, the turnout has been much lower, so therefore the margin of victory has been lower. So I think the Leave camp, even though they're not ahead at this stage, are feeling a bit buoyed by that here in Belfast.
Well, they are, and I spoke to Nigel Dodds from the DUP a little bit earlier, and he said that he felt that Leave were doing perhaps better than expected, but he still expected Remain to win. And that does put Arlene Foster, First Minister, in a strange position, doesn't it? Because she's obviously been leading the Leave vote, and yet it could be that the people that she represents vote completely differently.
Yes, leading that Leave campaign with a fairly low profile, it has to be said, because she's not been very actively campaigning for a Leave vote, even though her party takes that position. And I think one of the interesting results we'll see this evening, or this morning I should say, is from Fermanagh, South Tyrone, where her own constituency runs right to the Irish border.
Fascinating stuff. Lots more results still to come. David, thank you.
Well, the results now are piling in. Turnout, we know, is at about 70%, and we've got nearly 40 results in so far. And that's beginning to give us a feel of how the night is progressing. The man who's making the analysis and making forecasts based on this is Sky's election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher. Also with him is Ed Conway. First to you, Michael. Tell us what you're doing and how that helps you predict which way this evening may go at the end.
Well, with the results that we've been receiving, we compare that with our estimate of where we thought that authority should have declared its result. And what we are noticing is a consistent pattern where the expected Leave vote is actually higher in the result, and therefore that's leading us towards a forecast that shows Leave ahead of Remain, quite a comfortable lead as things stand of 56 versus 44. That's rather a big gap, and I should say at this point though that we're really short of results in some key regions of the country, particularly London, of course, the southeast, which is the biggest region, and the northwest. So it is an early forecast, but it does look rather better for Leave than Nigel Farage was saying at the outset of the programme at 10 o'clock.
Just to let me just ask you, Michael, are you saying you are accounting already in that projection of 56% to 44% for strong results coming in for the other side in London and other areas of the country, or not?
No, I'm not, Adam. It's not a projection, it's a forecast, and essentially it's reliant upon the results that we have in so far. And the point of the modelling exercise is it's noted that consistently the expected Leave vote is higher in the actual results than the estimate. And that's across the pattern, across the board in terms of the results declared, particularly in the northeast of England. We saw there early on with Sunderland, but that's repeated in Hartlepool and Redcar and South Tyneside. So if the southeast and London and the northwest doesn't counteract that tendency for Leave to be better than its estimate, indeed, it has to go the other way. The Remain vote has to be much higher than we're expecting in those areas to counterbalance that. Otherwise, the Remain camp is not going to catch up with the lead that Leave is already 411.
OK, let's go to Oxford and get the result there.
Remain was 49,424. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 20,913.
So Oxford votes for Remain for in by a margin of nearly 30,000 votes. I think that was pretty widely anticipated, wasn't it, Michael, that the university towns would heavily favour Remain?
Oh yes, I mean if Oxford had voted out, then really it's game over. The university towns, if you recall, did vote that we should change our voting system. Only Oxford and Cambridge and Haringey did that in England. So that's entirely expected that Oxford should vote in. It's really strong results in the southeast of England, in parts of the Midlands now, and especially London is so critical now to the Remain camp, and there really has to be a very strong Remain vote from what is a very densely populated area. It is absolutely critical to the outcome of this referendum.
Michael, that's 70% for in. You were talking about outperforming in its areas. Is that in Oxford 70% outperforming what you were expecting?
To be honest with you, Adam, I've just seen that on the screen, so I haven't had time to digest the actual minutiae of that particular result.
Well, I've been told by our number crunchers in my ear that it is, in fact.
Well, they have an advantage over me. I'm looking at the camera rather than looking at the piece of paper.
OK, well, we'll come back on that. Now, a lot of people were saying, well, I'm going to go to bed and see the results in the morning, and now I'm noticing on Twitter they're saying they can't go to bed because it looks to be so close, and perhaps an unexpected result on the basis of the opinion polls at the start of the night. Let's see how it's all going down from Ed Conway.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. You can see, actually, on the top left of the screen what's happening to the pound at the moment. And really, economically speaking, this is the story of the night. The pound, which fell very sharply when those initial results came in and recovered a little bit after that, has since plummeted again. It's down. In fact, at this stage, it got down to close to about $1.40. Only a few hours earlier, it was $1.50, so a 10-cent, almost a 10-cent move is, as far as I know, basically unprecedented with a major reserve currency like the pound. At this stage, earlier on in the evening, that was already about as volatile a day as we've had, similar to what we had in Black Wednesday in 1992. Remember George Soros talking about how if the UK left, it could well result in something worse than Black Wednesday when we left the ERM. Well, since then, the pound recovered a bit, but has plunged again after that. In other words, this is now likely to go down in history as the most volatile day of trading for sterling in modern record, and we're still only a few hours through the count. Of course, those results still coming in, markets still reacting to it. But at the moment, those traders who were nervous, who were selling off, who were trying to look for ways to hedge their exposure to the UK, have been selling off. And remember, the pound is a barometer. It's generally seen as a barometer. Well, if the pound were indeed there, it would be seen as a barometer of how well the UK economy is doing. So a lot of people very worried indeed.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, let's go back to Scotland now and Neil Patterson, who is in Glasgow. We think the result is coming there. Of course, a large number of votes in Glasgow at stake. But one would have to guess, based on the referendum, based on what we've seen elsewhere in Scotland, that this is somewhere where the Remain campaign, Neil, are looking for a big dividend.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, certainly, given the fact that, you know, this is now an SNP town, you know, the SNP are an avowedly pro-European, pro-EU party. You know, they would be hoping to get a decent return on that investment here. Let's just briefly, we are expecting that count in just a couple of minutes' time indeed. We've just been given the audio signal that we have a 30-second warning. So I will just get you to cut away now to the main camera so we can get that result proper.
As counting officer for the Glasgow voting area in the referendum, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 253,000. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 168,335.
So Glasgow
the total number
Remain.
of votes cast in favour of Leave was 84,474.
Big margins there, 168,000 for Remain, 84,000 for Leave. So, Neil, your reaction?
Yeah, well, it looks roughly about 2-1 in favour of remaining within the European Union. Let's have a little bit of a discussion with this with the SNP's Angus Robertson, who joins us here. Pleased with that? Perhaps where you want to be?
Delighted by my maths at 66% for
remaining in Scotland's largest city. I think that's hugely encouraging. We've had good news from Dundee, one of Scotland's other great cities. We've still got Edinburgh to come. I would expect a strong Remain vote in Edinburgh too, and right across Scotland, every single local authority area that's reported so far has reported a Remain victory, and I think that's tremendous.
But even if we do see, across all 32 separate counts that we have in Scotland, we do see each one of them voting to Remain. You have to admit, we haven't seen the numbers that some had predicted. I mean, 56.3% turnout in a city which has 7 of 7 MPs for the SNP. That's not great.
Well, turnout has historically always been lower in Glasgow relative to the rest of the country.
Well, the accusation coming from Labour is that you guys simply didn't do enough.
Well, 66% of a result is a pretty strong result, and frankly, to be lectured by the Labour Party, which lost almost every single seat in Scotland, I don't think they're really qualified. I think it did come from a source in London who obviously knows nothing about the campaign on the ground here. We worked very hard. 66% in Glasgow is great. I expect other strong results in the rest of Scotland, and Remain is winning in Scotland. Unfortunately, we look at what's happening in large parts of England, that's not the case.
That I have certified the following.
Grangemouth, Falkirk.
The total number of ballot papers counted was 79,302. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain a member of the European Union was 44,987. The number of votes cast in favour of Leave the European Union was 34,271.
So Falkirk votes in Scotland. Falkirk following the pattern in Scotland, which is voting pretty close to 2 to 1 in favour of remaining in. And you can also see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen that as a result of that massive margin in Glasgow, the In campaign has now pulled ahead of the Out campaign with these latest results. Of course, it could easily go the other way, Neil, but Falkirk also voting in there, Neil. But it has to be said, there's already some bad blood between the Labour Party and the SNP in Scotland. Labour saying, as you were saying, that the SNP has not turned out its vote.
Yeah, and that, of course, is a charge that's roundly denied by, amongst others, Angus Robertson. Let's turn back to you, Angus. What's this mean for Scotland? We have heard in the past few weeks rather more about the prospect of a second independence referendum from, amongst others, John Major and George Osborne. The SNP have become perhaps not entirely quite silent on this topic. If Britain votes to leave the European Union, when does that second independence vote take place?
Well, if it's a case that Scotland votes to remain...
that I have certified the following.
We're just going to another count now. This is Wandsworth in London. Again, Remain will be hoping for a big margin here.
And 18. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 118,463. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 39,421.
So a big vote in favour of Remain from Wandsworth in south-central London there. Wandsworth votes in. That also gives a boost to the lead, currently enjoyed by the In campaign. But Tamworth, often a swing seat in general elections, has voted out. That's the picture in London so far, with 3 out of 33 results declared. London voting 3 to 1. In favour of Remain, and that could well be a key to the end of the evening. Let's have a look at the UK so far. As you see, 75% in Wandsworth voting for Remain. UK so far, 51.8% now for In, 48.2% for Out. We can probably look at Scotland as well. And you'll see there that there's a much bigger margin for In, approaching 60%. Michael, those two results really will have lifted the In campaign quite a lot.
Oh, they certainly have done. It's way above expectations in terms of the size of the Remain vote. And I said in my previous conversation with you that London, because it's such a large population, is so crucial to the Remain camp, and both the result in Lambeth and in Wandsworth were of a piece which said this is much higher vote for Remain. So in effect, although of course it's just 2 results against all the other results that have come in from the northeast and elsewhere and eastern, it is an early indication perhaps that London is going to strongly support Remain. And if parts of the southeast, not all of the southeast, but if parts of the southeast follow a similar trajectory, then we will see the balance tip away from Leave and back towards Remain. And at the outset we said this would be a close race, and nothing has really changed my view of that it will be a tight race. If more results like Lambeth and Wandsworth come in from London, and more results favouring Remain come in from the southeast and of course the northwest of England.
I see Ian going through the 2 million mark, but it's actually, I think, around 16 million to actually pass the winning post, so still a long way to go. What about that Glasgow result?
Well, again, that was a very impressive result. Although we declaimed the low turnout there, it was a good result for Ian of 66.6, and just bear in mind that's 168,000 votes there, and just to re-emphasise for viewers that it's not simply the place that declares in terms of it's one of 382, it's the size, and Glasgow is 4th or 5th in terms of electorate size in the country, and given that it's cast such a heavy vote for Ian, then that can only be good news for the Remain side.
Bracknell there, voting out. Fareham, we're seeing a lot of places in the south of England, a bit further away from London, Michael, favouring out.
Yes, parts of Essex we know are going to vote to Leave over the past few years. Both Essex and parts of East Anglia and Lincolnshire has been strongly in favour of UKIP. And so we know that these areas are going to be strong supporters. It's the other areas of the southeast, the more, if you like, affluent areas of southeastern England that really are very, very important in terms of the Remain side, and also the way in which the national vote is going to go, because the southeast and London together are such a large fraction of the overall electorate.
Michael, thank you very much.
Well, in Clacton, still counting, but judging by the piles behind me, those with the Leave red papers on them look like they are in the majority. With me now is the MEP for the Eastern region, Richard Howitt. Good evening to you. Thank you for joining us. Why would you say that people in your region are deserting you, if you like, and voting Leave?
I wouldn't use the word deserting. I think this is a region that we've always known has a high Euroscepticism. We're in the only constituency in the whole of the country that has a UKIP MEP, although he's not here tonight. But as we've seen in the results elsewhere in the country, in Exeter and Oxford, when the big university cities come in, and in my region that's Cambridge and it's Norwich, I think you're going to be seeing also big support there. And what we'll see in this region is what we're seeing in the country, something I'm not that happy about, but a very divided nation with polarisation, some for, some against, but increasingly evident from past years.
But what do you think you need to do to reconnect with the electorate in this area?
Well, I think a lot of us are connecting, and certainly as far as the Labour vote is concerned, we're unified. We do listen, but what we find, not just the Labour Party, but all of us who were putting the case for Remain in this referendum, is that if you have 20 years of the drip of Euroscepticism, and there hasn't been a sufficient case over that very long period, all political parties, the Westminster bubble, and then only in the last few weeks do you put the positive case as a member of the European Parliament and on behalf of the Labour Party, either we're going to win this narrowly, too narrowly, or the danger is that we fall out of the European Union altogether. And if we do win it, what has to happen is that we have to embrace European politics as part of our politics and not just go back to business as usual as before.
You still have a job to do in this area, though. Many of the issues that concern people here are issues that perhaps haven't been addressed by your party, and the main one, immigration for people here.
Well, just as we've got to make the case for Europe, we also have to make the case for immigration, to understand people's concerns, but not simply to reflect them back to them, but to put the positive case. But of course, the great irony, if Britain were to leave the European Union, is that the people who would most suffer are the people like here in the insecure, low-paid jobs, in the tourist industry, in the part-time work. They'd be the people who'd be first to lose their work. They'd be the people who first to see their vital services cut. Now, have we sufficiently put forward that case to them in this referendum? You can always do more. But certainly on behalf of the Labour Party, all of our figures show that we are still the most pro-European party of all the mainstream UK parties. And I'm proud of the campaign that we fought in these last weeks.
OK, Richard Howard, for the moment, thank you very much. Well, tendering the third most Eurosceptic area according to the Sky data poll. We're expecting declaration here around 4 o'clock in the morning.
Well, some clapping here in the hall in Birmingham as the first results are put on the board behind us for the West Midlands region. North Warwickshire is one. The proportion is 67% for Leave, 33% for Remain, 25,000 to 12,000 roughly. And Tamworth, similar proportions as well. That's 28,000 to 13,500. So 2 strong results for Leave. We understand that the turnout for Birmingham will come in about half an hour, but sources from both sides are suggesting that it's very close, but it may edge to Remain. Well, let me bring in a guest now, Saki Bhatti, who is on the a board member of Vote Leave nationally, but also set up, didn't you, Muslims for Britain?
That's right.
How confident are you feeling, first of all, about the result here in Birmingham, which delivers a big punch, doesn't it, in terms of numbers?
Well, Birmingham is very, very important, but the truth is it's so close to call. I mean, just going down there, it's just so hard to see how Birmingham is going to swing. There are certain wards that we just didn't expect, such as Soho, where Muslims for Britain has been campaigning for very hard, talking to people, etc. And yet, despite all the polls suggesting otherwise, a lot of the people on the doorsteps were saying they wanted to vote out. And actually, it is on a knife edge, and it's just too close to call at the moment.
The perceived wisdom has been that most British Asians in this country would like to vote Remain. Is that not what you're finding?
Not at all. And I think what we're going to learn in this referendum, what my gut instinct is also saying, is that perceived wisdoms are not going to come through in this referendum. Ethnic minorities, we've been talking to them, Muslims for Britain have been going to mosques, to community centres, all around the region. And it's just astounding how much Project Fear hasn't worked, actually. And, you know, when you get the message of hope and actually talk about the EU referendum and ask them about what the European Union is actually doing for them, then actually they just didn't have the answers for it. So what we're seeing is ethnic minorities are also looking at how the EU affects them. And I think that's what we're going to see here in the ballot boxes as well.
You think this is an exciting time, don't you? Even though people are saying that if we do vote for Brexit in the UK, we might see Tory and Labour leadership contests, we might see a general election called, we might see Scottish referendum, we might see plans to push for reunification of Ireland. Does none of that concern you at all? The pound is diving.
Well, I think, look, that's all there's a lot of things to come into the future, and we're going to have to look at that. What is really exciting is the level of turnout, and actually if you want to see an act of 100% democracy in the 21st century, this is it. This referendum is showing that people have come out and they've got an opinion to voice.
Who are the people that are voting Leave? What is driving the figures to be higher than anticipated in some areas?
Yeah, to be honest, there is no one demographic. You know, everyone is looking at how it affects them, and actually that's what's been so surprising. When we've gone door to door and spoken to people, you know, different people have different reasons. Some people are trading with China, with India, with Pakistan, and they don't actually trade with the European Union, and they see it as an unnecessary burden. And actually, of course, immigration has been a big factor for ethnic minorities, because of course many of the British Muslims in this country are South Asian in their heritage, and they don't understand why the EU discriminates against migration from non-EU countries, and it directly impacts them. So there's a whole load of factors here, and it's just too close to call at the moment.
Saki Bhatti, good to talk to you there, a board member of Vote Leave nationally and the man who set up Muslims for Britain. Thank you very much indeed. Well, obviously, as I said, turnout still not here in Birmingham. The word on the street, though, is that it's too close to call for Birmingham, and that delivers, of course, a massive number of voters, potentially 700,000. The turnout will be less than that, of course. So, as I said, the pound reacting strongly to the news we're getting through. Let's get more now from Hong Kong and Katie Stallard. Katie.
Yeah, good morning from Hong Kong and the trading floor of Fidelity International, where the global ramifications of all of this are being watched very carefully. Let me show you, first of all, the current position of the pound sterling, which we've seen moving extremely volatile opening this morning. So firstly, opened up at some point over 1.5 to the dollar, but then you can see this sustained slide off. And I think what you're looking at here, if you see this very deep trough, appears to be Sunderland. So that was 7:15 in the morning here, which is quarter past midnight your time. Just after that point, the sterling slid off, and that would coincide approximately with that Sunderland result in the UK. So you can get a sense here of how this is reading across into the global markets, the wider international implications of all of this. Let me bring in Catherine Young, Investment Director and Asian equities expert here. Let me ask you first for your take, Catherine, on what you think we're seeing across the markets this morning.
Well, there's immense levels of volatility and uncertainty. You know, every time you try and form a narrative, it changes pretty much within minutes. So it's very much a wait-and-see approach. But you get the sense that the actual outcome is a lot closer than what the polls were indicating previously.
And give us a sense of, so this is how traders are watching this news come in this morning. There's a news feed and you're watching each of the individual headlines. I mean, what kind of reactions? I think we saw some headlines in terms of British banking shares this morning here.
Yeah, so proxies for the UK, HSBC, Stanchart, they opened down around 3 to 4%. When we look at the broader region though, so the Japanese, the Australian stock markets, they actually opened up, then got sold off. And then after the Glasgow announcement came out, we saw a bounce from the lows. So again, there's just so much volatility still going through. What's interesting, though, is that volumes are quite light within the various equity markets in our part of the world.
How much attention should we be paying to, for instance, these very volatile swings? I mean, how much of this is just volatile sentiment, and how much, should we be genuinely concerned about?
Well, at the end of the day, whatever the outcome is, and even if it's Remain, because the gap is so narrow, this will lead to further questions. So this uncertainty is likely to continue. And of course, it's a global contagion issue. So here in Asia, even if we look at the corporate sector, most of our corporates here earn their revenues and profits about around 60% domestically. So a lot of the companies we own.
Just going to interrupt now. This is Nuneaton.
The Regional Counting Officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 69,876. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 23,736. The total number of votes cast in
Nuneaton votes out then.
46,095. The total number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Both answers voted for 20, writing or mark by which the voter could be identified 2, unmarked or void.
Let's just have a quick look at the UK-wide picture with 77 out of 382 results in so far. It's on a knife edge, 50.9 for remaining in the UK, 49.1 for leaving the European Union. So absolutely close. We can look. We can go now to Ed Conway for some more analysis.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And we're kind of looking through the state of the country as it is at the moment, and these results. You see Nuneaton there has just gone blue on our screen. Blue for Leave, yellow for Remain, and you can see the picture of the country as a whole behind me. These are every single one, 382 local authorities mostly, these voting areas throughout the UK and where they stand at the moment. And just to kind of have a look at it, it does look, doesn't it, as if there might be a little bit more blue than yellow. But the important thing to remember here is you kind of scan across this, this wall. Let me take all of these numbers and rearrange them so that they are by the size, the population size, so the voting size in each of these different areas, and you get a slightly different picture emerging here, because these areas over here are the areas with the biggest populations, and those areas over on the other side are the areas with smaller populations, so bigger to smaller. And there are a few kind of obvious patterns here. I mean, there are areas here like Gibraltar, the Scilly Isles, City of London, all very pro-Remain. But there definitely is a pattern whereby areas with slightly smaller populations are tending to be Leave. And there is a bit of a cluster so far. It's very early days, but there's a little bit of a cluster of areas with higher populations which are voting for Remain. And I just want to compare two particular examples here. Glasgow, which was a pretty strong Remain vote, 66.6% in Glasgow. The upshot of that, because it has a very high population, you saw it there, up on this kind of far right-hand side, because it has a high population, 66.6, but the margin, the number of extra votes that go towards the Remain camp is 83.
The number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 23.
Grimsby now. This is North East Leicestershire.
The number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 55,185. For clarity, that was 55,185.
North East Lincolnshire has voted out.
5,045.
And we can now go to North Lanarkshire in Scotland. Declaration imminent there.
A member of the European Union was 95,549. The number of votes cast in favour of Leave the European Union was 59,400. The number
so North Lanarkshire, again, Scottish area voting heavily in favour of remaining in the European Union.
Write-in or mark by which the voter could be identified. 2. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 73.
And look at that, it's just 50.8 to 49.3 in terms of percentage. Stroud has just voted in. Well, with me is the Shadow Cabinet Minister and in-campaigner John Ashworth MP. I've got to ask you...
what on earth are you going to ask me?
What do you think of it so far?
I mean, it's just so close, isn't it? I mean, it is so close. I mean, I sincerely and desperately hope that remaining in the European Union wins in the end, and I'm hoping that some of these bigger cities and London areas will come through for us. We've still not got my own city of Leicester, which I think is probably going to be more in the favour of Remain. We've not got Nottingham through yet, not got Birmingham through, Manchester through. So I'm hoping that these big city areas and London will keep us in.
I mean, they're going to be pretty... I mean, what's your feeling about those big city areas in your patch?
Well, I mean, from my own sense of going around the city areas, I think it's very strong for Remain, but we'll see. But I think there is clearly a difference, isn't there, in the country between the city areas and the towns and suburbs, and I think that's something that all politicians are going to have to reflect upon. We, particularly the Labour Party, have got to reflect upon it, because you can see it, Labour cities, leaving aside Sunderland perhaps, but Labour cities, you know, doing well for Labour and saying Remain, but towns and suburbs are sort of are not, are they?
I've got to ask you about, I mean, there we've seen the UK result, currently 50.8 for Remain, just breaking the 3 million mark, and just under 3 million, 49.2, fantastically close for Out. But then look at this, look at Scotland. Scotland voting 62% to 37.8% for Remaining. Then we've got Wales, which perhaps has been pretty unexpected, voting fairly heavily for Out, 55% to 44%. I mean, more heavily, obviously, than the UK-wide picture. And then this is the picture in England. Of course, we have now had a few London, but again, 55 to 45%. Now, whatever else, that is a disunited kingdom at the moment, isn't it?
Well, the country is very divided, and politicians like me have got to understand why. I mean, I've got my own theories. I think the way the economy is currently structured does not benefit people. You know, last year, 100,000 extra people went on to zero-hours contracts. Why is it only 5% of school leavers go on to do apprenticeships? I mean, this is not an economy that is working, and I think people are rejecting that in this vote.
I mean, look, there we have it. That's nationwide, 50.4 to 49.6. I mean, less than a percentage point, with Watford voting out, Wigan voting out. I mean, it does appear that a lot of people in this country feel that the present system, if you like, the system delivered to them by the experts, is not working for them.
No, I think that's right, and people are using this referendum to give the government are kicking. And I think they're kicking the government over things like the zero-hours contracts that they're on, the increasing temporary work, the fact that they feel that their wages are being undercut. I think all these issues they thought were on the ballot paper in this referendum.
But what about the economic impact? Because we're seeing there's a pretty negative international impact to all this. So presumably people who already feel under pressure will feel under pressure more, even though they're voting for coming out.
Well, exactly. I mean, I agree. And I am so worried about what this means for my constituents. I'm really, really fearful about jobs and prosperity and livelihoods for the people I represent in Leicester. If
it's as tight as it is, can it be a decisive result? Because, you know, on this pattern, there's only going to be a few 100,000 votes in it, or tens of thousands of votes in it.
I think a win is a win for whichever side it is, and politicians have got to respect that, but they've got to understand, you know, the 50% or the 49.9% of the country that didn't support their position, and it's incumbent upon all of us. It's incumbent upon us as the Labour Party to go to cities like Sunderland and towns like Watford and understand why people did not vote to stay within the European Union in this referendum.
Because, I mean, there are people, and we're already hearing Nigel Farage saying, well, even if we lose, we've won, because not so long ago 66% of the country backed the idea of joining the European Union. Now it's down to 50%. It's only going in one direction, he'll say.
Well, I mean, I think if Remain win, I mean, that has settled the question. And I suppose if Leave win, well, you know, once it's done, it's done. I think politicians have to accept that, but we have to understand why people voted the way they did, which is why I'm arguing that we in the Labour Party, and all the way down from the Shadow Cabinet, I remember the Shadow Cabinet, we'll be having our Shadow Cabinet meeting tomorrow. I'll be saying one of the things we've got to do is get out of London and go to Sunderland, to Middlesbrough, to Wigan, which I've just seen has voted to leave, and so on, and find out why the people voted the way they did.
And you think it is your answer to that question?
I think it is partly to do with the economy. I mean, people think that this economy is not working for them.
You know, doesn't it just come down to some basic questions, like, for example, on the question of immigration? Yeah. Jeremy Corbyn thinks immigration is a good thing because it's fair and it spreads advantage to the disadvantaged. Many of his voters just think this is foreigners coming in, taking our jobs and bidding down our wages.
Well, I mean, I represent Leicester, so I have seen for myself how immigration can benefit a city. I mean, Leicester is a brilliant, vibrant, diverse city today because of people came to Leicester to make it their home over many, many years.
Do you think that's how white working-class voters feel in Leicester?
Well, I think there are people in the country who are very, very concerned about immigration, who feel that when people move to their area, that their wages are undercut, that the economy disadvantages them, and that we've got to understand that and we've got to respond to it. So now it's for us to say to the government, we want the migration fund, which supports public services in an area. We want them to stop firms advertising just in Europe and not advertising jobs here in the UK. We want them to deal with all the abuses of zero-hours contracts, the abuses of temporary and agency work. Because, you know, the UK economy, according to the Heritage Foundation, a right-wing Republican think tank, says we're the fourth most...
OK, well, you're going to be interested in this one. We're going now to Liverpool. The declaration is imminent there.
The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. No official mark, 0. Both answers voted for, 60. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 4. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 110. And the total number of ballot papers rejected was therefore 170.
Got a few sound problems there in Liverpool. We'll bring you that result in just a moment as soon as we get it. You're saying you need to get out of London.
Yeah.
Does that mean you need to get rid of a leader who is from London, to some people personifies the croissant-eating classes, if you like?
No, of course not. I mean, Jeremy was elected leader in September, 10 months ago now, or whatever it is. He's, you know, party members have given Jeremy his support. No, it's not about Jeremy. I think it's about the whole of the Labour Party.
I mean, my point is, does he speak to Labour voters in Wigan?
Well, I think, of course he does. I mean, we had a set of local government elections just a couple of months ago where in places like Wigan, people went out and voted Labour. But equally at the same time, clearly there is an issue that the Labour Party has at the moment, more generally, in towns and suburbs and those sorts of constituencies that we need to win back if we're to form a government. And we need to be going to those areas, talking to people and listening to people and responding to what they tell us.
Should say, worth noting that Ceredigion in Wales is the first area in Wales, I think, to vote in, but as you're seeing, Rhondda and Cannon Valley going the other way. And Liverpool has also voted in.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay.
Well, that Liverpool result, an interesting one. That is the 10th result from the North West so far, and it's the first one to vote in.
This is Islington. We just...
I hereby give notice that I am certified of the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 101723. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 76420. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 25180.
So Islington votes 3-1 for Remain. Islington votes 3-1 for Remain in Jeremy Corbyn's backyard there. A boost for the Remain campaign from Islington in London, of course, widely expected. Let's go back to Jane in Manchester. Jane.
Thanks very much, Adam. Yeah, it's been an interesting night from the North West so far. We've just had Liverpool declared. That is the 10th region in the North West to declare, and it's the first one to declare in. All of the others have declared out so far. Liverpool, in the last few days, that it was thought that it was going to vote out, but there was some sort of traction on social media over the last few days saying that the Remain camp seemed to be winning out in Liverpool, and that seems to be the case. But the long list of outs, we've talked about Wigan a lot already this evening. Interesting, Wigan, that voted out. It is an area which has got a textile industry that has been affected enormously by international competition, a Labour safe seat, high jobless areas. It's voted out. You can look at the figures there, 63.9% out in 36%. Now let's take a look at Knowsley. Now this is another area. This was possibly the most Eurosceptic area in the North West. Very, very Eurosceptic, high social deprivation and unemployment in Knowsley. That too has voted out. Slightly smaller margin though, 51% voting out, 48% voting in. So that's a little bit closer than we were expecting. But that was one of the expected areas. Other areas that were expected include Bury, Eden, Hyndburn, Pendle and Blackpool. They have all voted out, but also voted out in the North West in the last hour. St Helens in Merseyside, an area which is mostly white, higher than average national employment, mostly Labour voters, was expected to remain, but has voted out. And Burnley, that also was expected to be Remain. It is a very Eurosceptic area, but that too has voted out. So we are getting some surprises. We knew that the North West was going to go very strongly out. That was what Sky Data was predicting we were going to get. But what it is showing is that even in some of the areas we were expecting to remain, they too are voting out here in the North West. So of the 10 areas that have declared here, only one, and that's Liverpool, has so far voted to remain in.
Jane, thank you very much indeed. Well, we're just seeing, look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen for the summary as results come in. Currently in 50.6, 3.57 million votes, out 49.4, just over 1% in it, but it's been going up and down all night, 3.48 million. Let's look at the picture in England. This rather clearer reversal, really, out ahead, 53.6, in behind, 46.4. Scotland going the other way. Scotland is 62% in, 38% out. And this is Wales. We're just getting the first results for in, but Wales also pretty heavily for out, 54.7%. In 45.3%.
Yeah.
Okay.
We are at the Remain party. It was pretty subdued about an hour or so ago. It's livened up a little bit. They've been very pleased with those results that have been coming in from central London, particularly Wandsworth, the Wandsworth bump, as it's been called, with the pound going up something like 5 cents as a result of what happened in Wandsworth. Let's find out how they're feeling about it now. Pat McFadden for Labour is here. Hi. Wasn't going very well. Seems to have had a bit of a bounce. How are you feeling?
It's just so close. I mean, the picture, to state the obvious, shows a country split right down the middle so far on this, and you know, none of us can say which side is going to come out on top as things stand.
If it becomes Remain, thanks to Scotland and London, there's a lot of work to do around the rest of the country. There's
a lot of work to do, whichever side wins this, because the result is so close. I mean, what I've found about this is that certainly for people voting to come out, immigration very high on their list of concerns, but there's something else going on here too, which is for a lot of people a real sense of pessimism about the country and their place in it. So I think that whoever wins tonight has got a big job to do to try and create a future that everybody can believe in, and at the moment millions of our fellow citizens don't feel that.
Is that going to be possible though? I mean, if it is, you know, 49 versus 51, that's too close. You've got to have another referendum.
No, I don't think anybody wants to have another referendum. I think it is possible, but it's a big leadership test. And what the country needs after this is good leadership that says, right, we've had a very divisive process here, and whichever side wins, we have to create a future that can bring these two sides together, at least in some part. And I think that's going to be a really important question after tonight.
Okay, good to talk to you, Pat. Thank you. Just a minute or so to chat to some of the people who are here in the room. Let's chat to these young people. Hi, you're live on Sky at the moment, guys. How are you feeling about it?
How are we feeling? We're feeling good, yeah.
Are you? Everybody seems a little less confident than they were earlier.
No, but I think some good results have come in, and of course it's early days, but I think it'll be close, but I think we're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, it's going to be close, but a win for Remain.
Let's see.
Close result, but a win for Remain.
Let's see. Thanks very much indeed. Thanks a lot. Just wander over this way as well. Just a very quick chat. Very quickly. Live on Sky. Close. Going to win?
We think so. I mean, we've still got some of the bigger areas to come in. Still got some of the, especially places like Edinburgh, places very more metropolitan areas to come in. So yeah, I think we've got a pretty good chance.
Okay. Thanks very much indeed. Thanks a lot. So that's the mood here at the Remain Party so far. Certainly they were an awful lot more buoyant earlier. A lot of big results still to come in though. Continuing coverage here on Sky News.
You're watching Decision Time, in or out, on Sky News. Counting is underway in the historic EU referendum. Polls closed 5 hours ago, and the declarations we have so far show it is an incredibly close race indeed, with just over 100 seats declared out of 282, 50.4 for Remain, 49.6% for Leave. Now, that uncertainty has been reflected on currency markets. The pound has seen its most volatile trading on record. So, to recap, this is how things currently stand. In the United Kingdom, In has 50.3% of the votes. That is 3,766,000. Out has 49.7% of the votes. That is 3,718,000. But different patterns around the nations of the United Kingdom. This is Wales. Wales is voting for out, 54.7%, to in on 45.3%. But Scotland is voting for in. Here we have it. In 62.2% in Scotland, out 37.8%. And this is the picture in England. Of course, by far the biggest population centre of the UK nations. Out currently favoured in England, 53.7% to 46.3%. For in the last few minutes, Richmond-upon-Thames in outer West London has voted to remain in. Gloucester and Havant, we're seeing there, both voting to come out. Well, with me now are the former Shadow Home Secretary and out campaigner David Davis, MP, and the former Business Secretary Sir Vince Cable. Welcome to you both. Vince Cable, do you know which way this is heading yet?
I mean, none of us know, but it looks more probable that we're going to finish up with Leave, or at the very best, a highly wafer-thin majority to Remain. I mean, that's...
So you think it's favouring Leave at the moment?
That seems to be. I mean, I'm no more of an expert on this than everybody else who's analysing it, but that seems to be the trend, and I think we need to think about that scenario and what it means.
David Davis.
Yeah, I broadly agree. I mean, we'd expected at this time of the evening, given the way the votes are being counted, Remain to be 3-4 points ahead, and they're not that distant. So it looks like about a 51-52 vote for Leave.
This is the result you wanted?
Yeah.
What does it mean for Britain?
Well, it'll mean huge transformation. I mean, tomorrow morning, somebody's got to start thinking about all of the reorganisation of the trading relationships, both with the European Union and the rest of the world, and what our industrial strategy and commercial strategy will be after that. I mean, this is a complete transformation of the way the government will operate, I think.
I think massive consequences, both economic and political. I mean, economic, we're going to have a major, bloodbath tomorrow, but that's financial. But in terms of the real economy, certainly in the short run, a big hit. Confidence evaporating, people not sure where we're heading. And in the longer run, I mean, people like me have been warning. It remains to be seen whether this is true, whether it's actually going to be very, very difficult for the next 5 years or so until all of this is sorted out. Politically, I think David Cameron's position will be virtually impossible unless the Remain position substantially improves in the next couple of hours. Labour Party have had a terrible night. Their authority has deteriorated. The Scottish scenario has played out exactly as we feared, and that's a problem not just for future referendum in Scotland, but their lack of cooperation over devolved government powers in relation to Europe. It's potentially very, very, very messy.
I mean, David Davis, if you're right and Leave wins, where does that leave David Cameron?
Well, I think if he sets up a sensible arrangement for someone to negotiate, he really can't negotiate the exit because of the stance he's taken. He's sort of stated it's impossible. But the exit does require something like a 2-3 year long negotiation abroad, a difficult negotiation. Nobody should doubt that, and therefore stability at home. So I think the argument should be for him to stay, but to realise that somebody else has to do that.
I mean, you are not a signatory, however, to this letter.
No, I don't.
Robert Sims' letter saying.
Yeah, I don't sign letters being nice to governments or being nasty to governments. That's not my way.
I think this is just impossible, David. I mean,
I don't think so.
Even if it's a neat solution.
Just to interrupt, this is the Westminster Declaration.
I, Charlie Parker, as counting officer for the Westminster voting area at the referendum held on the 23rd of June 2016, and having been authorised to do so by the regional counting officer, hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 78325. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 53928.
The Westminster votes Remain.
The number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 24268. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. For no official mark, 0. Both answers are voted for, 47. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified.
So there we have the Westminster result, as we've seen in much of London, although interestingly not in Dagenham and Barking, which went for out. A fairly substantial margin for in. Also, in have now, as have out, on their heels, both crossed the 4 million vote mark. Just seeing West Somerset come through there. And if you look at our totals on the bottom right-hand side of the corner of your screen, less than 1% in it, 50.3% to 49.7%.
0.5% in it.
It's London and Scotland versus everywhere else.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, it does actually rather characterise.
Well, we haven't had the Midlands yet. It has to be said.
No, and the
we don't know which way the Midlands is going.
But what you've seen is something I've seen on the ground, which is, as it were, the industrial working areas of Britain have voted pretty strongly out. I mean, and indeed, the problem for the Labour Party is that a large number of Labour working class voters are voting out. Partly, I suspect, because their pay hasn't increased for 10 years. They see that as an immigration problem, and that's what's led this.
Well, we don't know what the result is going to be from Birmingham or Coventry.
Not yet, no. And it wouldn't be, I don't think it'd be quite as stark as the North, but it'd be in that direction.
I would agree with that. I think we are in Leave territory, and I think we're just going to be realistic about it and start thinking through the implications of it. It's very sad, and certainly my party was the only one I think was united on this issue, and we worked bloody hard to get the right result. But I think
when you had a bad night a year ago, and it's a bad night now.
It is, and I think we're just going to have to face up to the implications of it.
Just seeing Peterborough going out, Bridgend going out, West Somerset going out, Eastbourne going out. This may be the point pretty close where, having had a lead, Runnymede votes out, that we're beginning to see the Out campaign overtake in again. It has gone back and forth tonight, but I mean, David Davis, you were saying how difficult it's going to be and how they're going to be difficult negotiations, and the Prime Minister's position is going to be in question to a certain extent, although you're supporting him. I mean, why on earth did you want this result, then, if it's going to be so chaotic?
It's going to be difficult, but I think the long term... I mean, Vince and I will disagree about this. I mean, we'll agree that there will be some financial instability, but financial markets and foreign exchange markets are volatile. They always overstate the case. They go the wrong way. That'll happen for a few weeks.
Sorry, interrupt. We're going to Aberdeen now.
63,985. Leave the European Union, 40,729.
So Aberdeen votes to remain, but what we're seeing now is, look at your screen, 50%, a tie, a dead heat. Now just gone up because of the Aberdeen result to 50.2 to 49.8%. But effectively, with turnout of 70%, we're seeing a tie in the nation. Carmarthenshire going out there. Let's go to Ed Conway for some analysis.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Adam. Let's just have a look, actually, at our big screen with all of the different local voting areas around the UK, and you can get a sense of the way this vote is going. Just have a look at the colour of all of these. Aberdeen, of course, actually, there on the top left, that result just coming through for Remain. Those Remain results are yellow, Leave are blue, but the key thing here is that each of these different areas are, at the moment, arranged alphabetically, but let's just zoom out and have a look at what happens if you try and arrange them by the size of their actual voting population. Just look at the change and look at where the colours are going. You're seeing quite a lot of blue back here. These are the bigger areas in terms of the size of their voting population, and they get smaller and smaller as we go in this direction. And it was always going to be the case, as far as Remain were concerned, that they were going to do pretty well over here. They weren't expecting to do quite so well over here. I'll have a look at the kind of in map form, actually, because it can give you even more of a sense of this. Now, this is our heat map, showing you the scale of the vote in different areas across the UK. Everything that's orangey is in, everything that's bluey is out, and the darker it is, the more people are voting for it. So you can see across much of the UK, and indeed much of Wales, you've got big swathes of blue. And then look at Scotland. That's the one that really kind of strikes you. Just look at the very top. In Scotland, you can see it's very orange indeed. So that suggests people voting strongly for Remain. But when you dig through, and actually, let me show you, just in terms of different areas in the UK.
Sorry to interrupt. Let's go to Darlington for their declaration.
I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 55,195. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain a member of the European Union was 24,172.
So Darlington votes narrowly for out.
The number of votes cast in favour of Leave the European Union was 30,994.
So Darlington in the northeast votes for out. That's pretty much the pattern we're seeing. Also seeing Tandridge, incidentally, voting for out. That contains Clacton. Perhaps, given that that's Douglas Carswell's constituency, not a surprise there. Redditch also voting out. And once again, we're on this 50-50 figure on your screens, in ahead by a smidgen. That's the result in Darlington, 56.2% for out, 43.8% for in.
I know, I'm all right with it. I always...
Well, the results in the West Midlands region coming through thick and fast now. 7 out of 30 we've had so far. All for Leave: Tamworth, War Forest, North Warwickshire, Rugby, Telford and Wrekin, Malvern Hills and Nuneaton. If you cast your mind back to the 2015 general election, that was the first key Labour-Tory marginal which predicted the result. Instead of delivering the Labour victory as was anticipated by the polls, it produced a swing of 3% to the Tories. It's come out in favour of Leave, 66% to 34%. So we're keeping an eye on Birmingham. We've just had as well the turnout, 63.7% turnout here in Birmingham. Let me bring in now Caroline Spelman, local MP for, well, part of Solihull, isn't it? Conservative for Meriden. You've been working really hard. Your T-shirt says it all. How are you actually feeling tonight?
Well, obviously it's still very early in the proceedings. We've only got just over a quarter of the declarations have occurred. You said 7 out of 30 for the wider West Midlands. And I think the standout result really is the result from the North East, which was out of kilter with the predictions for the whole region. And when you think about what's happened to them with the collapse in the steel price and the closure of Redcar, I guess we can understand maybe where that's coming from. But for our region, this is really significant because we are a major exporting region for the UK. We export far more to the EU than we import. So, you know, the West Midlands stands to suffer considerably if we do leave.
So put Project Fear aside, if we're really genuinely looking at a potential Brexit here, what do you really think it's going to mean for places like those that rely on the car industry here in the West Midlands?
Well, my real concern is for the car industry and the other manufacturing industries in our region here. We haven't had the result in yet for Birmingham, but it's likely to vote to remain. It's quite close. Solihull, I would think, would be the same. We haven't yet heard the M40 corridor seats, which is very much automotive focused, Warwick and Lamington and Kenilworth, all the way down the M40 to Gaydon, where they test all these cars. So for the car industry, this is very serious, and their bosses did write to the workforce, I know, not just in our region, but also in the North East, about the significance of this vote for their industries.
So what's going wrong for your campaign here in this region? We're looking at a proportion of roughly 66 to 33 in terms of how people are voting in the figures we've had so far. What is driving people to believe that exiting the European Union is right for them and their communities?
Well, I think I found on the doorstep that it was actually, this is a very complex vote. People had a whole range of reasons for voting a particular way. Some of them actually nothing whatsoever to do with the European Union. And I think that is the thing about a referendum. It brings in a lot of wider issues. And I tried to get people in this region to really focus on the fact that the West Midlands is a major exporting region in the UK economy. There are only two that are in trade surplus. That is the West Midlands and the North East. But I don't think the West Midlands can compensate for the really significantly out-of-kilter results in the North East. I think Birmingham will vote to remain, and how the big cities vote is going to be very important in the overall result.
And how Scotland and London vote too. We've had low turnout, for example, in Glasgow, and terrible thunderstorms and rain in London. Do you really think we're going to exit the European Union because of the inclement British weather?
Well, I think the British are made of tougher stuff than that, and I think that people will they care passionately about this issue, and they'll make a big effort to go to the polls. We've been fortunate, we've been blessed with good weather here in the West Midlands, but right now my concern is for our country. We've seen that at this point the pound is falling in value. That's not a good sign. That's how the outside world looks at our country from the outside. For the West Midlands region, this is really important. You know, we are an exporter. Our principal market is the European market. The car industry and other manufacturers are very important. 250,000 jobs are linked directly to our membership of the EU here in the West Midlands.
What about the politics of this? You're a Conservative MP. Can David Cameron survive despite this letter being sent to him that he has a mandate by more than 80 Conservative MPs? How is this going to shake up the Conservative Party in the future?
Well, I'm less worried about my party than I am worried about the country right now. The country is my major concern, and my region in particular. I think, you know, the fact that actually he had a letter calling on him to continue in post as Prime Minister is surely a good sign that the party wants to come back together. I think it's quite apparent to me that there's a desire, once the referendum is over, to come back together and to get on with the business of governing.
Caroline Spelman, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's get some more from our election analysis team. First to Sky's election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher of Plymouth University. Michael, you're working on a forecast. What is it currently telling you as these results come in? I should say, since we last did a check in the nationwide picture, it's still very, very close, but Leave is now ahead again.
Yes,
Michael.
with over 135 results declared, we are still saying that Leave are ahead, albeit a slightly narrower gap than previously, and so it's 53% we expect have voted to leave the European Union, and 47% have voted to remain. That's the current forecast based on just under 140 of the 382 results in so far.
But we've got some big conurbations to come in. Birmingham, much of London and Coventry, other big cities. Are they going to make much difference, do you think?
Well, anywhere with a large population, Adam, is bound to make a difference. The fundamental problem for the Remain camp is that their actual vote must be now larger than the pre-forecast vote. Remember, the forecast had been for a very, very narrow Remain win, and the current forecast is showing a narrow win for Leave. And in order to redress that imbalance now, the Remain camp has to win places like Birmingham and elsewhere rather healthily. So London is still crucial, the southeast of England is still crucial, and the northwest of England is still crucial. And fundamentally, of course, we haven't had too many results from there. The Yorkshire and Humberside region may well play a pivotal part in the final analysis. But it's, at the moment, things are still good for the Remain side. Sorry,
Gateshead.
Still good for the Leave side, I should have said.
Well, as you can see on your screens, 50.6 for Leave out, and they are in the lead. Let's go to John Craig, who's at the Leave party tonight. John.
Well, Adam, a huge contrast between the gloomy mood at the Remain campaign HQ and the party that's going on here. Every win for Leave is being cheered loudly. The only complaint here is that they stopped serving booze at 2 a.m. because they would like to be toasting some of these victories in the bubbly they were drinking earlier on. But I'm joined, Adam, by someone who has been hugely influential in this campaign, John Mills, big Labour Party donor, and also a big donor to the Leave campaign. You're a big figure in Labour Leave. What appears to be significant here is that in Labour heartlands, people are voting to leave the EU. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think it's really because there's been a big disjunction between the Labour Party and its supporters in the north of England particularly, and that's why you're seeing these results. I mean, I think the mistake that Labour Party made, to be honest with you, was campaigning so strongly in favour of staying in rather than having a more constructive but critical stance, which I think the Labour voting people in the north of England could have related to. But once they started saying that there was EU had everything going for it and nothing wrong, this is just not credible for people living in the north of England who are suffering from immigration, they're suffering from wage cuts. It's just not where they are.
Should Mr Corbyn be blamed by the Remain campaign if it goes badly for them?
Well, I'm not sure it's entirely his fault. I mean, I think Jeremy Corbyn's probably as concerned as anybody else about the fact that so many Labour voting people have not voted for Labour or not voted for the Labour policy in the referendum we're now having. You know, if you get a large number of Labour voters who vote against the party's official policy, this is not good news for the future at all. And the Labour Party, I think, has got a big job to do.
Under the European Union Referendum
Great
Act
Yarmouth,
2015,
one
and
of the most
having been authorised
Eurosceptic
to do
parts
so
of the
by
country.
the regional counting officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 50,158. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain a member of the European Union was 14,284.
So Great Yarmouth votes out by a large margin.
The number of votes cast in favour of Leave the European Union was 35,844. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. No official mark, nil.
Well, some large number of victories there for the outside, now meaning that the margin with 155 results in so far is in 48.7%, out 51.3%. That's the Great Yarmouth result, 2-1 and more voting in favour of leaving, 71.5%. Fife in Scotland has voted in. Let's go to Ed Conway for some analysis.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Adam. Let's have a look at this. This gives you a sense of the race that we're seeing at the moment between the two sides. This is one of those things, referendums, where what matters...
Go to Sheffield now, Ed, for the next
The referendum held on the 23rd of June 2016 under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the Regional Counting Officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 266,951. 266,951. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain a member of the European Union was 130,735.
So Sheffield votes for out.
Number of votes cast in favour of Leave the European Union was 136,018.
Well, Sheffield votes for out, margin of 6,000 votes there. Also seeing Crawley voting for out, Wirral and Fife voting for in. Currently stands at 48.9% to 51.1%. Milton Keynes votes out. Let's go back to Ed Conway.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Adam. I was just showing you this. This is essentially the kind of race between in on the one side, Remain, and out. And this is the winning line. Remember, this is a referendum. Every single vote counts here. And so what's crucial is who is going to get to that winning line that we've calculated at 16.8 million votes first. And note that at the moment, thanks in part to those just recent results from Great Yarmouth, there, that the outside is winning this race with 6.2 million votes at the moment, compared with 5.9 for in. At this stage, it's worth saying, at this stage, you might have expected, based on the polling, based on what we know about different kind of local areas of the UK, that even if it was going to be 50-50, you'd kind of expect that Remain would be nosing ahead at this stage. So that for a start, is bad news for out. And what Remain were really hoping for in particular was that the big cities were going to come out to vote for them. Let's have a look at these biggest electorates. These are cities with populations, or rather areas with populations of over 200,000 in terms of voting members of the public. And the expectation, the hope, I suppose, amongst those in the Remain camp was that most of these would go yellow. Yellow, of course, in our graphics means Remain. Blue means Leave. But there is still quite a lot of blue in there, as indeed there is quite a lot of blue across our big screen with all of the different numbers. Look at that. It is striking. You are starting to see a lot more blue than yellow across here as those results come in. Seeing various different areas, many of which were expected to go for Remain, instead swinging across to leave the EU, voting to leave the EU. It has been striking, and you can also kind of see that in cartographical terms. Just look at this map of the UK and see all of the different areas. The darker they are, the more in favour of leaving they are. And we were always expecting, I think, a lot of England to be in favour of leaving. But also look at Wales. Wales also painted large parts of Wales in blue. And then if you move up to Scotland, Scotland was always expected to vote to Remain. But have a look at this. What was the turnout going to be like for Scotland? Let's pull up Scotland here. The turnout in Scotland, 65.8% 5%. Remember, back at the referendum for independence, it was 85%. So the concern here for Remain is that Scotland didn't turn out to vote. But compare that to England, and look at this. Turnout of 72.4%. In England, people did turn out, and look at that. They voted, they turned out to vote to leave the EU. And that is the picture we're seeing at the moment. And as I said, right now, very worrying indeed for the Remain camp. And you saw Michael Thrasher's projection there, looking at what could be actually a relatively comfortable victory for the Leave camp.
OK, and I think it was a forecast, not a projection. We haven't got to projection points yet. With me now is the Shadow Defence Secretary and in-campaigner Emily Thornberry MP, of course, for Islington. Islington voted in. You must be pleased about that, but pretty dismayed by the state of the results coming in.
It's worrying, but I think it's still too early to say. I think by this stage we were expecting more of the London results to come out, and we haven't had them yet. And obviously they're very large population centres, so let's see what the results there are. Let's see what the results are. So you still think
there's a chance that
Let's see. Yeah, it's very close, as you can see. It's very close, and we've still got, you know, a long way to go.
We did see there those population centres which were Labour targets and also are areas where the Remain campaign was hoping to do extremely well. What went wrong, do you think?
I think that there was, from the people that I've been speaking to, I think there was a lot of concern about access to public services. I think there's a crisis in terms of housing. I think that people are fed up with, you know, not getting paid enough and getting undercut. And I spoke to a plasterer today who said, you know, I work really long hours, I'm taken advantage of, and there's always somebody else who can take my job if I don't want to. And I think these are the sorts of things that people are talking about. And I think that these are things that the Prime Minister could fix if he wanted to, whether we're in Europe or out of Europe.
Do you think they're perhaps things that, you know, the sort of typical Islingtonite Labour activist like yourself doesn't really understand, those problems lower down the social scale?
Well, I think that's not fair. I mean, 40% of my constituents live in social housing. The problems that my constituents have are the same problems that we have across the whole of the country. So, you know, the problem about lack of housing, the problem about underpay, the problem about not being able to access public services in the way that they would expect are problems that affect, you know, everybody, no matter where they come from.
No, but I mean, the question is, I mean, if you look around the country, clearly those voters are being lost from what the Labour leadership would like to lead them into. So how do you get them back?
Well, I think that there are certainly some areas where they have been really having it tough, like Hartlepool and, you know, these sorts of regions, those that have been affected by the collapse in the steel industry, etc., who really wanted to kick the establishment, and that's what they've done. I think that the message that comes out of tonight is that, you know, those who see that the system doesn't work for them, wherever they are across the country, want change, and many of them have voted to leave the European Union. And it's been their way of expressing their unhappiness with how things are now.
If Britain comes out, the European Union is going to develop its own ideas for common European defence. As a Shadow Defence Secretary, what's your view of that?
Let's get through tonight, and then we will face these problems tomorrow. Tonight, let's get through the results.
You presumably don't think, as we've been told by the out-campaigners, that the defence is fine because we're members of NATO and not members of the European Union, potentially.
I think that the EU and NATO are two sides of the same coin, and
exactly.
I'll talk about that.
So if we come out, that would weaken defence, in your view?
I think it would, but let's talk about that another day. Let's get through tonight, and then, you know, and then we will talk some more about the impact of this on defence if we do come out. We haven't even come out yet, so let's get the results.
OK, well, it's a rollercoaster ride here with these results. Just seeing Highland voting in, Woking voting in, but Welling Hatfield voting out. Very, very close, less than 300,000 votes separating the two sides out of more than 10 million being counted so far. Let's go to Ed Conway for more on the rollercoaster ride in the international markets.
Well, you can see, Adam, quite vividly behind me the points at which it dawned on the markets, on traders out there in London and New York, elsewhere, what was happening over the course of this morning. You can see the moments. This is the pound against the dollar. The higher it is, the stronger the pound is. The lower it is, the weaker the pound is. And what we've seen is something that I have never encountered before. In fact, I don't know if there is a precedent for this on any given trading day. We've seen the pound fall from $1.50 down, and it recently dropped. When those Sheffield results came in, it recently dropped to about actually a little bit below $1.40. More than 10 cents of movement in a major reserve currency is pretty much unprecedented. You just don't see things like that happening. People out there in the markets are very, very concerned indeed. And all of those fears I think a lot of people had about people taking money out of the country, this may well be a bit of a barometer of it. We have to be careful because this is overnight trading. The volumes may not be very thick, but for the time being, you have to look at this chart and think to yourself, the markets are very, very worried indeed as these results start to pan out.
Ed, thank you. Well, we're just waiting for the result from Edinburgh. As you can see, as things stand, the turnout UK-wide is above 70%.
Really?
And Ian is now ahead.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before I actually announce the result, I'd just like to thank everybody in this hall's efforts of getting this result out in the time it has done. They've done a fantastic job. Thank you very much. And all those behind the scenes that have been equally working very hard all the way through till
an area where the campaign are hoping to make up some ground.
As the counting officer,
as you can see, bottom right of your screen, that's all the votes so far.
The referendum held on the 23rd of June 2016 under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the regional counting officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 252,481. The number of votes cast in favour of remain a member of the European Union was 187,796.
Edinburgh votes in by a large margin.
The number of votes cast in favour of leave the European Union was 64,498.
Well, that's worth 120,000 votes to the In campaign, but they're now some 200,000, 300,000 behind, so it simply pulls them up a bit closer to 49.1% to 50.9%. Chelmsford in Essex, however, voting out. The question of the night really is whether London and other big population centres, particularly Birmingham now, could counterbalance the Middle England heartlands away from the big cities, which are going heavily in favour of out, along with Scotland. So there's the result.
Well, here in the Northwest, a really interesting picture is developing. Sky Data had suggested that the Northwest was the most Eurosceptic region in the UK, and we did expect the Out campaign to do very well here. So far, around 20 areas have declared. That's around half of the Northwest has already declared. Of those 20 areas, 17 have declared out, 17 have declared to leave. Only 3 have declared to remain, but it's important who those 3 are. Wirral, Liverpool and South Lakeland. Well, Wirral and Liverpool, 2 areas of high population, so despite the fact that the majority of the counting areas have declared out here in the Northwest, they've actually only polled 44%. So that does show you exactly what Ed's been talking about, the differences between large numbers of places but with small populations, and it just takes 1 or 2 big cities to really turn the results around. Well, I'm joined here by Simon Danczuk, he's the Labour MP for this area, Stephen Wolfe, MEP for UKIP. Simon, what's going wrong here for Labour in the Northwest, a traditional Labour heartland? It seems that the voters out there aren't listening to the Labour leadership at the moment.
No, I think the result is too close to
call at the moment. I think that's the first thing to say, but I think you're also absolutely right. I think we've failed to get a message across to what you might describe as Labour heartlands, and that does give me some concern. And I think in the post-mortem, whatever the result, when we get it, I think some of the post-mortem has to be about how did Labour perform in terms of getting its core vote to come out and vote in favour of remaining. And, you know, this is a really important point, I think. The truth is that Jeremy Corbyn just doesn't communicate well with those core voters. And the important point from that is that I think they're actually making that final disconnect with Labour. They weren't happy under Ed Miliband's leadership, but they put up with it, but they didn't vote us into power. They're not happy with Jeremy Corbyn's leadership. They're not happy that he can't talk to them in their language. And their final disconnection, their final act of disconnection, is that they've gone and voted to take us out of Europe, and that's what we're seeing this morning in these results. And that ultimately means that whenever the general election is, they're not going to come back to Labour.
So very briefly, do you think this means we need a change at the top of the Labour Party?
Well, there's no doubt about it. You can't carry on. If you can't communicate with your core voters, then you're not going to win general elections.
OK. Stephen Wolfe, MEP for UKIP, you've got a smile on your face. You've been watching these results come in alongside us. High turnout for this region, for the North West, 70%. Now, that was something that it was thought would favour Remain, but how are you reading it?
Well, I'm reading the fact that so many people are coming out actually recognises how important this is. It's not only just a once-in-a-lifetime vote for people, but they're recognising what sort of country do they want their children and grandchildren to be in. And the clear thing that you're seeing up and down the country is you've got small towns, you've got places that feel disconnected from the political elites. You're seeing where the money is in London and the big cities where there's more wealth. There's a north-south divide, you can see a north-east divide between that too, and there's a divide between the rich and the poor. You can see even the areas that you've got here in the northwest, the Wirral.
Is it metropolitan and
well, it's not
rural?
just that, but look at the Wirral, which is one of the wealthiest areas in the northwest. You're looking in the Lake District, another wealthy area, and that's what's happening here. For those who seem to be benefiting or seem to see the idea of benefiting from the European Union, they're the ones who've got the cash. And the ones who are not are the ones who are on the poorer end of the scale. And they're feeling disconnected because of that. And yes, there might be an element of feeling disconnected with the political parties, but they're sending a very strong message out there. For 40 years we've been in the European Union and we've not got that particular benefit. But you have in the metropolitan cities, you have in the wealthy areas, you have in the nice wealthy jobs. You're not okay if you're a professor receiving EU funding, for example, or a business that's receiving EU grants, but the rest of us aren't. And they're telling us, listen to us, because you haven't been listening for a long time.
I mean, Simon Danczuk, do you think the benefits of the EU to this region and the government, you know, did say that there were many in terms of investment and in terms of jobs that were being created in this region or retained in this region because of EU funding? That message didn't seem to get through to voters.
Well, I think we are better off being in Europe. That is my position, and I think that's what we should vote for, and I hope that that's the ultimate result. But it hasn't just been a referendum on Europe. That's the reality of it. People have been voting for a whole variety of different reasons. They've been voting because, and you touched upon this, sort of an anti-politics view out there. They're not happy with the mainstream political parties because Labour or the Conservatives, for that matter, haven't been talking about immigration. That reared its head very strongly during this. People were voting on immigration. It was a referendum on immigration because mainstream parties had failed to talk about it for the last few years, and you can't carry on neglecting the electorate like that. So you've had large swathes of people coming out and saying enough is enough, not talking so much about Europe, but saying enough is enough, we want you to start listening to us. And I think that's what the referendum has been about for a very lot of my kind of people, actually.
It's interesting, isn't it, Stephen, when we look at the electoral system in this country, we look at constituencies, and that's always told us how people vote and where they vote, and it's constituency-wide. But this is the first time we're really getting a feel for whether it's the city, whether it's the rural area. And do you think this is going to change British politics in any way?
Oh, I think the cat is out of the bag. I think this is a fundamental change. Just take a look at the numbers that we've got. Not only are the people voting here the biggest number of people voting in our post-war history, but it's actually that whether we get towards the number of votes for Remain and Leave show that this is the largest number of votes for any political party that's ever gained power in that same period of time. So people have come out here with a real big message. Yes, listen to us, listen to our concerns, and they want a different dynamic. And we say, for example, immigration was an issue. that people wanted to listen to, but also the fact that housing is a big impact for them. It's the infrastructure costs, it's whether they can get hospitals and schools because of the rising populations of which immigration is a part of, and not the sole reason. But that is a very important factor in this particular referendum.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Stephen Moore from UKIP and Simon Danchuk, Labour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we are also expecting to get the results from Manchester. That's expected around 5 o'clock this morning. The counting is still going on there. We'll bring those results when we get them. Sorry, I didn't know which camera they were. I could see it.
Well, here in Belfast, the counting has actually stopped now because the 4 constituencies that were being counted here have been provisionally declared, but we're still waiting for a couple of extra results before we can bring you the official Northern Ireland result. Having said that, there are 18 constituencies in all, 16 of them have been counted. So let's talk to our Ireland correspondent David Blevins about what the results tell us so far. And it was always predicted in the polls that Northern Ireland would go for Remain. Is that the way it's looking from the bulk of the results that we do have?
Yes, of the 16 constituencies already declared, I should stress these are provisional results until they are officially declared here in Belfast. 11 sorry, I've got that wrong. 9 are voting Remain and 7 are voting Leave. And it's largely, as we predicted, in nationalist communities, they have voted to remain within the European Union. In the more hardline unionist communities, they have voted to leave.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Because there was one main political party, the DUP, that's been pushing for Leave. What do you think the turnout and the result says about their ability to motivate their voters?
I think that is the key factor, turnout. In those nationalist communities where they have been voting to remain in the European Union, the voter turnout is very low, surprisingly low. So I think the Democratic Unionist Party and those who've been campaigning to leave really have got their vote out, and therefore in the constituencies where we have seen a vote in favour of leave, the percentage of victory is higher than we expected. And as a result of that, I think it's much harder to predict the impact the Northern Ireland result will have on the wider UK result.
That's right, and that should come fairly soon. David Blevins, thank you.
Well, let's just have a look at the national picture, because I think we really are now approaching the meat of the night. This is getting close to a pretty historic moment. We've got 199 out of 382 results in, and out at this stage is fairly comfortably ahead, 51.6% to 48.4%. Already, privately, there are talks of David Cameron quite possibly having to resign tomorrow, or of there possibly being a general election if at the end of the evening we end up in an out position. But that does seem to be the case. This is Clacton. Gillian Joseph is there.
As counting officer for the tendering voting area at the referendum held on 23rd of June 2016 under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the regional counting officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 82,703. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 25,210. The number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 57,447. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Both answers voted for 17, writing or marked by which voter could be identified 2, unmarked or void for uncertainty 27.
Okay, well, that's the
total number of ballot papers rejected was 46. Can I just say I'd also like to thank you for the way in which the campaign was undertaken today and the civil way in which it was.
Well, that's the declaration for the tendering area there. The stats, the figures coming in, 25,210 for Remain, but 57,447 for Leave. So that is the result that we were expecting. Judging by the piles that were there, we could see that in the majority were the piles with Leave on, with the red tickets on those. So that was really what we were expecting. Returning Officer Ian Davidson there giving us the figures. We know that there was a 74.4% turnout to vote in this EU referendum. much higher than the actual general election. That was 66.3, and much higher still than the vote in the European parliamentary elections. So the actual vote for the region still to come in at Chelmsford. We're not exactly sure what time that'll come in, but we know that so far Basildon has voted out. That's in the eastern region. Watford has voted out in the eastern region. Also Great Yarmouth, no surprise there because they're number one in our Eurosceptic rating. So they voted out by 35,844. That was the figure of the Leave vote. Tendring, as we know, number 3 in our Sky Data Eurosceptic poll. And they've made their decision. That's the verdict here from Tendring. Back to you.
Thank you, Gillian. Well, as you can see, the bottom right-hand side of your screen, 48.4% for in, now 51.6% for out. Leave is in the lead, over 200 of 382 results in. That is the UK-wide picture, currently favouring out. Scotland, of course, is heavily favouring in at the moment in its results, 62-37. And our correspondent, James Matthews, is there. James.
Thanks very much indeed, Adam. Yes, Scotland so far very heavily in favour of remaining in the EU. All those council areas that have declared so far have voted Remain. I'm at Meadowbank Stadium in Edinburgh, where counting's just finished. Remain won Edinburgh by around about 110,000, a little bit more. So an interesting picture in Scotland, clearly, but also for the fact, or for the implications that that has for the UK picture as a whole when we eventually reach the final result. What bearing has the Scottish vote had on the UK picture? What are the implications for that in the long term? In amongst that, of course, is the SNP. Nicola Sturgeon. We expect to hear from her mid-morning tomorrow morning at Bute House in Edinburgh. And the question is, where does she go with an independence referendum? She had said that a Brexit vote, if that's what happens, would be a likely trigger for a second independence referendum. She was reining back on that rather in the last couple of weeks towards this vote because it's not straightforward for her at all. First of all, can she have one? Will she be given the legal authority to proceed with a second referendum? But uppermost in her mind will be doubts over whether or not she can win one. Currently, there isn't a majority in favour of Scottish independence. Polls where Scots were asked if there is a Brexit and Scotland votes Remain, will you then vote for independence in Scotland? And the polls didn't favour an independence vote in that regard. So much for Nicola Sturgeon to ponder when she wakes up and sees what the final result is of all of this. The jigsaw being ripped up in grand style at the moment.
James, thank you. Quite a significant one there. Manchester votes in.
Well, Leah, let's take you across to Manchester, to the old GMEX, to the convention centre where that counting is underway, and Manchester, it now seems, has voted in. We are just waiting for the official declaration, but those are the figures that we are getting. It was always expected to be in, although the North West is a largely Eurosceptic region. We have seen already with Liverpool voting in that the metropolitan centres are slightly skewing the North West figures. Manchester, a very pro-Remain area. It is an area with some areas of high social deprivation, the Moss Side area, a lot of black British people in there, which is unusual for the North West. Low turnout in the past in Manchester, though, only 18% for the last by-election, but we've seen over the North West today the turnout has been around 70%, so a very different turnout. I'm joined by Tony Lloyd, he's the acting mayor of Manchester, and also David Campbell-Bannerman, the MEP for the East of England. Tony Lloyd, massive turnout for the North West. This has really captured the people of this region, hasn't it? They are very, very interested and they care what happens in this vote.
Well, I think it's important in a referendum that the public are seen to speak, so a high turnout is important. I think what's difficult, even at this stage of the morning, is still knowing what will happen at the end of the night. Obviously, I was a lot more optimistic earlier on, but we've still a long way to go. Manchester, we seem to know, is voting in. Obviously, huge parts of London, places like Edinburgh, I think Birmingham's still to come in, etc. So things can change. It will be profound, though. Manchester's voted in because it recognises the importance of this international city being able to trade with our biggest trading partner within the European Union.
And it gets a lot of regional development money, doesn't it? I've got the figure here of 413 million from 2014.
23rd of June 2016,
This
under
is
the European
Poole in
Union
Dorset.
Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the Regional Returning Officer, I, Deborah Lynn Harrod, hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 85,493. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 35,741.
Poole votes out.
The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 49,707. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. No official mark.
So
2.
Poole votes out by a margin of 14,000 votes. As you can see, the nationwide picture currently out is in the lead in the UK by 51.2% to 48.8%.
Well, you join me in Manchester in the city's town hall where the results have just been announced a short time ago. As predicted, Manchester has voted in. The figures 60% voting in, almost 40%, 39.6% voting out. So a comprehensive win for in Manchester. The turnout there, almost 60%, 59.7%. A little bit lower than the regional total, which was 70% for the North West. But that's 60% of people in Manchester voting. Of those 60% voting for in, 40% almost voting for out. I'm joined by Tony Lloyd, the acting Mayor of Manchester and in campaigner, and David Campbell-Bannerman, the MEP for the East of England and out campaigner. David Campbell-Bannerman, where does this leave the Tory party now?
Well, you know, we delivered the referendum. The Prime Minister delivered it. Here we are, nearly done. I think, actually, we've given the public the vote. And I don't think it is splitting the party like people say. I mean, yes, there has been quite a vigorous debate, that's true. But actually the reality is that all of us have accepted, whatever side we're on, that the public will decide. And I think we can come back together after this and actually unite again.
What do you think is more damaging for David Cameron? Would it be to lose the vote tonight, or would it be to win it, but with a very small majority?
I mean, personally, I think actually to win it, to have Remain with a small majority would be dangerous for him, because I think there would be a backlash. I'm not part of that, but I think I know MPs that would want to see a challenge in that circumstance. Whereas I think a Leave vote, there isn't any great appetite to get rid of David Cameron. This is two separate things. If we get a Leave vote, then I think people will want the Prime Minister to stay on and calm things down and start the negotiations again. I mean, he did do a lot of negotiating before, but I think the circumstances will be very, very different. Once we are looking for a whole new deal, I think it'll be actually easier, ironically, than actually trying to get a deal within a membership of the EU.
So you don't think he should go in the morning?
No, I don't, actually. No, I don't. I don't think that's necessary or desirable. I don't think it's good for the country. I think actually he should stay on and oversee this. He said quite clearly that he regards this as a vote of the people, and he will accept the instruction. So the instruction is to leave the European Union. Then it's his job to negotiate a great deal, a trade deal with the EU.
Tony Lloyd, just looking at the results and how they do differ compared to whether it's an urban area or rural area in this part of the UK, it's giving us a picture perhaps that we didn't have quite so comprehensively before of how fragmented parts of the UK are and how fragmented parts of the North West are. I mean, is this something that concerns you as Deputy Mayor here?
It's bound to concern. I think everybody should be concerned, because, you know, this has been a profound issue that has been bubbling for many, many years. I think the real sadness with this, though, is that the failure for the Remain camp to address the really significant issues about Europe, issues like the funding that comes to different parts, particularly the northwest from the EU, the issues around social protection for people that have come from Europe, the uncertainty that we now do face, even in terms of the political leadership, because we also respect David's views. I think the Conservative Party are going to be a very troubled party between now and the next general election. We're in for a long ride, a long, difficult ride politically.
We are. It's going to be a long night as well. We're going to have to leave it there, I'm
afraid. Keep the grants, by the way. We should keep the grants.
Tony Lloyd and David Campbell-Bannerman, thank you both very much.
Suggesting the news here at Clacton that Tendring have voted to leave the EU. The actual figure, 57,447 people voting to leave the EU. Well, with me now is the Vice President of the NFU, Guy Smith. You're a farmer yourself, not very far from Clacton. Is this good news for you?
Well, obviously it's not clear what the result's going to be, but I think farmers are generally of the view that if we leave the European Union, it's going to be very challenging, some would say risky. About 2/3 of NFU members do favour the imposition, but a large chunk of my membership would also say, look, let's get out, let's rebuild a British agricultural policy to suit British farmers. So it's on the fence.
But a lot of your money comes from the EU. Some 40% of their budget is geared towards agriculture.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we accept that maybe the risks are greater in the out scenario, which is why most of us would take the in position. And it will be very challenging if we do leave the European Union. We'll have to start quickly writing up the first British agricultural policy for 40 years, but we're not there yet. And it may be that come the dawn, we're in the in position, which is where the National Farmers Union were.
Initially, the NFU were quite reticent about coming out directly on the side of Remain. Why was that?
I think because we're aware that we're a membership organisation, and 30% of our members were telling us in surveys that they would vote out, and we have to reflect that in our position. However, the majority view was clearly in, which is why we took that view. But we're quite clear that we're not campaigning, we're not leaning on our members to vote one way or the other, and we accept it's an individual farmer's decision to anticipate what would be the best way for agriculture to go.
If there were a Brexit, where would you expect the funding that you get from the EU to come from? Up to $3 billion a year, we're told.
Well, you know, that's politics, isn't it? And I'm quite sure if we're out tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon, we are going to have to work hard on behalf of our members to make sure that they get the same opportunity in terms of support and in terms of trade that our competitors will do, who were once in the same club as us.
European Union referendum.
We're just going now to the declaration in Dover.
The regional counting officer, I hereby give notice that I've certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 65,057. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 24,606.
Dover votes
the total
out.
number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 40,410.
Comfortable margin there in Dover for the out campaign.
Voted for both answers 10 and unmarked or void for uncertainty 31. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 41.
So the turnout has been above general election levels across the UK, averaging 71,500. 227 results are in so far out of a total of 382, and out has what's looking like an increasingly unassailable lead. It is 4 a.m. You're watching Decision Time in or out on Sky News. It is 6 hours since the polls closed, and Britain is on the verge of a historical earthquake politically. Let's just look at the picture as the votes are counted. This is the United Kingdom picture, 51.3 to out. This is Bristol declaring.
I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 228,646. The number of votes cast in favour of remain a member of the European Union was 141,027. The number of votes cast in favour of leave the European Union was 87,400.
So Bristol votes for Remain by a comfortable margin of 50,000 votes. This is Nigel Farage, the leader of UKIP.
That the dawn is breaking on an independent, united kingdom. If the predictions now are right, this will be a victory for real people, a victory for ordinary people, a victory for decent people. We have fought against the multinationals, we fought against the big merchant banks, we fought against big politics, we fought against lies, corruption and deceit, and today honesty, decency and belief in nation, I think now is going to win. And we will have done it. We will have done it without having to fight, without a single bullet being fired. We'd have done it by damned hard work on the ground, by people like my friend Mr. Banks here. And by people in the Labour Party and the Conservative Party and UKIP and of no party who've taken part in this campaign. And we'll have done it not just for ourselves, we'll have done it for the whole of Europe. I hope this victory brings down this failed project and leads us to a Europe of sovereign nation states trading together, being friends together, cooperating together, and let's get rid of the flag, the anthem, Brussels and all that has gone wrong. Let June the 23rd go down in our history as our Independence Day.
So that was Nigel Farage, the leader of UKIP, declaring victory. As you can see on your screens, it is still fantastically close, 49% for in, with out in the lead on 51%. Changing by the minute. This is Cardiff.
Fel y swyddog cyfrif ar gyfer ardal pleidleisio Caerdydd yn y referendwm a gynhaliwyd ar y 3 ar 20 o Fehefin 2016, yn unol â deddf referendwm yr Undeb Ewropeaidd 2015, rwy'n tystio.
The total number of ballot papers counted was 169,745.
Cyfanswm y papurau pleidleisio a gyfrwyd oedd 169,745.
The number of votes cast in favour of Remain a member of the European Union was 101,788.
Nifer pleidleisio a fwriwyd o blaid aros oedd 100,750.
So it's confirmation there that Cardiff has voted to remain. One of the patterns tonight is that most of the UK's major cities, Cardiff, Edinburgh, Glasgow, London, it appears, Manchester, Liverpool, Bristol and Newcastle all voting in, but the heartlands, if you like, away from the big cities of the United Kingdom going in the other direction. We're waiting now for West Oxfordshire, which of course is the area where David Cameron has his constituency. It'll be interesting to see how that result goes in, because it does appear very much as if as we head towards the finish line. Out are in the lead at the moment. Let's go to John Craig, who's at the Leave party. Mr Farage, having told us at the beginning of the night he thought he'd lost, now claiming victory, John Craig.
Yes, what a difference a few hours makes, Adam. Around about 11 o'clock in his first speech here, when we were upstairs on the 29th floor of Millbank Tower, he was complaining about the 2-day extension of registration and saying that that might make a difference and he might complain about that. He, a little while after that, was saying he still thought Remain would edge it. He hoped he'd be proved wrong. What a difference the speech we've just heard. He arrived here, as you can see and hear, there is jubilation here. The results, as they've come through on Sky News, have been cheered, and the cheers are getting louder and louder. And Mr Farage used that phrase, Independence Day, which of course Boris Johnson used in that big BBC debate at Wembley a few days ago. But what is significant here is that it's Mr Farage who seems to be claiming the victory, because of course we're not hearing anything from Boris Johnson or Michael Gove, the leading Tory outers. He did, of course, though, pay tribute to Labour supporters, Labour campaigners and Conservatives as well, and people of no party. Striking talking here to the likes of John Mills, the big Labour donor, told me he'd made a 6-figure donation to the Leave campaign. It is the Labour Party voting for Leave, Labour supporters, that has swung this. And that is the thing I think that Mr Farage was not expecting. He probably expected the Shires to vote Leave, but not Labour constituencies in such big numbers. We have got a real party going on here. The only thing is, as I said the last time you came to us, there's no booze here. They shut the bar at 2 a.m. But I think once everybody leaves here, they'll probably go off in search of more bubbly. Mr Farage, though, has claimed victory, really, only a few hours after he was a bit pessimistic, and perhaps it was mind games, though. Perhaps it was all a bit tongue-in-cheek when he said he thought Remain had edged it. But he's not saying that anymore. Mr Farage has made a triumphant return to this party and claimed victory in a jubilant fashion. And you can see how delighted these people are as they cheer every victory as they're coming through, as we're reporting them on Sky News.
Thank you, John. We're going to be talking to Liam Fox in a moment, but first let's get an update on what's going on in the markets from Ed Conway.
Yeah, the pound, which has been falling over the course of this morning, falling very sharply indeed, has continued to fall and now actually is at its lowest level since 1985. An extraordinary fall. Let me actually just show you this. We can have a look at our big screen here. This is just the intraday movements of the pound against the US dollar. And just start by looking at this. This is 3 o'clock. Yesterday, Thursday, the pound was relatively steady. It was up at about, kind of getting towards about $1.48 against the pound. Rose up a little bit in the first few moments after the polls were closed, when there were thoughts that there was going to be a potential Remain victory. And then look at what's happened since, down towards 136. This is extraordinary stuff. It was at 150 only a few hours ago. Now it's down at $1.36. We've never seen any kind of move like this in sterling.
Tight, but probably the government would nick it because they normally do.
It's Nigel Farage now giving reaction to journalists. He's already said that he believes David Cameron should resign if he loses the referendum.
This morning seemed impossible, but no, the dawn is now coming up outside on an independent United Kingdom.
What has given you the greatest satisfaction about these results that are coming in?
I think seeing what's happening in the big Labour areas, that's really what's done it for me, partly because that's where I spent my time in this referendum campaign, but also because it shows this incredible disconnect between SW1, Westminster, wealth, multinationals, merchant banks and ordinary people, living out there, doing their best, but actually having a pretty rotten time of it.
What's Nigel Farage going to do now?
Celebrate.
But after that, do you want to be in a Tory UKIP government, a Boris Johnson government?
I suspect this party is going to take some getting over. Ask me in a few days.
So Nigel Farage there saying a new dawn has broken, Independence Day for Britain. With me is Dr. Liam Fox, MP, former Conservative campaigner. As a Cabinet Minister, he's been campaigning for this result. Well, we don't have a result yet. It is still desperately close, but your confidence must be going up, Liam Fox.
It's going up, yes. And I think that the actual numbers tonight are confirming what a lot of us had thought, that there is now this disconnect between metropolitan Britain and non-metropolitan Britain. We've seen that right across the country. And I think the thing for us to do now is to look to the immediate days ahead. I've heard people in your report tonight saying, if we leave tomorrow, of course, we'll not be leaving tomorrow or any time soon. There'll be quite a period where we'll be disentangling ourselves from the European Union. It's certainly a 2-year period, maybe slightly more than that. And I think that what we now need to do is to provide some calmness and reassure people, and that requires us to have political stability. And one of the questions there has been about the Prime Minister, his position in that.
Exactly. I mean, I was going to say, I mean, we're seeing Parliament there. You are a significant parliamentary player. Nigel Farage is not in Parliament at the moment. What do you think should happen now? I mean, should David Cameron say he's going to step down?
No, I think he should stay, because there is clearly going to be some short-term turbulence. We've seen that some in the markets tonight, although one might ask why they weren't better prepared for the possibility of a Brexit vote. But I think that as the Prime Minister who gave us the referendum, that he is best placed to see us through this political...
A period of months?
Well, however long it takes us to get into that position. He said he's not going to stand again at the next general election, so I think that's fair enough that he takes us through this next period. And I think that he's best placed to do that because he has, as Prime Minister of the coalition, showed that he had the skills to be able to take very disparate groups.
Stay with us, Liam Fox. We're going to West Oxfordshire now. This is David Cameron's political backyard.
Under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the Regional Counting Officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 65,719. 65719. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 35,236.
So West Oxfordshire has voted narrowly David Cameron's direction to Remain.
The number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 30,435. 30435. The total number of rejected...
So David Cameron saves face by a margin of some 5,000 votes. His local area votes to remain in the EU. But looking at the way the votes nationwide are stacking up on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that will come as small consolation with 258 results in now. We are seeing that Out has a lead of some 400,000 votes. Liam Fox, we were just talking about the implications. So you were saying you support the Prime Minister staying pro tem, but in the end, politically, can someone who's led the country, said this is an issue of national importance and lost, possibly stay in office for long?
It's the question of whether he has confidence of his colleagues in the House of Commons, and I think he will. But
won't people just say that's elites again, propping up someone who's lost?
No, I think that's a Prime Minister who understands the sense of duty of taking the thing through to its conclusion. And I think it would be quite wrong, and I think it would be against his character just to say, I lost the referendum, therefore I'm going. There's a duty to take that process through to a logical conclusion, and I hope that that's what we do.
And what happens about Nigel Farage and UKIP? Does the new Conservative Party merge with the UK Independence Party?
Well, what UKIP does really is up to them now, and I think most rational people would say they actually have served their purpose. They set out to have a referendum and to get Britain to leave the European Union. That has been fulfilled. What's the point of UKIP in that process? In the future, Nigel Farage will say, of course, it's to hold the government's feet to the fire and make sure they actually go through with this decision. For me, every voter should be asking their Member of Parliament tomorrow, will you stand by the verdict of the British people, because...
Even if it's a verdict of 10,000 people either way?
Yes, because that's what a democracy is. And this is not about a consultation with the voters. It's asking the voters to give Parliament an instruction as to how to continue.
And your view is out, no attempt to renegotiate a new deal or something like that?
No, we asked the people whether they wanted to remain in the European Union or leave it. If they have chosen to leave it, we're not there to second-guess them. We're there to honour the decision that they have made and to go ahead and to leave the European Union, which I think will be great for Britain. I also think it will be great for the European Union.
Well, not there yet, but as you can see, out in the lead as more results come in. Michael Thrasher now is in a position, I believe, to continue, update his latest forecast on the final result, on the basis of the results so far. Michael.
Yes, we've, if you recall, some time ago I did a forecast which had Leave on 53. The latest forecast has just trimmed that ever so slightly to 52 for Leave and 48 for Remain. So the last run of results that we've put in there has slightly assisted the Remain cause in as much as it's narrowed the gap with Leave, but it's still looking rather bleak for Remain. It must hope that London can deliver, and also parts of the southeast. So it really needs very good results in the areas that remain in those two regions of the country in order to make up the deficit that it currently is projected to have with the percentage Leave.
Michael, if you could put it now on probabilities, what percentage chance do you think it is now that the vote to leave will prevail?
Well, in terms of a probability, Adam, I would say it's getting towards upwards of 70 to 80% now that Leave will finish ahead of Remain. But the crucial point, though, is there is still a possibility, because there's so many electors still to vote, in terms of declare their vote, that if something, that's not really predicted begins to happen, and that's why I'm highlighting the importance of London and the southeast here, because we've seen some very big, very big and good results for London and for the Remain side. And so if that would continue, then I would forecast that the gap between Leave and Remain would narrow still further. So we began the night by saying it's very, very close, albeit we said that it looked like Remain had won. It is still very close, but Leave is ahead.
Michael Thrasher, thank you.
Well, here at Manchester Town Hall, this is where the final result, when it is finally ready to be announced, will be declared here on the platform behind me. We don't know what time, of course. Breakfast time, they said. Your guess is as good as mine, really. But what is happening now is we're getting a much clearer picture of the northwest, one of the regions, one of the key regions, really. It's big, and that, as we've been seeing tonight, is key. It's the regions with big population figures that can really make a difference. London and the southeast are the biggest areas. The northwest is after them. So there are 1 million more voters here than there are, for example, in Scotland. And so far, what we're seeing is the vast majority of areas are voting to remain. Are voting to leave, sorry, but Remain are winning because the big population areas, Liverpool and Manchester, have voted to stay. I'm joined by Kate Green, who is the local MP, Labour MP, Shadow Minister for Women and Equalities and in-campaigner. When you're looking at Michael Thrasher's analysis there, you're looking at the figures, do you think you've lost it?
Well, it's certainly looking very, very tight. And there's no doubt that the Leave vote is stronger than had been expected, or, to be honest, than we had hoped for. As you say, it's the big populations that are going to make the difference to the overall result, and we are still waiting for example, London and the South East for a number of really quite significant results there. But there's no doubt that it's looking very, very tight indeed.
Why do you think the in-campaign misread the public mood so much?
I think we always knew that the public were concerned about what they saw as some of the pressures that were happening in their lives that they felt that the European Union was creating or exacerbating. We knew their concerns about immigration. We knew their concerns that laws were being made in Brussels that we weren't having a say in. So I don't think it was that we didn't understand what it was that troubled people, but I think what has been very clear is that politicians have struggled to make the case for what we gain from Europe, why it's been important for this country, why actually there are opportunities to reform and improve if we stay in Europe. And people have actually, I think, found that difficult to accept and have really, because of the pressures they're experiencing in their day lives, been looking for something different.
Okay. Kate Green, thanks very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Well, celebrations already here in Birmingham for Vote Leave, and UKIP supporters down at the stage. We're just waiting for the counting officer to give the official declaration here, but we are hearing that the second biggest counting area, apart from Northern Ireland, of course, will not provide any solace for Remain. We understand that the Leave campaign has won Birmingham by some 3,500 votes, so extremely close. 700,000 potential electorate. It had a turnout of 63.7%, but a very buoyant mood down there for many people. We just heard, yeah, big cheers, as you can hear, from Vote Leave. They see this as a resounding victory. Certainly, people had hoped that Birmingham would go the way of Remain. But we heard, didn't we, from Nigel Farage saying that he thinks the big thing here is what has happened in the key Labour areas. And of course, Birmingham is one of those. Let me bring in one of the local MPs, actually, Steve McCabe, Labour MP for Birmingham Selly Oak. What's happened here in Birmingham as far as you're concerned?
Well, if this is right, it's a limited result, obviously. It's a disappointment, but it's actually quite a small result. What about if 1,700 votes had gone the other way, I'd have been telling you it was a good result. So I think it's a disappointment, it's a setback, and we had hoped for better, certainly.
Are you facing the real prospect now that Britain is staring Brexit in the face?
Yeah, I think that is a distinct possibility. I mean, there are obviously quite a number of results still to come in, certainly from the London area, but it doesn't look good, no.
What does that mean for Britain as far as you're concerned?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing it means is the Leave campaign are now going to have to tell us what they wouldn't tell us during the campaign, what leaving actually means. That's the first thing it tells us. What we know is, right this minute, the pound is undergoing a tremendous strain. It's plummeting at this very second. And I think there's a lot of hard work to be done to pull this country back together.
Lots of comments about David Cameron, that his career is over, that his gamble has backfired. But what does this mean now in terms of the questions for the Labour leadership and Jeremy Corbyn, that he did not do enough, that he did not convince his voters that supporting a Remain vote in the European Union was the right way forward?
Well, I guess everybody's going to have to do a lot of soul searching after this. This is a result that could have enormous consequences.
Will you support Jeremy Corbyn remaining as Labour leader after this?
Well, I think it's far too early to say whether he should remain or go. I don't think it can possibly be just down to him. This is a bad result. And as I say, what we need to know now is, what does Leave mean? Because we haven't had that answer throughout the campaign.
Steve McCabe, MP for Birmingham Selly Oak, as we await that result. But as I said, we are anticipating a win for Leave of some 3,500. Keeping an eye on that picture for you, it won't be long now.
Well, I'm here in Wales where we have an official result for this Celtic nation. They have said no thank you to staying in the European Union. We are waiting for one result, but statistically it is now impossible for that outvote to be overruled. The shock of the night really came from Swansea, the second largest city here in the country, and they voted 51% in favour of leaving. And one wonders if this all boils down to steel, if you pardon the pun, pun. They've said ta-ta to Europe. They came out last week, ta-ta that is, and urged their 6,000 employees to vote for Remain. But Neath Port Talbot, where ta-ta is based, actually voted and said no thank you. So there we are. Those are the results coming in from Wales. A really bad night for Remain, despite a win here in Cardiff. 60% they got.
Isabel, thank you very much indeed. Well, with me is Liz Truss, Cabinet Minister, campaigning for in. It doesn't look good, does it?
Well, we still haven't had all the final results through. It's clearly going to be an extremely close race. We've seen that throughout the evening as things have moved around.
You never thought, though, on the external evidence that be trailing by so much at this stage?
Well, the last referendum was in 1975, the year I was born, so I don't think any of us have got experience of these big referenda, and I think you can see from the pundits and so forth and the way they're talking about it that no one quite knew how things would pan out, and we still don't know at this stage in the night exactly what the final result will be.
Just reading a comment from the chairman of the Council of Foreign Relations, Republican actually, Richard House. He says it seems likely, if as seems likely Brexit wins, the US will also be a big loser as a weaker UK and a weaker Europe works badly for us. People not listening to those arguments.
I think the point is, though, that we have given this country a referendum. It was our manifesto pledge. It was a specific pledge of the Prime Minister. No, I think it's an issue that's been festering for some time and that had to be dealt with. The British public wanted to have a say. They are now having their say. We're just about to find out what that result is. And it's incumbent on us to follow through on what the British public decide.
But haven't they rejected all of you? If they vote for out, they've rejected the leadership of this country.
I disagree with that. What they have rejected, if that is the vote, and we still don't know what the result will be, but this will be about our relationship with the EU. That's what the referendum was about. We spent months talking about this. I think we've been through every possible issue, whether it's sovereignty, whether it's talking about the economy, whether it's talking about immigration. I think those issues were well aired. We've seen huge turnout right across the country. People have been really engaged in this debate. And they've made a decision. We're going to find out soon what that decision is. And it's incumbent on us as the government to follow through on that. But we are the party that gave people the choice.
Well, we're seeing on the national totals on the bottom right-hand of the screen there now that the 700,000 votes, something like that, between out and in. Now, London, I think there's still 13 London boroughs to declare. London's been voting 63% for. Do you think there's any chance that London could snatch leave away from the rest of the country?
Well, we've just had the polling experts on saying that they think there's some chance. We don't know, and it would be wrong to speculate before we've got the final result. But the point I would make is whatever decision the British public have made, that will be respected by the government, and we will follow through on that.
But it's not great stewardship of the country, is it, if it's just 1% in it and we make this historic decision basically to bin at least the past 41 years of British history?
Well, that's what a referendum is, and that's
but why have it?
Because this is a really important issue for the country. I think sometimes in general elections, issues get mixed together. People are voting on all kinds of things, whether it's the NHS, whether it's the education system, whether it's the economy. Our relationship with the EU is an important constitutional issue, which we don't discuss properly at general elections.
We can go to Southampton now and see what the result is there.
As the counting officer for the Southampton voting area at the referendum held on the 23rd of June 2016 under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the regional counting officer, that's me, I give notice that I've certified the following as the results for the Southampton count area. The total number of ballot papers counted was 107,665. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 49,738. The number of votes cast in favour of leave was 57,927, and there were 110 rejected ballot papers.
So Southampton votes out by a margin, substantial margin there. I think 16,000 votes. Southampton votes out. 57,927 to 49,738.
Go home safely.
Also seeing London boroughs coming in there, Enfield and Harrow voting in, but the lead still very substantial, enjoyed by the Out campaign at this stage. Camden in London also voting in there, 48.5% to 51.5% the current balance. Croydon in London also voting in. But we're waiting for the declaration in Birmingham. We have been told that Birmingham has voted narrowly for leave, with some 3,000 votes in it. It's just, what does this Conservative government do now?
Well, we get on with delivering what the British people have decided, as well as all the other things we promised in our manifesto, whether it's on building more houses, whether it's on improving our infrastructure, whether it's on our education system. But the important thing, as a result of this referendum, is we have to implement what the British public have said that they want us to do.
Your Labour colleagues are already saying it's your fault. They're saying people understandably were angry about pressures on education, pressures on jobs, pressures on housing, pressures on the health service. But those all result of Conservative mismanagement and lack of investment, not the issue here, either Europe or indeed the whole issue of immigrants.
Well, I've been talking to voters up and down the country about this referendum, and people have understood the issues, they've understood the arguments, the pros and cons of being a member of the EU. I think we've had the issues very well aired in this debate, and if the British people make a decision based on that, I think we should absolutely follow through on that. I think it's wrong to say people were voting on something entirely different. No, they weren't. They were voting on the issue that was put in front of them, which is, do you want to remain in the EU or do you want to leave the EU? Now, we don't know what that final result is, so we don't want to prejudge that.
But my point is people are not satisfied with health, with education, with housing. They also disagree with you on Europe. Surely there's got to be a change of personnel and leadership at the top, if that's what people want.
The Prime Minister won an overall majority only a year ago to deliver our manifesto.
Narrow one.
Well, we got an overall majority, which, if you remember at the time, was not anticipated, Adam.
Well, it was.
We secured an overall majority to deliver our manifesto.
Let's not have an argument.
Part of the manifesto was the European referendum, which we have delivered.
The Prime Minister said was once in a generation, more important than general elections, and it appears he's on course, albeit narrowly, but to lose it. And I'm just saying, if he loses it, does he have any credibility?
What I'm saying, he's got credibility. He put the referendum in our manifesto. He gave the British people a choice. People are now making that choice. We're going to find out in a few hours what that decision was.
He didn't sit on the fence as Harold Wilson did in 1975. He led a campaign which has just been defeated, apparently, if these results hold all the way through to the finish.
Well, Harold Wilson did make his position very clear in 1975. But the point is that a referendum is about the people deciding, not the politicians deciding, not the business people deciding. It is about members of the public making a decision and the government of the day carrying that out.
But if that was
we
the
were
case,
elected only a year ago, Adam, on a manifesto. We won against the Labour Party, against all the other parties.
But you've now put a manifesto to the people which may very well have been rejected.
Well, we've put forward a question to the people,
no,
which is, do you want to leave?
A recommendation, which they
yes, but we said this is the people's decision. That is very different from running on a platform in a general election with a series of policies, which we're now implementing.
OK, Liz, thank you very much indeed. As we're seeing, most of Britain's big cities are voting for Remain, with the exception of Southampton, we just saw. We're waiting for that result, which we're seeing there in Birmingham, the International Conference Centre. We think that's probably gone narrowly to Leave. We're also waiting for the result from Leeds, and Sky's Mike McCarthy is there. Mike.
Yes, Adam, initially we were told that the result for Leeds would be round about 5 o'clock, but we're now told that it could be as late as 6 or even 7 o'clock. That's because of all the 21 areas that are being counted in the Yorkshire and Humber region. Leeds is the largest, more than 500,000 eligible voters in the city itself. As far as Yorkshire and Humber generally is concerned, well, if Remain were hoping for any small crumb of comfort, they really haven't got it from Yorkshire and Humber, very much like many of the other towns and cities across the north of England, certainly in the Labour strongholds in places like Barnsley and Doncaster, Rotherham, places like that. The Remain campaign certainly haven't been able to bring out their vote, and I think there are going to be serious questions about the Labour leadership, about the sort of way that Labour has carried out its campaign in trying to appeal to its core voters. A feeling already from many politicians here and elsewhere that Labour simply did not get through to those Labour heartlands that it has relied on in the past. So most of the results in now for Yorkshire and Humber. The one area that so far has voted to Remain is Harrogate by a fairly small majority of round about 2,000, but Leeds I think is going to be some time yet.
Mike, thank you very much indeed. Also, things taking their time, as we can see in Birmingham. Let's just have a look at the UK-wide picture. This is with over 302 of the 382 results in. So as you get more results in, it's increasingly difficult to change this picture. And that shows out on 51.6%. and in on 48.4%. Nigel Farage, the leader of UKIP, is talking about a new dawn for the United Kingdom. We also know, of course, that Scotland has voted in the other direction. Scotland is voting quite heavily to remain in the European Union. We haven't heard from the Prime Minister yet, or indeed from the main Conservative leaders of the exit campaign. But let's go to our political editor, Faisal Islam, who's beginning to get a sense of what's going to happen in the next few hours, Faisal.
Yes, Adam. Well, we've already seen that market response in the sterling markets, with sterling falling to a 31-year low. The immediate response, if the pattern that we're seeing persists, will be financial market stabilisation, because it has to be. The market started to price in a Remain victory, but that now doesn't look like the most likely option. There's still a number of big population centres to call, but they don't seem to be going for Remain in the numbers that are needed to make up that deficit that we see at the moment. But still, nobody's being certain, apart from at the UKIP party, where they think that they have won. And so the question really arises, how could this be carried out if it is carried out? And I understand that that is where Conservative rebels are most concerned. We've heard the Prime Minister suggest that if there is a Leave victory, he will go to Brussels to the European Summit next week and activate Article 50, which will start a 2-year process. Now, many Tory rebels would say he should not do that. So that will be the key tension point for the Prime Minister. If a Leave vote is confirmed, will he activate Article 50 at the European Council summit next week? Certainly one very key Brexiteer that I've been speaking to saying he just cannot. So that is where focus will be next week, European summit. If there's a Leave, Article 50, yes or no, Mr. Cameron?
Presumably we are going to hear from Mr. Cameron this morning responding to the final result once it becomes clear. I should just mention that we've just had from the Electoral Commission an estimated turnout nationwide of 72.2% in this referendum, which is considerably larger than the 66% who voted in the general election last year. So big turnouts, and they appear to have favoured the Out campaign, although that result not yet confirmed or even, I see, predicted by any of the news networks at the moment, all being extremely cautious. But as you can see on your screen now, more than 800,000 votes lead for out. And Faisal, so just this has been a decision by the people. It's clearly been, if it is an out vote, a absolutely historic one and a change of direction. But implementing it is back to the parliamentarians.
Absolutely. What is it that there is specifically a mandate for? Yes, for leaving the European Union, but is there a mandate to have some other form of trading arrangement? Is there a mandate, for example, for what some MPs believe, what some of the Leave supporters also believe, which is to rejoin the European Economic Area and therefore stay in the single market? Well, the Leave campaign were really clear about this, the top of the Leave campaign, that we were going to leave the single market too, so we could restrict freedom of movement. It seems unthinkable that if the Leave camp win, as seems to be the case right now, that you couldn't have some sort of restrictions over freedom of movement. But the flavour of Leave depends on Parliament, not just the House of Commons, also Lords. And we know that over 400 MPs did not back leaving. So it throws up quite an intriguing constitutional set of circumstances where various bills will have to be passed. Certainly the Leave campaign would at first want the European Communities Act to be rescinded. That seems to be their number one demand. But that will all come out of the wash in the government if this does end up being the result. There's a lot more complexity to this than just flicking a switch and leaving. It could take many years indeed.
Faisal, we've now reached the point where Sky News is in a position to call this election. And Sky News is projecting that the UK has voted out. The UK electorate has taken the historic decision to withdraw from the European Union after more than 40 years of membership. The expert working out that projection is Professor Michael Thrasher of Plymouth University. Michael, this means you are certain that at the end of the night, when all the votes are counted, this is going to be a vote for out. How can you be certain?
Well, we're just looking at the results as they come in, and we just put in result after result after result, and the model just simply keeps on telling us that there is a lead for Leave over Remain, and given the results that are still to come, we just don't think that the gap can be bridged, given the pattern of voting that we've seen in the authorities that have already declared. We just don't see any pattern emerging from those results still to come that can overtake the lead that Leave already has and will continue to build on the basis of the results still to come in.
And have you any idea of the final percentage margin?
Well, it's looking very much like in the region of 52 to 48%. And of course, if that's true, and the model is pretty stable at this point, that's a huge size of the proportion that's lost, and that throws up all kinds of issues in terms of it's a very, very close outcome, and all the arguments that will ensue in terms of why Remain has lost will obviously follow on from this.
And that would be, although 52-48 sounds close, I mean, as a margin, it would be, what, getting on for 1 million votes, something like that?
Indeed. So it depends on which way you look at it in terms of the gap in terms of votes or the gap in terms of percentage. But, you know, it really is a most remarkable result that at the beginning of the night we all thought that the Remain camp would eventually pull through. But those early results, which indicated Leave, at some points Leave had a very big lead indeed. At no point during the accounts have we seen a lead for the Remain side.
It has to be said this is also a catastrophe for the opinion pollsters who've mucked up again. They mucked up in the election, they mucked up in this referendum.
Well, I think, Adam, they will, with some justification, argue, and this is the problem about a referendum, you either kind of get the result right. They would say they are within the margin of error. And if it is finally 52% for leave, then polls that said it was 49 or 48, 49 for sure, is still within the margin of error. So doubtless there will be a further discussion about the polls and the accuracy of the polls, but I think rather the result will overshadow any autopsy re-examination of the polling companies.
Well, it has to be said that UKIP's private poll appears to have been more accurate than YouGov and Ipsos Mori, but there we see it on the screen. Thank you for that, Michael. Sky News is now projecting that the UK has voted to leave the European Union. And one of the key pieces of evidence came from Birmingham. Sky's Anna Botting is there. Anna.
Yes, indeed. Birmingham pushed the figures just over the edge, didn't they? Out of a potential electorate of 707,000, there were in the end just 3,800 votes in it. 451,000 votes counted, 227,251 for leave, 223,451 for Remain, so 50.42% going towards leave. All a bit immaterial, I suppose, because every vote counts. The votes for both go towards their running total. Let's bring in Caroline Spelman, who's worked extremely hard for the Stronger In campaign here in the West Midlands. It looks like the West Midlands will deliver a clean sweep of people voting to leave the European Union. What's your reaction?
It's not the whole of the West Midlands, I might hasten to add. I do know we've got results in from Warwick, which are clearly to Remain on the M40 corridor. But you're right, the majority of the areas in the West Midlands have decided they want to leave the EU. And I'm obviously disappointed. I'm very concerned for the West Midlands because it's a major exporter. We export more to the EU than we import, so we depend very much on those markets in the other 27 countries, and we've got to see what we can do to help this region chart a positive course in uncertain times.
So what will that mean practically? Do you ever anticipate a company, for example, like Jaguar Land Rover, moving elsewhere? Are we beginning to talk like that?
That's not for me to say. But many of the manufacturing bosses did write to their employees to emphasise that it was important for them that the UK voted to remain in the EU. It's now up to the leadership of those companies to make their decisions. We make very good products here. We must have some confidence in that. But they now will attract a tariff, a tax, an extra tax, if you like, if they're to be exported into a single market, which we won't be part of. There are consequences of this decision.
Having, trodden the doorsteps, what was going wrong? What was driving people towards thinking exiting the European Union was the right way forward?
Well, obviously the immigration question, topped everything else, and despite explaining...
Even in this area, which is historically
absolutely.
A high immigrant population itself?
Absolutely. In all the parts I campaigned in, and despite explaining to people that, half the migration to this country is not from the EU, nonetheless, it was a key topic. But a huge range of issues were cited to me as reasons to either remain or leave. People cited, for example, some of our public services, over which, in fact, the EU has no control whatsoever. So a referendum acts a bit like a lightning conductor for concerns that people have.
And in one word, can David Cameron keep his job?
Well, with 84 Brexiteers saying that they want him to do so, I believe he can.
Caroline Spelman, thank you.
Thank you.
So, as you know, we have called it on Sky News within the last few moments. The United Kingdom will be leaving the European Union. That's against all the expectations of the bookies, who at one stage overnight were saying there was a 90% chance that we would remain in the United Kingdom. Not anymore. Not according to Sky News. We've called it to say that we will be leaving. There is certainly a future of uncertainty for the United Kingdom, whether that lasts 2 years, 3 years, or who knows. But the reason that we're here in North London is because this is the home of Boris Johnson. I saw Mr Johnson, I don't know what day we're now, we're Friday, aren't we? So I saw him on Wednesday evening in Darlington. I spoke to him then. He seemed pretty confident, pretty buoyant, but then there were reports that he had suggested to a commuter on the train that it that it had been lost for the Leave camp, that Remain had won, and that we would be staying within the European Union. Events overnight have certainly changed. We can actually see some movement just in the window. We are wondering whether or not Mr Johnson will be coming to talk to us in just a moment or two. We heard from Mr Farage within the last few moments. He says, "Dare you dream that independence is dawning on the United Kingdom." You know what? I'm gonna knock on the door. Shall we knock on the door? See what happens. Police have certainly arrived. They're expecting a big crowd here. I would anticipate quite a few media behind us here as well. Not sure whether they are planning to open the door at this stage, but certainly there are suggestions that potentially Mr Johnson could be the next Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Not sure whether he wants to answer the door at this early hour, but certainly we've seen the lights on all night. We get the impression that... Should I try it just one more time? We get the impression that he's been up all night watching those results come in. We know that his advisors are inside with him. I do need to warn you that there will be some flash photography if he does open the door, because there are an awful lot of photographers here with us. What we're going to do is take you to John Craig, who is at the Leave party, and then come back if they open the door. John, for you, just for now.
Thank you, Kay. I'm with a big player on the Conservative backbenches now the Tory party's in turmoil. David Davis, who stood for the leadership against Mr Cameron in 2005. What should Mr Cameron do now? Should he quit?
No, I don't think so at all. I mean, what we need now is a sensible policy on negotiating our new relationship with the European Union and stability, so that we can get on with that policy. So long as he appoints a sensible team, gives them the power to do it, I don't see any threat to him at all.
Yeah, but come on, realistically, didn't Ken Karp say he was to be out in minutes or something? I can't remember, 30 seconds or 30 minutes or something. Really, his authority is shot to pieces now, surely.
One of the things about David Cameron is he's a very tough cookie and he's good at getting out of difficult scrapes and difficult corners. I actually think that in the country's interest, he should provide some stability while we do this negotiation. That's the right thing to do.
This isn't a scrape, it's a car crash though, isn't it?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Listen, he promised this referendum in a general election. He promised it in a manifesto. He delivered the referendum. Now, he fought one side of it. He didn't win that side. But the referendum has come up with a conclusion. It's his job now to deliver on the conclusion. That's what referendums are about.
How soon should he shuffle his team and what should he do?
Well, I don't know about the whole team, but he's got to put in place a team to do the negotiation. And that needs to start planning right away. It won't start negotiating right away, but it needs to start planning out what they need to do, who they need to talk to, what interests they need to protect. It's quite a complex exercise. That has to be got underway probably within a week or so.
Should he give that job to either Boris Johnson or Michael Gove, perhaps?
Well, he should give it to somebody who is committed to that aim, and those two people are certainly possibles in that category. There are a number of them. I can think of others too.
You've not signed Robert Sims's letter saying Mr Cameron should stay. Is that because you want him to go?
No, neither did I sign the rather ruder letter to George Osborne earlier. I don't sign public letters like that.
What about Mr Osborne's future? His authority's shot to pieces as well, isn't it?
No, I think one of the things you've got to remember is when you're going through a campaign like this, it's very rough and tumble, just like in a general election. And things that are said are often maybe regretted later. But just as in the 2010 election, you may remember Nick Clegg and David Cameron knocking 7 bells out of each other. 3 days after the election, they were gazing into each other's eyes in the Rose Garden. We'll come together as a party, we always have before, we will this time, and actually put the interest of the country first, which means a new negotiation with the European Union, and that's the most important thing.
Do you favour an early general election?
No, I don't. I think
wouldn't it give you an opportunity to crush Labour, given the dreadful night they've had?
Well, it would be pretty easy to do just that. But the most important thing now is to deliver on the referendum. That'll take 2 or 3 years to do. And then you want a bit of time for that to bed in before your next general election. We've just got enough time.
Mr Farage has been here making a very triumphant speech. I don't know if you heard it. he's claiming the credit here. Is this Mr Farage's victory, really?
Well, I also heard him make a concession speech earlier.
Well, he unconceded.
You take your pick, really.
But what about the relationship between the Tories and UKIP? Shouldn't Mr Farage claim a lot of the credit here? I mean, it's only because Mr Cameron panicked about UKIP that he agreed to a referendum, wasn't it?
I think you can say that Nigel Farage has campaigned for this for 25 years with a single-mindedness that almost nobody else has shown. So you give him.
What about Bill Cash and people like that?
I said almost. That's why I used the word almost. There are a few Tories who can claim that too. But the simple truth is that this is actually a victory for the country. It's a victory for everybody involved, whether it's Labour Leave or Conservative Leave or UKIP or Conservatives for Britain or Economists for Britain. There are a whole series of people who pitched into this and delivered this result. But above all, actually, it's a victory for the common sense of a very large part of the British people, including a lot of industrial working class people from the north and the Midlands, which perhaps nobody expected to vote this way.
David Davis, thank you very much. I'm not sure all Tory MPs share your confidence that the wounds will heal, but there's a view from David Davis now that a very happy-looking David Davis the outcome of this referendum.
John, thank you very much indeed. Well, there you see it on your screen, Sky News projection. The UK votes out. We also know from the votes counted so far that Scotland has, in fact, did vote fairly overwhelmingly to remain. So where does that leave relations between Scotland and the rest of the UK? With me is Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh, the SNP MP. Has to be said, Sky News is projecting it, so are other news networks and news organisations. I think we can assume that that is the result. What is the SNP's reaction to it?
Well, it's a disappointing and concerning result, of course, because the SNP campaigned hard and positively for Scotland to vote to remain in the EU, and indeed the rest of the UK.
Pause here. We'll just get this result from Leeds and then we'll come back to
you. The total number of ballot papers counted was 387,677. The number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 194,863. The number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 192,474.
So Leeds votes by a margin of 2,000 votes in favour of remaining, but that's not going to be anything like enough to help the In campaign, who are now almost 1 million votes behind nationwide. Let's just go back to Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh, who was telling me about the disappointment of the SNP. But what happens next?
Disappointment because we don't believe it's in the best interests of Scotland or the UK to be out with the EU. What will happen next? Well, we have to wait and see. I know that we're waiting for the final results to come in. I know that various people, including yourselves, have called the referendum. But at the end of the day, Scotland has spoken and spoken decisively, and I know you spoke about overwhelmingly. Let's not play this down. Every single local authority area in Scotland has voted to remain. The people of Scotland want to remain.
Well, there we're seeing
in the EU.
A vote of 62% in favour of remaining in Scotland to 38% for out. This is England, by contrast, which of course has a much larger population. That's voted not so decisively, but still decisively, 53.5% to 46.5% for out, for leaving. This is Wales, which again has voted for out. So we do have this split in the United Kingdom,
absolutely,
don't we?
And we also have to remember that in the context of the independence referendum, David Cameron and his government, and indeed the Better Together campaign, said to the people of Scotland that they needed to vote no to ensure Scotland's continued membership of the EU. Now Scotland finds herself in a position where she's potentially out with the EU. So we're looking forward to hearing what David Cameron has to say in relation to that. But from Scotland's perspective, as you'll be aware, Nicola Sturgeon has planned for all outcomes in terms of this result, and we can look forward to hearing from her as leader of the SNP and indeed the First Minister in due course.
Is she going to call for another independence vote?
Well, this is a matter for the First Minister of Scotland, and rightly so. I can, of course, refer you to the SNP manifesto, where it was quite clear if Scotland was to be, for instance, taken out of the EU against her will, and that would appear to be the case as it currently stands, then that would demonstrate a material change in circumstance, and it would appear that that is certainly the circumstance which we're facing at the moment.
OK, we're coming up to the hour. Thank you very much indeed. You are watching Decision Time In or Out, and Sky News is projecting that the UK has voted to leave the European Union in an historic referendum. Results are still coming in. Here is the latest picture. The latest picture is on a turnout of above 70%, out is on 51.7%, in is on 48.3%, and it is projected that Britain has voted out simply because the mathematics do not now favour a reversal in that result. Let's go to Kay Burley, who is outside the house of Boris Johnson, the leader of, or one of the leaders of the Out campaign. Kay.
Hello to you, Adam. A very good morning. Yeah, and journalists and photographers, camera crews arriving here by the moment, as you would expect. We've just been hearing from Mr Johnson's aide. He says that Mr Johnson has been up for most of the night, measuring the results as they came through. He's now tired and he will be sleeping for a little while. After that, he will be waiting for the Prime Minister to make a statement. That sounds pretty ominous, doesn't it? I don't know what that might mean, but certainly he'll be waiting for the Prime Minister to speak to not only the UK press, but also the world press, I'm sure, before Boris then leaves the House here and is heading to the Vote Leave headquarters to rally the troops and to hold a news conference there. Now, they were so sure that they were not going to win this EU referendum that they actually cancelled the Vote Leave party last night. So there were originally going to be three celebratory parties. In fact, we had the Remain party and we had the Leave.eu party, which is Nigel Farage, Aaron Banks and the like. So just the two parties were left. Boris and his Gisela Stewart and the like had cancelled theirs. Troops, nevertheless, went to the headquarters, and that's where Mr Johnson will be going when he leaves his front door. Somewhere around 8 or 9 o'clock this morning is the latest guidance that we can give you. I think they're a little bit shocked, Adam. I certainly don't think that they expected to be in a position where potentially Boris could now be the next Prime Minister of this country, and potentially an awful lot sooner than any of us had anticipated. Certainly it's going to take 2, 3 or perhaps even 4 years as we negotiate our exit from the European Union, but unlikely that Mr Cameron will be able to hold on for so long. His party is absolutely split down the middle. We've seen an awful lot of blue on blue action during this referendum campaign. It seems now almost certain that he will not be able to hold on, whether that is today, whether that's tomorrow, or indeed in the days or weeks to come. Potentially, the next Prime Minister is having a few hours kip in the House behind me. Adam.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Well, of course, there's a long way to go until that. First of all, David Cameron would have to resign, and then Boris Johnson would have to win a leadership election in the Conservative Party, presumably. Meanwhile, we still have a Prime Minister in the shape of David Cameron, although there are rumours going round Westminster of a dignified exit for the Prime Minister and indeed the Chancellor of the Exchequer, George Osborne. Let's see what Faisal Islam has to say from number 10, where the Prime Minister is digesting this massive defeat for him in the referendum. Faisal.
So about 3 or 4 hours ago, the Prime Minister received a letter of support from about 84 of the 130, 140 or so Vote Leave Conservative MPs. So in that regard, he may feel a mandate to go on if this result is confirmed. The key red line from some long-standing and senior Tory leavers is this, which is he has said, indeed he said in his interview to me, that he would activate the protocol to leave the European Union, which is Article 50, next week at the European Summit. If he does that, I think that there are senior Conservative MPs who will think that that's a red line too far, that there's no hurry, that pre-negotiations would have to happen if this leave vote is confirmed, and they could take 3 to 4 years. So there's still uncertainty around. We still haven't heard Conservative MPs go on the record because the result hasn't been confirmed. The news networks are calling it, but I think given the rollercoaster that we've already had today, even in the last 5 or 6 hours, anybody in number 10 would be forgiven for just waiting until a result is confirmed. No doubt, though, they're dusting off a copy of a speech that the Prime Minister would never have wanted to give, and if this result is confirmed, this is a huge problem for his authority, having staked so much on staying in the European Union. Having said it would risk so much, he may well feel that the action on the stock markets and the currency markets are vindicating some of his fears. I'm pretty sure that's what George Osborne was saying. I know that the Bank of England will be on high alert in the financial markets to try and sort out confidence in the United Kingdom, given that so many in the financial markets had expected a Remain win as recently as 4 hours ago. That has changed utterly since the results started coming in. We wait. I think that's the first port of call right now, which is making sure financial markets remain stable. But there's an awful lot to sort out here before we get to talk of leadership challenges and leadership contests.
And of course, Faisal, there's the immediate question of what the Prime Minister does vis-à-vis Britain's current partners in the EU. Does he immediately trigger Article 50 of the Lisbon Treaty and start those negotiations?
So let me quickly explain what Article 50 is. It is the protocol of the Lisbon Treaty that allows for an exit from the EU. It starts a stopwatch of 2 years, a countdown of 2 years, where if a negotiation is not reached, then Britain's EU membership would lapse automatically. If he was to activate that next week, that would mean our leaving date would be 2018, June the 28th. 2018. The Leave campaign have always said that that's absurd and ridiculous and should not happen, and the Article 50 process may not even be needed, and there's other ways to do this. But there are other possibilities too. We've heard before, 3 or 4 months ago, from Boris Johnson himself musing that this type of result, and whatever happens, it is still pretty much 48, 49% one way, 51% the other, that there could be another offer perhaps from European authorities, that there could be a second negotiation, that they could offer something substantial on freedom of movement, on other areas, that there could be an entirely innovative and new form of relationship between the United Kingdom. But it would seem that if the Leave campaign's mandate is anything, it's for restrictions on freedom of movement, and under current arrangements, that would mean they would have to leave the single market.
Thank you very much indeed, Faisal Islam in Downing Street. Back to you, of course, or indeed to those houses of Michael Gove and Boris Johnson you're seeing on your screen as the main protagonists appear and give their reaction to this defeat for Britain's membership of the European Union. With me now is the Labour MP John Mann. He campaigned for out, though presumably feel vindicated this morning.
Well, 68% of my constituents voted out, and it's the Labour vote that's decided this referendum, and overwhelmingly the Labour vote that's done it in huge unprecedented numbers. And there's a mandate there, and that mandate is to sort out free movement in the European Union. That's non-negotiable and will remain non-negotiable. But also, you know, people are sick and tired of the way in which they have no control over their lives. Can't even control where houses are built. There aren't enough houses for young people. The agency work, the 0 hours contracts.
It's got to be said, very little of that's got to do with the European Union, but they've expressed their anger, haven't they?
In your opinion, not. In their opinion, in mine, yes, it has. Because
where houses are built.
Where
planning regulations on where houses are built.
No, that's about power and decentralisation, but agencies very much underpinned by European court rulings. Where houses built, no, that's not. But my point on that is this is about shifting power downwards, and it's one of the small but important things that can follow of giving local people control over local decisions. This is really about empowerment. My constituents want some power.
OK, now, what about Jeremy Corbyn? Because, of course, you're saying this is Labour voters. Jeremy Corbyn, like David Cameron, campaigned for staying in the European Union. He's been defeated as well, as you say, by Labour voters. What's his future?
Well, but so have all the other alternative Labour
but you're
leaders.
a Labour MP. I'm asking about your leader.
Oh, he'll continue. I mean, Jeremy Corbyn will continue. This won't get rid of Jeremy Corbyn. He needs to get out there, literally out there, talking to these voters, because he hasn't been doing. He's not hearing what they're saying. He's not understanding what they're saying. That's what he and his shadow cabinet need to do. But today, you know, David Cameron is going to be the issue today. Yesterday was a lame duck Prime Minister. Well, I have to say there are
members of the Labour Party already saying Jeremy Corbyn should step down, apparently.
Well, today...
You wouldn't join them?
No, I wouldn't. No, today it's about Cameron resigning. David Cameron has got to go today. He has no credibility left whatsoever. He's the most unpopular person out there. It's incredible how unpopular he is. No one's got a good word to say for him. And he needs to carry the can. He called this referendum. He's lost the referendum. He told us it'd be Armageddon if we voted leave. Well, people have voted leave. He better get out of the way then.
I mean, it has to be said, the pound doesn't look particularly happy on the international markets.
No, and there's a surprise. Speculators speculating. I mean, you know, this happens all the time, and they're speculating.
No, and are you not worried, though, that there could be quite severe economic consequences for the people who voted for this?
No, I'm not. My concern is to ensure that the lessons are fully learned and we don't have a right-wing government that ignores what my voters are saying. This is a mandate from Labour voters, and whoever leads the Tory party next needs to understand that. Sorting out the relationship with Europe is, of course, part of it, and that's the vote, but it's bigger than that.
I've got to ask you one final question, because you are an MP. Over 400 MPs backed remaining in the European Union. So who has a majority now in the House of Commons?
Well, they're going to have to bow to the mandate they have from the people. Labour MPs, it's very straightforward. Most of them have got a huge mandate to get us out of the restrictions of the European Union, and I hope, and I think it may happen, that there should be a cross-party negotiating team that negotiates with the European Union, not just one party. I think the country has to pull together and unite. It's been quite a divisive campaign. We've seen that. So let's pull together one negotiating team that is cross-party.
OK, well, the suggestion is, I think, that the first person we might hear from Labour will be Gisela Stewart, the Birmingham MP who was the executive in the Vote Leave campaign. I think Mr Corbyn said that in this eventuality she would be the first person to speak for Labour. Well, let's look at how Labour did what you're seeing on your... not Labour, sorry, how the Vote Out campaign did what you see on your screens, which is that we are projecting that when all the votes are counted, and there are now only 42 out of 382 areas to give a result, how they got there to this point that Out, Britain leaving the European Union, has won tonight. First, let's go to our election analyst, Professor Michael Thrasher. What's happened tonight?
Quite an astonishing outcome, really, Adam, in terms of an extremely close-run race, which has seen Leave emerge as the eventual winner. The model is still saying 52-48, and it's said that for a substantial amount of time. No matter, we are still waiting for those 42 results, but they really aren't going to make too much difference. The real crucial story is that in terms of the Remain side, there's only Scotland and London and Northern Ireland that have come out in support of it. And of course, that really raises up all kinds of issues in terms of Scotland and indeed, of course, in terms of Northern Ireland. But every other region, especially across England, has come out in favour of Leave, and some areas in particular, like the West Midlands, the East Midlands, the eastern region we were expecting, but some other regions have really come out rather strongly in favour of Leave.
To Ed Conway, who's been analysing these results as well.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Adam. Let's just have a look at our scoreboard of all of the different voting areas across the UK, and you can see just how much blue there is. Remember here, blue is Leave, yellow is Remain, and this really has been the story of the morning as we've seen this board get more and more blue. I think a lot of people thinking that there would be a lot more yellow here. It's important, by the way, this is based in alphabetical order. Let's kind of order it so you can see them in terms of the size of the voting population in each area. And always the expectation was there was going to be a lot of blue here. This is the smaller you are, the further you are over this side of the screen. The bigger you are, the further you are towards there. And the expectation was there was always going to be quite a lot of blue here. But according to the Remain camp, they were expecting to get a lot of wins over here in the big areas, the big population areas. But instead, look what's happened. We do have a lot of blue here from Sheffield and Durham and Wiltshire and Bradford and Kirklees and Cheshire. All of these areas where Remain really thought they did have a chance, where they thought they could actually win this, they haven't done quite so well. And in the end, it's been a story about turnout. Let's compare some of the different regions which were expected to be strong for Remain and some which were expected to be strong for Leave. Northern Ireland, obviously, they voted in Northern Ireland. But keep an eye on this. Turnout, 62.7%. Now let's have a look at London. That was expected to be quite strong again for Remain. 59.9%, turnout 70.2%. So higher, pretty high. But let's now compare those places with Wales, for instance. Wales went for Leave, and with a higher turnout. There were more people coming out to vote for Leave. 52.5% voting for Leave in Wales. Have a look at England, across England. 53.6% voting in England. But look at this again, turnout 72.8%.
2015.
Let's go now to Hillingdon in London for another declaration.
I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 133,170. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 58,040. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 74,982.
So, Boris Johnson's home territory and outwins comfortably. I think one could probably say there is an element of personal vote in that in Hillingdon.
Great. Well, I'm at Manchester Town Hall now. This is where the national result will be announced a little later. They haven't given us a direct time. They say breakfast time. It might be near a brunch, it might be near a lunchtime, but we do only have 30 areas still to declare, so we're all keeping our fingers crossed here that it will be relatively soon. What they have announced in the last couple of hours, though, is the turnout, and the turnout nationally, 72.2%, which is the largest electorate for any UK poll. I'm joined here by Nigel Evans, Conservative MP and Vote Leave campaigner, a happy man. This is democracy in action, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I think we should remind ourselves that if it hadn't have been for David Cameron, we wouldn't have had this referendum. It was only because he promised it during the last general election that we had it today, and the people have spoken, and the margin, with still a few districts to announce, is over 1 million, and clearly I'm pleased. I was just too young to vote in 1975, so this was my first vote about the governance of my own country, and I'm delighted to see that the people of Britain have spoken, and certainly the people of the Ribble Valley, which I represent, have spoken too.
You're obviously pleased, and we're hoping for this result, but in your heart of hearts, were you really expecting it?
I did predict a couple of days ago 52% for Leave. And it may well be my Welsh optimism that gave me that feeling. But today I stood on the A59 for about 10 hours, hence the colour I've got on my cheeks, and I waved at traffic. And the number of honks and thumbs up that I got gave me an indication that something big was happening, certainly in the northwest of England.
What about the economic impact there? We've already seen the pound tumbling against the dollar. I mean, overnight trading, it's not always reliable as the rest of the time, but it'd be interesting to see what happens when the markets wake up.
Yeah.
If there is a real economic impact to this, is it worth it?
Well, now's the time to buy the pound. And this is great news for exporters as well. I was told that the pound was overvalued. So, you know, there will be some correction, but the people who make money out of the pound going down tend to make it when the pound goes up as well. And I would expect the Prime Minister to say some reassuring words this morning, as he did right at the outset of the campaign when he said that the United Kingdom would be fine outside the European Union. Well, that's where we are.
And in one word, will he still be the Prime Minister, do you think, next week, David?
Yes, I've signed the letter. I want him to be. He's the man that delivered the referendum. He's the man that helped us get our Independence Day.
Right, Levin, thanks very much.
Thank
Let's
you.
cross now to Mike McCarthy, who's up in the northeast.
Yes, hello. Well, a rather desolate backdrop here as they start clearing away the tables. All the votes have been brought in and counted, and just a few of the 21 areas in Yorkshire and Humber voted to remain. That was Harrogate and Leeds by a very small majority, but the overwhelming vote from Yorkshire and Humber, reflecting many other areas of England, certainly. And joining me to discuss that now is Andrea Jenkins, MP. Andrea, you famously beat Ed Balls in his constituency at the last general election. But let me ask you about tonight, stroke this morning. Did you expect anything on this scale?
I think there's been a real change over the last few weeks, really. And I mean, I've been campaigning on this for 4 months. I've always been, you know, a Brexiter.
Campaigning to leave.
Yeah, campaigning to leave, yeah, as a Brexiter. And as a Yorkshire woman as well, I've been finding on the ground, you know, because I've been throughout all the different constituencies, because I'm the Vote Leave coordinator for Yorkshire, that there's been a real sea change. And I was getting a feeling, and I knew in my heart that Yorkshire was going to vote to leave, which I'm very proud of. And I suppose deep down, I always lived in that hope. And having, if you look at my election last year, nobody expected us to win there. But I always think, leave it to the last minute and it'll be revealed. And we've got that, what I was wishing for, really.
As we said, in Yorkshire and Humber, the vast majority have voted for leave. Who are those people? They must be from across the board, of course. But you were saying earlier that you've been into council estates and all kinds of areas, and you've been finding the same kind of feeling in those areas.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I even called in the local chip shop today, you know, in between campaigning, getting chips for the troops. And what I found there's 3 ladies I actually spoke to, and they said they never normally go out and vote, but they feel really engaged with this, so they voted to leave. So I think this is a great historic time, but also for democracy, really. You know, we've got people who's turned out to vote for the first time, really, on something as important as this. So I think this is a great moment, and it's been great working cross-party on this as well, and there's been such voter engagement, and I think that's great for democracy. That's great to see.
The pound has fallen through the floor. It's at its lowest for 31 years. What do you do about that now?
I think the most important thing is obviously markets are going to fluctuate as well during this time, really, of that we do the negotiations to pull out. But I think the important thing is that we have that safe pair of hands moving forward. So to me, tomorrow we're back, well today, it's early hours of the morning, today it's back to business, it's back to running the country. And because Europe's an important thing, it has been for me, but the country still has got other services that we need to run and carry on. So back to business for me.
Andrea Jenkins, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Northern Ireland has voted to remain in the European Union. That official result came in the last half an hour to the tune of about 56% to 44%. But by the time the result came through, the only cheers that you could hear in the hall in Belfast were actually from the Leave camp. Because there are a huge number of questions now. If it is confirmed that the rest of the UK has voted to leave while Northern Ireland has voted to remain, Sinn Féin is saying that it intensifies the case for a united Ireland, and it's widely expected that they will call for another referendum to ask the people here whether they want to leave the UK and reunite with the Republic of Ireland. Let's bring in our Ireland correspondent, David Blevins. So we are expecting Sinn Féin to make some kind of announcement later this morning.
Yes, Anna, throughout this campaign we've been saying that if Northern Ireland voted to remain and the rest of the UK voted to leave the EU, the call from Sinn Féin for a border poll, a referendum effectively on Northern Ireland leaving the United Kingdom would come immediately. We're already hearing from Sinn Féin sources that could happen referendum as early as later today. We know that Gerry Adams, the party leader, has left his constituency. He's come from the Republic of Ireland and spent last night in Belfast, and that's because they were preparing for this eventuality. So I think what we're really witnessing this morning is dawn breaking on a divided kingdom, with Scotland and Northern Ireland clearly having decided they want to remain and England and Wales voting to leave.
And there are a huge number of questions that scenario throws up, doesn't it? Given the fact that Northern Ireland has a land border with an EU country, with the Republic of Ireland, and that has a lot of questions over trade, what happens next, but also about migration as well.
Yes, this morning we're standing where the UK will effectively end and where the European Union will begin, not 30 miles from the Irish border, which is, as you say, the only land boundary. It's an invisible border though. There are no customs posts, you don't have to show your passport, anything like that. But the Remain campaign have been insisting for quite some time that that border would have to be secured in some fashion. So I think there's going to be all sorts of discussions about what that looks like. We know the Irish government have already been exploring whether or not customs posts could be automated. They've been very concerned about how that's going to hit trade. Bilateral trade across that border tops £1 billion a week, so an awful lot at stake here.
And also an interesting result from the point of view of the fact that it was the DUP that were pushing for a leave vote. So Arlene Foster, First Minister, on the side of the leave vote, and yet Northern Ireland, her constituency, her wider constituency, has voted to remain.
Yes, of our 18 constituencies here, only 7 of them actually voted to leave the European Union, all of them Democratic Unionist Party constituencies. Worth pointing out that in Arlene Foster's own constituency, because it borders the Irish Republic, they have voted to remain. So she's now got a challenge to try and bring even the unionist community together, never mind the wider unionist nationalist divide. The other person who's got a big challenge here now is the Northern Ireland Secretary, Theresa Villiers, because of course she's played a very prominent role in the Leave campaign, to the point where some Northern Ireland politicians are saying that her position here is untenable. But we'll find out, I think, as the day progresses, what some of the potential implications are in terms of east-west and north-south relations.
OK, David, thank you.
Well, our political editor Faisal Islam is in Downing Street. Faisal, when are we expecting to hear from the Prime Minister?
Short answer, I don't know. Before breakfast was the indication that we had. I'm sorry, being contacted by somebody here. But I must pick up what we just heard there from Northern Ireland, because the consequences, let's not at this first stage see this about one man's job or even two men's job, given what some Labour MPs are saying about Jeremy Corbyn and his campaigning on the EU. There are massive constitutional implications for this, and not just in UK's relationship with Europe. You've heard about Northern Ireland with Sinn Féin already calling for another referendum on the border within Ireland. It looks pretty certain now, whatever the overall result, that Scotland has voted for Remain, and England and Wales, as it happens, have voted to leave. Is that the material change that the SNP said that could activate another referendum? There are a whole series of uncertainties that are now activated well beyond Britain's relation with Europe. And then there's a whole lot of diplomatic implications as well within Europe. This is absolutely huge in the medium term in terms of our internal workings. It's huge economically. There'll have to be some effort, not just to reassure markets in the short term, but also to reassure those car companies that depend on the single market. Also, the banks that depend on the single market. They literally need access to the single market to operate their headquarters here. There's a huge effort required just to ensure key industries will have the confidence to remain. Whatever happens, we will remain a member of the European Union in any transition period, but the method and speed of our delivery is very much up for negotiation, and parliamentarians who were against leaving by a massive margin in the House of Commons and the House of Lords will have different opinions upon how exactly this is enacted. But I go back to one thing. In my first interview as political editor was with Boris Johnson a couple of years ago, and Mr. Johnson suggested this, and I just wonder if we'll come back to this, which is he always thought he could do a better negotiation. Could Europe come back with something better? Would the British people accept that? That's another possibility.
Faisal, thank you very much indeed. Well, let's talk now to two Labour strategists. With me, John Trickett, close advisor to the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn. But first, let's go to Alastair Campbell, who has been backing the Remain campaign. That has not succeeded tonight, Alastair Campbell, but I want to use your expertise more now as to what you think is going to happen. What are the Prime Minister's options?
Well, I think as one of your earlier interviewees said, it's not just about the Prime Minister this. I mean, I think we're in real uncharted territory, and I think all sorts of consequences flow from this. Obviously, he has to decide whether he's going to see this through, try to see this through. I don't sense any much appetite within the Conservative Party to push him out, but I presume he's going to have to reshape his cabinet to reflect what is clearly a significant rejection of his policy and the change that this vote has brought about. And then he's got to, if he's there, he's got to start a process of discussion and negotiation, and it's going to be very, very difficult.
And what about the international and UK-wide implications? Scotland, Northern Ireland going in the other direction, and certainly their nationalist parties making it clear that they don't want to leave the European Union.
Well, I think one of the so-called Project Fear arguments that we kept trying to get over in this campaign is that there were incredible possible unintended consequences of a vote to leave the European Union. And one is the breakup of the United Kingdom. I think we are looking at that. I think the fact that within Northern Ireland and its relations with the Republic, there's going to be all sorts of things go on there that I think are quite worrying. I think Nicola Sturgeon, to my mind, the vote having gone as it's gone in Scotland, I think she'd be perfectly entitled to try to press for a second referendum. And even with the oil price as it is, I think given the public mood about politics and economics in this country, that I think it's possible that could be one. So you're talking about Scotland going off, possibly Northern Ireland going off. I mean, this is not just meltdown in the markets. There is so much going on here. And I mean, I really do feel so angry that we had this referendum. It was promised in one set of circumstances. We've had the vote in a completely different set of circumstances where a lot of this rejection, yes, some of it's about the European Union. A lot of it is just about people absolutely fed up with austerity, fed up with the division and inequality in this country, and that division and inequality is now going to be worse. And so I just think that the world is going to wake up to this.
OK, you may be angry, but I've got to put it to you that in this century, the first Prime Minister who offered a referendum on the European Union was Tony Blair. So to a certain extent, he opened the Pandora's box, didn't he?
Well, I think that it's true that he offered a referendum, then we didn't have it. And I think there was a pretty obvious reason for that. But look, David Cameron decided to have this referendum. We've now got to live with the consequences. They are enormous. I think they're so much bigger than a lot of people who've been leading the Leave campaign and who have voted for the Leave campaign really think. I mean, all the slogans are fine. Take back control. Let's talk about two issues of taking back control. The French border, almost certainly now going to move from Calais to Kent. The Irish border, almost certainly now going to become a hard border between the north of Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. Scotland, as I say, possibly having a second referendum. You've seen the meltdown in the markets. We've also seen, and this is why I was so cautious at 10 o'clock when people were saying this was all over, people are using this to make more money. It's just going to feed the whole thing about inequality. But actually, the people who have most led the vote to leave the European Union, they're the ones who are going to get hurt hardest by what's been done.
Alastair Campbell, thank you very much indeed. Let's bring in John Trickett now, advisor to Jeremy Corbyn. First of all, your reaction to this decision of the British people to leave the European Union?
Well, we argued for stay in the European Union, but we didn't mean that things should stay the same. Well, certainly. And it's clearly that the public had a strong view. I think the idea that we shouldn't have had a referendum, which was just aired, the idea that the British establishment can continue in the same old way when manifestly so many people in the country did feel a sense of anger and a sense of loss of control of their lives is preposterous. And I think the establishment have reaped the whirlwind here. And look, I think we're going to have to put the Britain back together on a new basis.
Well, as I understand it, Mr Corbyn believes the Conservative Party is now going to move to the right, which seems evident. and that will threaten your people, if I can put it like that. That will threaten the rights of Labour voters, many of whom appear to have voted for this.
But that is one of the strongest reasons why we said people, our people, should vote to remain, because putting the Tories in charge of renegotiating our relationship with the rest of the world is a very dangerous moment. Now, we'll be raising serious questions about how the government intends to do this. By the way, there must be no shilly-shallying, ducking and diving. We are out of the European Union. It's got to be done in a proper way. The opposition stands ready to help with it if there's any needed for emergency measures in the short term. But we are out, and we will follow the will of the British people in doing that.
A lot of people said this is what Mr Corbyn, in his heart of hearts, really wanted. I mean, he's a Bennite. He's had a long-standing record of criticising the European
I voted again. I voted in the last referendum. I voted against. I'm a long-standing Eurosceptic. I did, and I voted for because I was convinced by the arguments. But these were balanced arguments. And look, so many people in our country...
OK, you want to hear this? Gisela Stewart is now giving a reaction in Manchester.
Through the ballot box, and they made a democratic decision. They reflected on our 40-year history of the European Union, and by a majority they have decided to leave. I think that is democracy at work, and it is our opportunity to take back control over a whole area of democratic decisions, but also an opportunity to renew some of those processes. Because I think all the political leaders will have to reflect on whether they have accurately gauged the people's attitude and the people's desire on how to govern themselves. Vote Leave's been a cross-party organisation, and I think what happens now also has to be a cross-party effort, because we have a responsibility, and that responsibility is to act in the best long-term interests of this country. Ich will jetzt auch was auf Deutsch sagen. Und das geht vor allem für unsere europäischen Nachbarn. Wir werden weiterhin ein offenes und freundliches Land sein, das sowohl auf europäischer Ebene als auch auf internationaler Ebene zusammenarbeiten wird. What I've just said is to make clear to all our colleagues in Europe that Britain is an open society, it is a welcoming society, and we will continue to be cooperating with European countries on an international level. But it's an important decision about our future, and it's about the people who have taken that decision. It wasn't about us, the politicians, because this referendum has really been fought against the backdrop of all the might of the institutions and of money. The people were given the impression that they had no choice but to remain. But they voted to leave. I think it is now incumbent on all of us to be very calm, remember that our responsibility is to the future of the United Kingdom, and work together to start a process, because this is simply the beginning of a process of initiating leaving the European Union. And in the long run, I think we will find that both Europe and the United Kingdom will emerge stronger as a result of this. Thank you very much.
So that was Gisela Stewart. It was an agreement with the Labour leadership of Jeremy Corbyn that she would be the first person to speak in the event of what has happened, which is the UK voting to leave the European Union.
I think the Vote Leave team has been at pains to make it clear this is a democratic decision about the future of the country. It wasn't about any of us. It was collectively to enable that process. And maybe it is because politicians have forgotten that these things aren't about them. We are simply the reflection of what the voters wish us to do. So let's just start and do what the people have told us to do today. Thank you.
Well, Gisela Stewart there speaking to Sky's Jane Secker, saying this is a democratic decision, but also making it clear, speaking in her native tongue, she was born German, that Britain wants to remain friendly with its European allies while it goes through this extended process of negotiating leaving the European Union. We can look at the nationwide picture which is developing if you're just getting up. This is a truly historic moment, are really reversing at least 50 years of British foreign policy. The British people have voted to leave the European Union, which we joined in the 1970s. The margin is 51.8%. You can see there too, 48.2%. Sky News believes there is no way that with the remaining few results to come in that could be reversed. So Britain is on the way out. That has come as a shock, I think, to most of the politicians on both sides who were expecting a narrow win for Remain overnight. It's also come as a shock to the financial markets. Our economics editor, Ed Conway, has more on that.
Yeah, Adam, you said that this was a historic moment when it came to the result. It's an absolutely historic reaction when it comes to what we've seen in markets over the course of this morning. This is a graph showing you the pound against the dollar. And consider this, normally a move in currencies of perhaps 1 cent is thought of as quite a big move. Well, have a look at this. 15 cents over the course of the hours after that result came through, the pound dropped by 15 cents, 10% against the dollar. We have never, not since the pound became a floating rate currency, we have never seen moves of this scale in a matter of hours. Not on Black Wednesday in 1992, not during the financial crisis, not at any comparable period to what we have seen over the course of the last few hours. You can see the collapse in the currency over the course of that period. That's traders reacting, that's traders selling UK assets, it's people being concerned about what happens to the UK economy now, whether they believe it will be better off or worse off out. They are concerned about uncertainty, and you can see it too in the Hang Seng. Let's have a quick look at the markets in Hong Kong because they have also tumbled this morning, down by about 5% over the course of trading in Hong Kong. So a big fall there as well. And the expectation is that futures prices, so what people are kind of betting on in London, is the expectation it could well be down by about 6% in London as well. So some enormous moves. And that 6% could be more or less the 5th biggest one-day fall in UK stock market history. So it could be, well, it already is an enormous day for the UK economy and for markets. And really, it's only just begun.
OK, well, we think we may hear from the Prime Minister before markets open here in Hong Kong. They're well into their trading day, and Sky's Katie Stallard is there at the offices of Fidelity International in Hong Kong. Katie.
Yeah, Adam, as you heard there, it's been an extremely volatile morning here. We're on the midday break of the Hang Seng at the moment, but it's currently down 4.67%. Let me give you a sense of how that played out here and is playing out on trading floors around the world at the moment. So this is that graph you saw there. This is how this plays in real time to traders who are looking at this. And you can see at the moment, pound to the dollar down 9.95%. Real steep falls, as you heard Ed saying, biggest falls in more than 3 decades here. And this is how traders are getting their information. There's a special feed which is dropping headlines about the British Euro referendum. And I want to just show you here probability odds checker. This is bets being placed this morning. This was at 85% for Remain. It's now 100% certainty of Brexit. over here as well, just one stock to draw your attention to, which is HSBC, which is being extremely hard hit. So it's now down 10.93%. Similarly, another banking stock, Standard Chartered, also down more than 12% at this stage in the day. I want to bring you over here to get some expertise on this with Paris Anand, Head of European Equities here at Fidelity.
Good morning.
Paris, just talk us through what we're looking at here. I mean, what's your analysis of what's going on the markets today?
Well, clearly today we're seeing some, quite large-scale moves in currencies and in terms of the anticipated moves in the markets, especially the European, UK and European markets. But I think that those moves have to be looked at in the context which, as you say, that the odds were very heavily in favour of Remain, as we were going into this process. So we saw strong rallies in both the currency and the markets in the week leading up to this vote.
How much of this is to do with the shock that it's not going in the way that was predicted, and how much is to do with a genuine hard-headed analysis of a United Kingdom out with the European Union?
So I think it's a lot more to do with the former. I think that the consequences of the vote to come out are really only going to be learnt over time. And the thing that's really important to remember is that for long-term investors in companies, these events, which are largely political events, really impact only at the margin. So our focus in these sort of volatile times will be using the volatility in share prices to buy companies that we want to own for the long term.
So you think this is more politics than economics?
Well, I think it's largely a political event, or predominantly a political event. Clearly it has some sort of economic and short-term stock market consequences with that. But as I said, over time, these things impact only at the margin.
What do you think? I mean, this is an extremely difficult question to answer, but how do you expect this to play out over the coming days, the coming weeks? Do you think that what we're seeing now is a one-day, a few-day shock and things will steady out? What are your predictions?
Well, I think firstly, from a political perspective, I think that there will be a period of uncertainty, and I think that will probably leave us with a sort of a heightened level of volatility in the very short term. Having said that, I think there was a lot of focus on this issue, and that although it may have not gone the way that some people would have expected, and certainly not the way that the bookmakers would have expected at the start, it has then brought some certainty to the situation. So I think that may mean that it's maybe a slightly shorter-lived phenomenon rather than one that sort of stretches on for months and months.
Paris Anand, thank you very much.
Not at all.
With me now is the Green Party's MP in Parliament, Caroline Lucas. Welcome to you. You were campaigning for Britain to remain, so what's your reaction to Britain's imminent departure now from the European Union?
Personally, I feel pretty heartbroken. I think it's a devastating result. I think, as many people have said, it does demonstrate the level of division and anger, actually, in the country. I think that it really is a wake-up call for Westminster. We've had basically rebellion against party leaders that represent around 98% of MPs at Westminster. And I think this is really going to shake up the political system. And my hope is from that, I suppose, is that something good can come out of it. I think people have felt unheard, they felt unlistened to, they felt ignored and alienated for a number of years now. And what we need to do is make sure that people's concerns are addressed. And that can go right through from listening to immediate concerns right through to constitutional reform.
Includes your constituents in Brighton, which voted 68% to remain.
Well, I'm glad that Brighton did vote to remain, but overall, obviously, it looks like there's a majority who voted to leave. I think to some extent the EU was a kind of a proxy for very many legitimate concerns. And our responsibility now is to try to address those concerns. And as I say, part of that, I think, is going to be not just about leaving the EU, but constitutional change here, including some kind of electoral reform so that people's voices are properly heard. We've got a government over their road elected with just 24% of the popular vote.
But what would you say to someone who would say, well, it just shows people like you, people like us, you can include the media as well, just don't get it. You're doing okay, you're university educated, you're still relatively highly paid, whereas ordinary people are just being squeezed, seeing their living standards drop, and you don't get it and you haven't responded to it even after the credit crunch?
I think there's some truth in that. What I worry about, though, is that people have been sold a wrong solution. I can't see how leaving the EU is going to address any of those issues. We're already hearing about the economic consequences. I mean, of course, it's a period of uncertainty right now, but you know, if as expected, we are now going to be teetering on the edge of another recession, that is only going to hurt the people who are already feeling, you know, left out from an economic system that isn't working for them. So my big worry is that the EU has been sold, leaving the EU has been sold as this magic solution to some very real concerns, and I agree about those concerns, but I cannot see how leaving the EU is going to help any of them.
Now, as a parliamentary party of one, if you like, to a certain extent you're an observer, can I just ask you, after this massive setback for what he's been campaigning for, how do you think this is going to play out for David Cameron and indeed for Jeremy Corbyn?
I think all bets are off. I mean, it's hard to see how Cameron himself can continue as Prime Minister. I'm not sure. It's for the Labour Party to decide what the implications are for them. But I think more than looking at the fates of individual politicians, this is about a seismic rebellion against the political establishment itself. And that's why I hope that when we're responding to it, we're going to have solutions that are commensurate with the level of the crisis I think we face. And I come back to the point that we've had a political system that has ignored the views of the majority of people for a great many years. And that's got to be part of the solution as well.
One has to say, if that's the mood here, one probably wouldn't want to put much money on Hillary Clinton being elected the next president. Maybe it's Donald Trump, who's visiting the UK today, who might end up as in the White House.
I think whether we're talking about the UK or the US, there are huge levels of anger and alienation, and I think the challenge now is how we respond to them. And as somebody whose vision of the future of this country is not the kind of a vision of a country led by people like Farage and Boris Johnson, I hope that who I would call as the progressives can work together. That has got to be a message out of this. You know, it doesn't make sense for progressive parties, Lib Dems and Greens and Labour and others, the nationalists, to be fighting one another in elections when we're up against potentially a Conservative Party led by Boris Johnson. I think, you know, one of the lessons surely has to be that we need electoral reform, we need the progressives to work together, because I don't think that the solution that's been sold to people today, withdrawing from the EU, is going to solve the very real concerns they have about access to public services, access to housing and so forth. I think it's incumbent on those of us who've lost tonight, if you like, to come up with better answers. OK, Caroline Lucas, I think you'll be interested in this, because while it is now accepted that the Out campaign, the Leave campaign, are going to win this referendum, that mathematical point has not yet been passed. But we can see now that Leave are in fact only 300,000 votes short of the 16.75 million votes they need to win. And that is, of course, with 20-plus areas still to declare. So at that point, we will be able to say for definite that the Leave campaign have won. Only 13 results still to come in. As we're seeing, Leave now is over 1 million votes ahead of the In campaign, and it seems certain that they are going to pass that point very soon. Let's go to, we can see there approaching the winning line. Let's go to Jane Secker in Manchester.
Yeah, I'm in Manchester Town Hall, and this is where, when that final result has been reached, it will be announced. Jenny Watson, the Chief Counting Officer, will announce it on the stage behind me. They do want to wait for all of the results across the country to come in, but as you say, only 13 to go, so it is hopeful that we will get a result relatively soon here today, confirming what Sky has been predicting for the last couple of hours, that Vote Leave has now won this referendum. In the last few minutes, Gisela Stewart, who, as of course, was on the Vote Leave side and spoke very passionately in quite a few of those television debates, came here to Manchester Town Hall, spoke about the victory, not at all triumphalist, which I think a lot of people would have perhaps expected her to be. We've spoken to quite a few of the Vote Leave campaigners over the course of the evening as the results have emerged. They've been very excited, but no, she was very calm. She almost appeared a little bit stunned, really, and said that what happens now is a period of calm, quiet reflection and a time to work out what happens now. I put it to her, should Boris Johnson be the new Prime Minister, something that a lot of people are talking about down in London, and she said that that wasn't something she wanted to engage with again, that this is not about the politicians, it's not about her, it's not about the people who led this campaign, it's about the people of the UK who have spoken. And what we heard here tonight at Manchester Town Hall is that the turnout has been 72.2%. Now that's the highest electorate for any poll in the UK. This really has been overnight democracy in action here. More people in the UK have cared about this, have decided to go out and vote about this than they ever have about any other political thing in the UK. 72.2% of the population voted yesterday.
Jane, thank you. Well, the leader of the French Front National, Marine Le Pen, has tweeted victory, EU ref Brexit. Let's go to Sky's Tom Cheshire, who's been on board the Normandy ferry, which has been sailing overnight from Portsmouth to Caen. Tom, what's the mood?
It's very quiet downstairs, completely split like the vote itself. People sort of stunned in silence. We asked them what they thought. One said it's completely catastrophic. Another person saying very pleased. So people just watching through the night and can't quite believe what's happening. They're disembarking now in Caen in North France, and to a very different situation than when we went to bed. But I'm joined now by Mathieu, who's not from the UK. He's from France and South Africa. Mathieu, what's your instant reaction to this?
To me, I'm really flabbergasted, by what happened. It's really coming as a bombshell. I really thought that the stay-in vote would actually prevail, especially in the aftermath of the tragic event, earlier on this week, when the MP Joe Cox was, brutally murdered. I think it's a real shame for the UK. Economically, we're seeing the impact on sterling, today. I think for real estate in London and for the City of London, for its financial industry, it's probably going to be a disaster. And for Europe as a whole, I think it's a really sad day. And we would have thought that actually the EU would come under further pressure from a model country, the UK. This time the culprit is on Greece.
And what do you think as a European yourself? You've just been in London, you're going to France to visit your parents. What's your gut feeling?
It's, to me, it really puts into question, the uniformity and actually what was the dream and the model of the European dream, of the European Union, The European integration started after the Second World War to try to bring, proximity, amongst all of the countries. And you're seeing, all of that, being abandoned, which is a real tragedy. But, I think as well, for the UK, what you've got to worry about, it's, not only the economic implications of that, because you guys do a lot more trade. Your biggest trading partner is Ireland, is in China, is in India. Therefore, you're reliant on the EU. The financial market is going to struggle. A lot of European banks are probably going to be headquartered back, out of London, back to Frankfurt probably. Companies, multinational companies like Airbus probably are no longer going to produce, the wings, for the airplanes in the UK potentially. So it's a disaster. Not to mention that obviously it's going to fuel regional independent, movement. You're probably going to get, a lot of movements, coming from Scotland. Yeah. They're going to try, to gain back, a vote on independence. And it looks like even Northern Ireland wants to go that way as well.
It's all up for grabs, and we're going to spend the rest of the day here. We're going to go back towards the UK on this ferry and speak to people getting back on this ferry, maybe heading home, who are going to head home to a very different country indeed.
Tom, thank you very much indeed, and that is certainly true. 9 hours ago, when we started this stint covering the results, the general expectation of the opinion pollsters and indeed the political parties, including Nigel Farage, was that Britain would vote narrowly to remain in the European Union. Instead of which, as you can see, Britain has voted out, 51.7% to 48.3% currently. The out campaign is within 200,000 votes of the winning post. There's going to be a complete political earthquake here. We're going to hear from the Prime Minister, from Boris Johnson, from Jeremy Corbyn, reacting to this cataclysmic development in British politics, which, frankly, changes everything. Britain has voted to leave the European Union. The deadline is 2 years' time.